reunion, and resolve. The corridor was silent, cloaked in shadows, save for the two figures facing one another. Flutter Mane hovered quietly, its ghostly form flickering like candlelight. Opposite it stood Corraden, tall and proud, its expression shifting the moment it recognized the spectral Pokémon before it. "Rayo!" Corraden rumbled, joy sparkling in its eyes. Flutter Mane's gaze softened. Memories surged of the Corraden it had once traveled with. Back then, Corraden had been a warrior, its body marred by countless battles, its eyes weary and silent. They had wandered together through towering, ancient forests, leapt from sheer cliffs into shadowy depths, and braved caves darker than night itself. Back then, Corraden never smiled. Flutter Mane still remembered the quiet nights, when Corraden had finally opened up, sharing its fears of being lost forever, far from its home, and of never finding its human partner again. And now, that same Pokémon stood before it with a wide, genuine grin. Flutter Mane felt warmth stirred deep within its spectral heart. Its lips curled gently into a smile. "Mreem," it murmured softly, its voice airy and warm. "You found him, Rayo." Corraden nodded eagerly. "Naoki's here too." Flutter Mane already knew. It had seen a human walking beside Corraden earlier. Still, hearing the name brought a feeling of peace. Curious, Corraden tilted its head. "Rayo, what about you?" Flutter Mane's eyes flickered with memories. "Mreem, I waited, but when you didn't come back, I descended. Then I was brought here." Corraden's expression shifted with realization. The little turtle Pokémon, it must have used its crystal energy to send Flutter Mane here, just like it did for me. An idea bloomed in Corraden's mind. "Rayo," it said, voice full of hope. "Come live with us." At the ranch, in the observation room, Professor Sada watched the exchange on the monitor, her eyes shining with fascination. "As I suspected," she whispered, "they knew each other." Beside her, Dr. Turo stood with folded arms, his gaze contemplative. A pang of envy stirred in his chest. While Sada's research on ancient Pokémon was flourishing, his work with future Pokémon had reached a standstill. Paradox Pokémon of the future were different, calculated, analytical, even unervingly sentient. Their minds were sharp, their expressions unreadable. Building trust with them was like trying to hold lightning in bare hands. He glanced at Naoki, standing silently nearby. There was something about the young man, a quiet, natural harmony that resonated with Pokémon. Whether wild or wary, they always came to trust him. His thoughts drifted to Miraidon. Turo had tried to help his son, Arvin, bond with the Iron Serpent, but Arvin never connected. Cold, distant, it was a failed attempt. But Naoki, Dr. Turo asked suddenly, voice breaking the silence. "Have you ever had interest in Pokémon like Miraidon?" Naoki turned, surprised. "Miraidon, I'd like to entrust it to you," Turo said plainly. "Much like Corraden, I want to see if you can build a bond with it." Naoki blinked. "You're serious?" "Absolutely." Sada glanced over, an amused smile playing on her lips. "You're cheating now," she teased. Dr. Turo chuckled lightly, but shook his head. "I don't have a choice. Ancient Pokémon can be wild, yes, but they learn. They adapt. They grow alongside their trainers. But the future ones," he paused, "they resist. They analyze you like puzzles. They don't feel in the same way." He sighed. "They're alien." Naoki looked thoughtful. It was true. Corraden's journey with him was unique. Their bond had grown through shared pain and healing. But Miraidon? He didn't know what lay behind those mechanical eyes. "I'll try," he said slowly, "but I can't promise anything." "That's all I ask," Turo said, satisfied. Into the future, as Corraden and Flutter Mane continued their quiet reunion, Dr. Turo led Naoki to the biome housing Miraidon. The doors slid open with a quiet hiss, revealing a vast, mechanical valley of metal cliffs and electric basins. The atmosphere buzzed with faint static. It was colder here, less natural, less forgiving. Then they saw it. Miraidon hovered silently at the edge of a cliff, its sleek, draconic frame glinting under artificial light. It didn't move. Its gaze remained fixed on the horizon, as though trying to see beyond time itself. There, Turo whispered. Miraiden, the iron serpent. They say it can reduce landscapes to ash with bolts of thunder. Naoki stared, eyes wide. It looks like Cyclizer. Just upgraded. Turo nodded solemnly. They share a structure. But Miraiden is nothing like Cyclizer. It's faster, stronger, smarter, and yet colder. It assesses you in moments. Understands more than it lets on. But it's hard. He frowned. Still a mystery. Naoki's gaze lingered on Miraiden. Miraiden had been a wild creature, all heart and scars. Miraiden, in contrast, looked forged rather than born. Beautiful, but unreadable. He took a breath. Miraiden feels alive. Warm. I could understand it. But Miraiden, it's something else entirely. Dr. Turo finished for him. Still, something in Naoki stirred. He stepped forward, watching the iron serpent as it slowly turned its head, acknowledging his presence with a flicker of eerie, pale light. Naoki met its gaze. He didn't know what would come of this, but deep within, he knew one thing. This wasn't just the future. This was the next beginning. Iron and flame. Miraiden. Dr. Turo's voice rang through the windswept cliffs, firm and unwavering. The iron serpent floated silently at the edge of the cliff, its metallic tail coiled like a spring. At the sound of its name, it turned slowly, smoothly. Cold, luminous eyes fixed on the two figures approaching from the mountain path. Naoki felt the pressure immediately. Even without expression, Miraiden's presence was heavy, intense. It's giving off a don't come near me vibe, Naoki muttered with a dry chuckle. Dr. Turo smiled faintly. That's just how Miraiden is. It doesn't emote like Miraiden, but that doesn't mean it lacks feeling. Its emotions are simply hidden, like a cool, standoffish cat, Naoki said, half to himself. Aloof, but watching everything, Turo nodded. Miraiden is a firestorm of instinct. Miraiden? It's like lightning bottled in still water. Naoki remembered how his Glacian once acted, wary and withdrawn, yet softening with time. He wondered, could Miraiden change the same way? As they neared, Miraiden's eyes narrowed. Naoki felt a chill roll down his spine. The mechanical dragon's gaze was razor-sharp, scanning him from head to toe. Not aggressive, not friendly, just calculating. It's sizing me up, Naoki said quietly. Turo nodded. It's analyzing. Give a moment. He stepped forward, lifting his hand calmly. Miraiden, this is Naoki. He's not a threat. He's a friend. Naoki offers small wave. Nice to meet you, Miraiden. The silence dragged. Then, Reiru. The sound was soft, strange, almost like a robotic kitten's purr. Naoki blinked. Wait, that's your voice. It was cute. Ridiculously cute. Naoki wasn't sure whether to laugh or be amazed. Miraiden, the iron beast from the future, had the voice of a plush toy. Turo chuckled. Surprising, isn't it? Future Pokémon can be quite charming, once you get past the terrifying power and unreadable aura. Naoki shook his head in disbelief. Miraiden and Miraiden, they're nothing alike. That, Turo said with a dramatic sigh, is the eternal debate between Sada and me. She swears the ancient ones are more endearing. I disagree, obviously. It's cost me a few nights on the study couch. Naoki couldn't help but laugh. But before he could reply, a thunderous roar cracked through the air. Everyone turned. From the entrance of the biome, Miraiden came charging in, Fluttermane and Professor Sada, following closely behind. Dr. Sada raised a hand apologetically. He insisted on coming. Once he heard Naoki was visiting Miraiden, he wouldn't be stopped. Miraiden's golden eyes locked onto Miraiden. Tension snapped. With a flare of its wing-like tendrils, Miraiden bared its fangs and launched toward Naoki, putting itself between its trainer and the mechanical intruder. Miraiden's body began to shimmer with surging electric arcs. It hovered higher, adopting a combat-ready posture. Wait, Dr. Turo cried. Miraiden, stand down. But it was too late. Miraiden, roaring like a thunderstorm in the flesh, shot upward. Miraiden retaliated with a barrage of lightning, bolts branching like roots across the cliffside, igniting the air. But Koraidon didn't stop. It charged through the storm, pushing past the searing currents with a defiant roar. In a heartbeat, it closed the gap and struck. Boom! A devastating blow crashed into Miraidon's jaw, cutting its lightning short and sending the iron serpent spiraling into the valley below. The ground trembled with impact, a crater forming where Miraidon struck. Dust and static filled the air. Then, a surge of blue electricity exploded from the crater, and Miraidon shot upward, burning red-hot, its core glowing, its circuits flaring with fury. It had gone combat mode. Its voice was no longer a mule, it was thunder. With a blinding beam of light, Miraidon hurled forward. Twin energy lances carved through the sky as it darted toward Koraidon like a guided missile. Koraidon met it head-on. The two collided midair. Flesh and metal. Instinct and calculation. Flame and lightning. Sparks and roars filled the air. Miraidon lashed out with electrified claws, but Koraidon caught them, held them, and with a feral growl, it smashed a fist into Miraidon's chest. "Koraidon!" Naoki shouted. Too late. Koraidon pummeled Miraidon midair, striking blow after blow. Miraidon fell again, crashing hard, sliding across the rocky earth. For the first time, Miraidon hesitated. Its body sparked and shook, gears stuttering as it rose. But its eyes, once filled with cold, focused judgment, now flickered with uncertainty. Koraidon landed, its golden gaze locked in. Step by step it approached. Miraidon backed away. Naoki raced forward. "Koraidon, stop!" Dr. Turo didn't hesitate. He sprinted to Miraidon's side and raised its pokeball. Return. A red beam of light enveloped Miraidon just as Koraidon came to a halt, eyes still burning with unspoken rage. Silence fell. The only sound was the wind. Dr. Sada let out a shaky breath. That was far beyond what I expected. Naoki stared at his partner. Koraidon turned its head slightly toward him, its posture still alert, protective. This is my Koraidon? Naoki wondered. It's this strong? This wild? He walked forward, gently placing a hand on its shoulder. It's okay now. He's gone. Koraidon exhaled, its muscles slowly relaxing, though the fire in its eyes remained. Dr. Turo stood silently for a long moment, staring at Miraidon's pokeball. He finally turned to Naoki. Well, that could have gone better. Naoki gave a dry laugh. You think?
Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
In the medical room, Koraidon lay on the ground, revealing the marks left by Miraidon's lightning attack. The doctor on duty handed over a healing spray designed for electrical injuries. Naoki accepted it, removed the cap, and began carefully applying the spray to Koraidon's wounds. Koraidon lowered its head, looking dejected. Its spirits were down, not only from the injuries, but also because Naoki had scolded it earlier. Reo, Koraidon murmured softly, its voice filled with remorse. Seeing Koraidon in such a state, Naoki's heart softened. With a heavy sigh, he said gently, All right, I get it. If you don't like Miraidon, I'll let Dr. Turo know I won't proceed with his plan. Reo, Koraidon's eyes lit up, filled with hope. Yes, really. Naoki nodded, his voice softening further. You were worried about me, weren't you? That's why you stood in front of Miraidon earlier. Koraidon nodded earnestly, its expression sincere. I see, Naoki muttered. He reached out and placed a hand on Koraidon's face, stroking it gently. I'm sorry for misunderstanding you. I shouldn't have scolded you. Koraidon nuzzled its head into Naoki's palm, its spirits lifting visibly as its eyes brightened. A faint yet unmistakable hint of happiness radiated from the Pokémon. Reo, Koraidon chirped as if to say, It's okay. I don't mind. Naoki smiled, deeply touched by Koraidon's unwavering loyalty. He lowered himself to the ground, wrapping his arms around Coraiden's head, letting it rest against him. "This is my Coraiden," Naoki murmured, his voice filled with warmth. "The best Coraiden in the whole world." He resolved then and there to honor Coraiden's feelings. He would abandon any thoughts of forcing it to coexist with Miraiden or pushing it into uncomfortable situations. Naoki's gaze shifted to Fluttermane, who stood silently nearby, watching the interaction unfold. Curious, he addressed Coraiden. "Is this the friend you made a long time ago?" Coraiden turned his head toward Fluttermane and nodded eagerly. "Rayo," it said enthusiastically. Naoki waved at Fluttermane, his smile friendly and inviting. "Hello, Fluttermane. I'm Naoki. It's nice to meet you." Fluttermane, who already knew of Naoki through Coraiden's stories, stared at the human. Seeing Coraiden's joy and the affection between the two, a faint smile appeared on Fluttermane's face. Naoki blinked in surprise, his eyes widening. Is Fluttermane smiling? He thought. But as soon as Fluttermane noticed his reaction, the faint smile disappeared. Without a word, it turned away, its spectral form retreating into the shadows. Naoki felt a pang of disappointment. "It left?" he asked Coraiden. Coraiden shook its head confidently. "Rayo," it explained with a cheerful tone, "no, it hasn't left. Fluttermane agreed to come to the ranch with us. It'll follow us there just from the shadows." "That's good," Naoki said with a relieved smile. "Since we've successfully found Fluttermane, let's head back soon. That way, we can make it to the ranch before dark." Coraiden let out an enthusiastic growl, clearly pleased with the plan. "Rayo." Meanwhile, in the adjacent research lab, Dr. Sada and Dr. Turo were deep in discussion about Miraiden's earlier outburst. Even Pokémon from the future retain a deeply ingrained sense of territoriality, Dr. Sada began. They'll instinctively defend themselves against any perceived intruders. Could this territorial instinct explain Miraiden's sudden loss of control? She tapped her chin thoughtfully. Coraiden's unexpected intrusion likely put Miraiden on high alert. And with Coraiden's protective nature toward Naoki, any hostility from Miraiden would have provoked an immediate response. Dr. Turo frowned, his expression tinged with regret. "We shouldn't have allowed Coraiden to approach Miraiden's territory." "Allowed?" Dr. Sada shot him an incredulous look. "Coraiden followed Naoki's scent here all on its own. If I hadn't opened the gate, it would have smashed through. Do you realize how much damage that would have caused to the ecological park?" Dr. Turo was momentarily speechless, her sharp words cutting through his initial critique. After a brief pause, he conceded, "You're right. I didn't consider that possibility." Noticing her lingering irritation, Dr. Turo sighed and added, "I'll take responsibility. I'll sleep in the study tonight." Dr. Sada sighed, shaking her head as if already tired of the argument. "Naoki and Coraiden should be ready to leave by now," she said, turning on her heel. Dr. Turo quickly followed her, their minor dispute temporarily set aside. When the two arrived at the medical room, they saw Naoki emerging with Coraiden by his side. The Pokémon looked much better after receiving treatment, its scales glinting faintly in the light. Naoki noticed the two doctors and immediately bowed his head slightly in apology. "I'm sorry for the trouble Coraiden caused earlier. We were the ones negligent in this matter." "You don't need to apologize," Dr. Sada said with a shake of her head. Naoki shifted his gaze to Dr. Turo. "Doctor, let's forget about the idea of me bonding with Miraiden." Dr. Turo blinked in surprise, then asked, "Why? Did something happen?" Naoki shook his head lightly. "Because Coraiden doesn't like it. One Coraiden is more than enough for me." Dr. Turo sighed, clearly disappointed but understanding. "I see. Well, I'll look for another way to work with Miraiden." Naoki nodded, then patted Coraiden's neck. "It's getting late. We should head back to the ranch. If I have the chance, I'll come visit you both again." Dr. Sada offered him a warm smile. "All right. Take care, Naoki. And goodbye, Coraiden." "Rayo." Coraiden responded with a cheerful rumble, flapping its wings wide. With a powerful leap, it launched itself and Naoki into the sky. The ground rapidly fell away as the wind rushed past them. Naoki clung tightly to Karaden's neck, peering down. As expected, he soon saw Flutter, mane trailing close behind, moving through the air at an astonishing speed. Watching this scene, a thought struck Naoki. Did Karaden and Flutter mane hunt together back in ancient times? If so, by modern Pokémon standards, wouldn't that mean they battled in doubles? Karaden's ability, Orichalcum Pulse, would perfectly synergize with Flutter, mane's photosynthesis, enhancing its power in battle. Given Karaden's sheer strength and Flutter, mane's versatility as a ghost/fairy type, the two must have been an unstoppable duo. Even other wild Karaden wouldn't have stood a chance, especially since Flutter, mane's typing countered Karaden's fighting/dragon attributes. The more Naoki thought about it, the more intrigued he became. How exactly had these two become friends in such a harsh and competitive ancient world? Gradually, Karaden pierced through the clouds, emerging from the dense mists of Area Zero. Below them, the vast expanse of the Paldea region slowly came into view, unfurling like a painted canvas. Karaden deliberately slowed its pace, allowing Fluttermane to catch up. As it did, Fluttermane glanced down at the sprawling landscape with wide, curious eyes. The scene below was nothing like the ancient world it remembered. Gone were the towering, dense trees, the thick vines, and the colossal ferns. In their place were open fields stretching endlessly, a vast expanse unmarred by the primordial chaos of the past. Naoki noticed Fluttermane's expression and smiled warmly. "Welcome to our time, Flutter." Mane. When Naoki rode Karaden back to the ranch, the night had already fallen. The house stood quiet and dark, but the Pokémon tavern across the yard was brightly lit. Naoki figured that Palmot and the others must have been feeling bored and had wandered over to the tavern to chat and socialize with the other Pokémon. After such a long day out and still needing dinner, Naoki decided not to disturb them. Instead, he brought Karaden and Fluttermane straight into the living room. Kicking off his shoes, Naoki turned to greet Fluttermane only to realize it was nowhere to be found. He froze for a moment before asking, "Did you see where Fluttermane went?" "Rayo." Karaden tilted its head and looked around in confusion, clearly as unaware as Naoki. Naoki let out a small sigh. "This Pokémon, honestly, fine," he muttered to himself. "It'll show up when it's ready." Deciding to focus on dinner, Naoki headed toward the kitchen, only to stop mid-step as a sudden thought struck him. Fluttermane was a paradox Pokémon, a creature from ancient times, known for its violent and predatory nature. The terrifying image of Roaring Moon stalking prey during his previous expedition flashed through his mind. Could Fluttermane have gone hunting? The realization made Naoki's stomach drop. The Pokémon in the ranch, were they safe? Panicking, he ran to the door, not even bothering to change back into his shoes. But before he could run out, Karaden suddenly tensed, its head snapping toward the darkness outside. "Rayo." Naoki followed its gaze. In the dim shadows near the stable, Fluttermane hovered silently, its spectral form partially hidden by the gloom. It was watching Spectrier and Glastrier, the two horses of the ranch, as they calmly ate their dinner from the trough. Naoki exhaled heavily, his nerves relaxing. "Thank goodness," he whispered. Nothing had happened. "Fluttermane, come on. It's time to eat," he called out. At the sound of Naoki's voice, Fluttermane turned and floated over silently, its otherworldly presence both fascinating and unsettling. Back in the living room, Naoki guided Fluttermane to the kitchen and began preparing something for it to eat. Meanwhile, Karaden chattered away cheerfully, explaining the details of their home in its own unique way. "Rayo si." Naoki smiled at Karaden's enthusiasm and opened the refrigerator. Inside were fresh steaks, bottles of milk, and a selection of berries. "Here you go, Fluttermane," he said, setting everything on the table. "Try these." Fluttermane glanced at Naoki, then turned its attention to the food. Its glowing eyes flickered between the berries and the steaks before it opened its mouth wide, revealing sharp, glinting teeth, and chomped directly into the raw steak. Naoki froze, staring. "Wait, what?" Naoki was startled and grabbed hold of the raw steak, tugging firmly in an attempt to retrieve the inedible meat from Flutter Mane's sharp teeth. "Hey, you can't eat this raw. Let go," Naoki exclaimed, giving it another shake. Flutter Mane blinked, confused. "Isn't this food meant for me?" it thought. However, remembering Karaden's earlier explanations about the ranch's customs, it relaxed its grip slightly. But before Naoki could celebrate, his footing slipped, and he landed on the floor with a loud thud. "Ugh, ow." Naoki groaned, rubbing his lower back. Flutter Mane, watching from above, suddenly began to laugh a mischievous, soft chuckle that sounded both eerie and playful. Naoki stared up at it, wide-eyed. "Wait, are you laughing at me?" He couldn't believe it. Flutter Mane, a Pokémon descended from the fearsome and mysterious Misdreavus, was finding humor in his tumble. Of course, Naoki muttered to himself, brushing off his pants with an exasperated sigh. Just like its ancestors, an ancient trickster spirit that enjoys pranking people. But Flutter Mane's laughter was infectious. Naoki found himself chuckling along, despite the ache in his back. Rising to his feet, Naoki placed his hands on his hips and addressed the mischievous Pokémon. "All right, listen up. You can't eat the steak raw. I'll cook it for you, okay? For now, why don't you try this fruit?" He handed Flutter Mane a plump berry from the counter. Flutter Mane stared at the berry for a moment before grasping it with its wing-like appendage. Then, with surprising ferocity, it tossed the fruit into its mouth and began chomping loudly. "Wow," Naoki murmured. "You really are wild, huh?" Flutter Mane's larger size, standing over a meter tall, made it far more intimidating than the modern-day Misdreavus. Its bold and untamed behavior only added to its mystique. Turning to Karaden, Naoki knelt down and whispered, "Hey, go explain how things work around here to Flutter Mane. Let it know I'll take care of its meals, so it doesn't need to hunt anymore. And make sure it knows not to harm any of the Pokémon on the ranch, okay?" "Rayo." Karaden nodded eagerly, stepping up to its companion. It gestured toward the surrounding room, its tone animated as it began explaining life on the ranch. Naoki smiled at the sight and turned his attention back to the kitchen. He pulled out a frying pan, set it over the stovetop, and added a drizzle of oil. Once the oil began to sizzle, he placed the steak in the pan. The rich, savory aroma of cooking meat quickly filled the room, catching the attention of both. "Pokémon." Flutter Mane's nose twitched, its glowing eyes narrowing in curiosity. Karaden also perked up, its stomach rumbling audibly. Following the tantalizing smell, the two Pokémon approached the kitchen together. "Garulu." Karaden's stomach growled in sync with Flutter Mane's, the noise prompting a laugh from Naoki. All right. Be patient," Naoki said with a grin, flipping the steaks one last time. After a moment, he plated the sizzling meat and set it down on the table in front of the eager Pokémon. "Dig in," he encouraged. Karaden wasted no time, burying its face into the plate with unrestrained enthusiasm. Flutter Mane, meanwhile, reached out with its wing-like claws, grasped the entire steak, and stuffed it directly into its mouth in one large bite. Naoki blinked in astonishment. "Well, I guess that works too." The steak was fried to a golden brown crisp, releasing a mouth-watering aroma. Each piece was plump and juicy, and as Flutter Mane took a bite, a burst of savory juices filled its mouth. Its blood-red eyes lit up instantly with delight. "Mreem!" it exclaimed, its voice laced with surprise and joy. Naoki chuckled as he watched both ancient Pokémon enthusiastically devouring their meals. "Eat up. If that's not enough, I'll whip up some more for you," he said warmly, pleased by their enjoyment. Meanwhile, far away in the Kanto region, deep in the northern outskirts of Lavender Town, stood an abandoned power plant. The area was eerily quiet, devoid of human activity. Within the plant, hidden amidst the rusting generators and flickering sparks of residual electricity, Mew and Teddiursa floated back to a familiar spot. At the heart of the power plant, perched atop a massive generator, rested a bird Pokémon with striking yellow plumage. Its body was adorned with jagged, lightning bolt-like feathers, and its sharp green beak gleamed faintly in the dim light. This was Zapdos, the legendary Pokémon. Zapdos appeared to be dozing, its wings folded and its eyes shut. But as Mew and Teddiursa approached, it suddenly stirred, its keen senses alerting it to their presence. The legendary Pokémon's eyes snapped open, and it fixed its piercing gaze on the two. Intruders. Then, recognizing them, its tense expression softened, and it let out a sharp, inquisitive cry. "Chiyu, why are you here?" Mew floated closer, its soft voice melodic as it answered, "Mew, we're here to invite you to live with us in our hometown." Teddiursa, standing by Mew's side, nodded vigorously, its black eyes sparkling with excitement. Ursa, that's right. Our hometown. If you come with us, no humans will bother you anymore." Zapdos tilted its head, its sharp feathers shifting as it considered their words. It had chosen this power plant as a sanctuary precisely because humans had abandoned it. The faint hum of lingering electricity had made it the perfect retreat. But recently, its peace had been disturbed. Not long ago, a human had stumbled upon the plant and attempted to capture it. Zapdos, furious at the intrusion, had unleashed its thunder to drive the human away. It had thought that would be the end of the matter, but more humans followed, each one more determined than the last. Even powerful trainers came, and in one particularly fierce battle, Zapdos had been injured. During this tumultuous time, it had encountered Mew and Teddiursa, who called themselves the Great Hero Expedition Team. Zapdos had been skeptical at first, but the pair had brought it berries that eased its pain and stayed by its side until it recovered. Their kindness had left a lasting impression. Now, hearing their offer, Zapdos blinked in surprise. "Chiyu, your hometown?" it asked, its voice tinged with uncertainty. Teddiursa nodded eagerly, raising its tiny paws to gesture as it explained. Ursa. Yes, there's a world tree there. Naoki said it's going to grow so big. Bigger than a mountain. If you live there, no humans will bother you. That's why we came to invite you to stay with us at the World Tree." Chiyu, World Tree. Zapdos tilted its head, genuinely perplexed. It had never heard of such a thing. For a Pokémon like Zapdos, moving from one territory to another was nothing unusual. Over the years, it had changed homes 38 times, and the abandoned power plant was the first place where it truly felt content. Now, Mew and Teddiursa were inviting it to live in a completely unfamiliar place, and Zapdos found itself both confused and intrigued. Teddiursa eagerly nodded, its paws gesturing animatedly. Ursa, yes, the World Tree. It's amazing. Calyrex loves it there too." Zapdos blinked, its confusion only deepening. "Chiyu, Calyrex? Is that another Pokémon? And what is this World Tree? How can a tree be as big as a mountain?" Teddiursa paused, unsure of how to explain something so grand. It looked to Mew for help. Mew floated forward with a knowing smile, its voice cheerful and certain. "Mew, Calyrex is a Pokémon who was once revered as a king. And of course, the World Tree is a tree. I haven't seen it myself, but I know it's there. You'll understand when you see it." Zapdos' sharp beak hung open slightly in surprise, its curiosity growing despite its reservations. The thought of such a place, combined with the idea of a Pokémon that was once a king, was almost too fantastical to believe. Still, the mention of the World Tree and the peaceful life it promised stirred something in the Lightning Bird. Recently, Zapdos had grown weary of the constant disturbances at the power plant. Humans seemed to come in droves, each one more determined than the last to capture it. Even with its fearsome strength, the battles were exhausting, and it had no desire to keep living like this. But there was one thing Zapdos needed to know. In its experience, powerful Pokémon rarely welcomed intruders into their territories. It asked cautiously, "Chiyu, if I go, will Calyrex drive me away?" Mew and Teddiursa exchanged surprised glances before vigorously shaking their heads. "Ursa, of course not," Teddiursa said, its voice brimming with conviction. "Calyrex is very kind." Zapdos nodded slowly, processing their assurances. For a long moment, it stared at the two Pokémon standing before it. Their eyes sparkled with hope, and their sincerity was almost palpable. Finally, Zapdos posed one last question, its voice softer this time. Chiyu, why did you come all this way to invite me to live there? Without hesitation, Mew answered, its tone filled with innocent joy. Mew, because if you live there, we can always play together. We'll never have to be apart again. Teddiursa nodded eagerly, its small paws clapping together. Teddy, that's right. Zapdos, you're our good friend. We want to play with you forever and never lose you. Good friend. Those words struck a chord deep in Zapdos's heart. It blinked, momentarily stunned. The sincerity in Mew's and Teddiursa's eyes was undeniable. Zapdos felt its face grow warm, a noticeable blush spreading across its sharp features. Turning its head away, it closed its eyes and gave a quiet but clear answer. Chirp. If that's the case, I'll accept your invitation. Hearing this, Mew and Teddiursa's eyes lit up with excitement. Mew, yay! Mew cheered, its voice filled with glee. Teddy, hooray! Teddiursa exclaimed, clapping its tiny paws. Zapdos watched their jubilant reaction, feeling a warm glow in its heart. Was this what it meant to have good friends? With its mind made up, Zapdos accepted the invitation. The next step was to take it back to the ranch to see the World Tree. Mew and Teddiursa pondered the plan briefly before deciding to accompany Zapdos back to the ranch. They wanted to check on the World Tree's growth and determine whether it was ready to be a home for their friend. Climbing onto Zapdos's back, Mew floated effortlessly into place, while Teddiursa secured itself with its small paws, ensuring they were seated comfortably. With a powerful flap of its wings, Zapdos took off, electricity crackling faintly around it. Leaving behind the power plant that had been its sanctuary for so long, it soared into the clear blue sky, heading toward its new home with its two close companions. The abandoned power plant grew quiet in their absence, its halls once again consumed by silence. February 9th, year 199 of the Alliance calendar. Spring had arrived, bringing new life to the ranch. The entire area bustled with activity, a harmonious rhythm carried out by the Pokémon who called it home. The industrious Dragonites from Dragonite Island had arrived, collecting the Moo Moo milk Naoki had prepared for delivery. Each Dragonite carefully loaded their packs before taking flight, heading toward Kosagi Town to fulfill the customer's orders. The Go-Goats, gathered near the farmland, radiated waves of green grass-type energy that seeped into the soil. As the vibrant energy flowed, the farmland became a sea of glowing green vitality. Earlier, one of the Dragonites had used rain dance to ensure the crops were well-watered. Now, under the combined efforts of the Dragonites and Go-Goats, the fields were flourishing, each crop brimming with life. Nearby, the Miltank were enjoying their own form of recreation. On an open patch of grass, they rolled around vigorously, mooing happily as they exercised in their playful way. Inside the ranch house's cozy living room, Calyrex sat on the sofa, watching an animated Pokémon show. The Pokémon's expressive eyes gleamed with fascination as it leaned slightly forward, utterly absorbed in the episode. Sinistia and Polteageist floated nearby, watching the show alongside. Ever since encountering this television, Calyrex had developed a deep fascination with the strange, box-like device. It delighted in watching cartoons, and had quickly become fond of its new hobby. Calyrex showed no interest in human news, cooking shows, or Pokémon science programs. Instead, his preference lay firmly with cartoons that depicted heartwarming friendships between humans and Pokémon. He watched so intently that he didn't even notice the tea on the coffee table growing cold. In front of the fireplace, not far from Calyrex, Palmot, Alchemy, Glacian, and Dolliv were gathered around Fluttermane, who was sprawled on a soft cushion, snoring gently. Palmot scratched its head, its expression puzzled. Paymo, why is it sleeping during the day? Alchemy shook its head, fluffing its tail. Alchemy, I don't know either. Looking at Fluttermane's unusually large form, Alchemy muttered, Marie, it's so big. Glacian didn't join the commentary. Instead, it gazed intently at Fluttermane, its sharp instincts picking up on the Pokémon's primal energy. Something about Flutter Mane felt wild and untamed. Suddenly, Flutter Mane stirred, as if sensing the conversation. It opened its eyes, their crimson hue glowing faintly in the dim light, and fixed its gaze on Palmot, who was standing closest. "Pamo!" Palmot squeaked, startled, and fell back onto the wooden floor with a thud. Flutter Mane's half-lidded eyes scanned the group lazily, still carrying the faint glow of its ghostly energy. To the smaller Pokémon, the piercing red stare was downright terrifying. Glacian's fur bristled in alarm as it quickly darted behind Palmot. Alchemy's whipped cream topping wobbled in fear, and Polteageist hid behind its teapot, peering cautiously out. For a moment, the room fell silent as Flutter Mane yawned widely, baring its sharp fangs. Then it suddenly let out a soft but resonant sound. "Mreem. Alchemy. Bui. Pamo." The Pokémon jumped in fright. Glacian's fur stood up on end like static. Alchemy's whipped cream practically shot into the air, Dolive covered its spout, and Palmot stumbled back, its small hammer clutched tightly in both paws. But even in its fright, Palmot took a deep breath and stepped forward, holding its tiny hammer firmly. It stood between Flutter Mane and the others, its eyes narrowed in determination. Palmot was ready to protect its friends. Palmot clenched its tiny hammer, steeling itself. It couldn't run away if it wanted to live up to its dream of being superhero Palmot, the protector of its friends. The Pokémon around it were counting on it to stand firm. Flutter Mane seemed intrigued by the defiant stance of the little Pokémon. A spark of wild energy flashed in its crimson eyes, the primal instincts of ancient battles stirring within it. Its fighting spirit was roused, and it let out a sound that was both a growl and a playful invitation to duel. Just as the tension reached its peak, the door to the room swung open, and Naoki stepped inside with Koraidon and Cyclizer trailing behind him. "What's going on in here?" Naoki's voice broke the silence. Frightened, Alchemy, Dolive, and Glacian immediately bolted behind Naoki for safety, peeking out cautiously from their hiding spots. Meanwhile, Flutter Mane didn't seem fazed at all. It kept its gaze locked on Palmot, its intent clear. It wanted to fight. Flutter Mane let out another growling sound, its stance firm as it issued a direct challenge to the Pokémon. Palmot froze for a moment, startled by the proposition. This Pokémon wanted to fight it? Then it remembered everything it had been through, all the training and growth that had brought it to this point. It wasn't the same timid Pokémon it once was. With newfound determination, Palmot gripped its hammer tightly and shouted back with resolve, "Pamo, bring it on." Koraidon, observing the scene, sighed deeply, shaking its head as if to say, "Here we go. Again. Wait, are they really about to fight?" Naoki asked, glancing at Koraidon for confirmation. Koraidon nodded with a resigned look. "Rayo, it seems so." "I see," Naoki said, relief washing over him. For a moment, he'd worried that Flutter Mane had lost control and might have attacked the others. But it was clear now Flutter Mane wasn't being aggressive. It simply wanted to spar with Palmot. "You really scared me for a second there," Naoki muttered, shaking his head. Then he raised his voice to address the two Pokémon. "All right, if you're going to spar, let's take this outside. I'll be the referee of the match." Flutter Mane's crimson eyes gleamed with excitement, and Palmot's grip on its hammer tightened. Both Pokémon were ready for their showdown. Naoki saw this as the perfect chance to test Flutter Mane's strength, while also giving Palmot an opportunity to showcase its progress. He led the group to an open field near the sheepfold, an area that had been specially prepared for the grass trial. The space was ideal, flat, grassy, and large enough for the two Pokémon to battle safely. Naoki first asked Koraidon to explain the modern battle rules to Flutter Mane. In this era, victory is determined not by defeating an opponent to the point of harm, but simply by rendering them unable to continue battling. Flutter Mane listened attentively and nodded silently, responding in its soft, haunting voice. "Mreem, understood." Well then, get ready. Naoki stood at the referee's position. Once both Pokémon were in place, he blew the whistle hanging around his neck. The sharp sound of the whistle marked the official start of the match. Pawmot was the first to act. With a burst of speed, it leaped into the air, its small frame, moving with surprising agility. In its paw, the thunder hammer crackled with electric energy as it swung the weapon toward Fluttermane. Fluttermane's crimson eyes gleamed with excitement. Instead of dodging the attack, it charged straight ahead, letting out a battle cry that echoed through the open field. As it advanced, Fluttermane's body shimmered with a radiant, jewel-like light. "Is that Power Gem?" Naoki exclaimed, his voice filled with surprise. He had expected Fluttermane to dodge or counter with a more strategic move, but instead, the ancient Pokémon met the attack head-on. Its wild and fearless approach was a testament to its primitive roots, where strength and boldness ruled above all else. "Such a direct and brutal battle style," Naoki murmured, observing the fierce determination on Fluttermane's face. He couldn't help but admire its resolve. In midair, the two Pokémon collided. Pawmot's Thunder Hammer struck Fluttermane's head with a loud crack, discharging a surge of electric energy that clashed violently with the shimmering light of Power Gem. The resulting explosion sent shockwaves through the field, scattering dust and debris. Both Pokémon were blown backward from the force of the impact. Despite the pain, Fluttermane's eyes glowed brighter with exhilaration. Its fighting spirit surged, overflowing with raw energy. It let out a guttural roar and raised its wing-like claws high, beating them against its spectral chest like a gorilla challenging its rival. As its claws moved, a shadow ball began to form in midair, its dark energy swirling and condensing into a sphere of malevolent power. Fluttermane gripped the shadow ball in its claws before launching it toward Pawmot with a mighty throw. Pawmot swiftly ascended into the air, skillfully dodging the incoming shadow ball. As it rose, electric sparks crackled around its thunder hammer. With precise control, Pawmot hurled the electrified hammer directly toward Fluttermane. This time, Fluttermane didn't charge recklessly. Instead, it mimicked Pawmot's evasive maneuver and dodged the attack gracefully. The hammer zipped past its spectral form, missing it entirely. Fluttermane let out a small, satisfied hum, thinking it had successfully avoided the strike. But just then, Pawmot's expression shifted into a mischievous grin. "Pawmot, not so fast." With a quick flick of its paw, Pawmot activated its ability to recall the Thunder Hammer. As if magnetized, the hammer spun back toward Fluttermane at incredible speed. From the sidelines, Naoki's eyes widened in astonishment. When did Pawmot get this good? With its hammer. The scene played out as if in slow motion. Fluttermane, still unaware of the danger behind it, was struck from behind by the electrified hammer. The impact knocked it forward, and, at the same time, a surge of lightning enveloped its entire body. Caught in the dual assault of the hammer's force and the searing current, Fluttermane was overwhelmed. Its glowing form faltered as it let out a soft cry before collapsing to the ground, unable to continue the fight. Pawmot calmly extended its paw, and the Thunder Hammer returned to its grip as if obeying an unspoken command. Standing tall, the electric Pokémon surveyed the field with an air of triumph. Its bright red cape billowed dramatically in the wind, adding to its majestic appearance. In that moment, Pawmot exuded an undeniable charisma. "Alchemy!" Alchemy exclaimed from the sidelines, clapping enthusiastically. "Marie, that was amazing." Galatian nodded, its icy fur bristling with excitement. "Booey, so cool." Naoki approached the fallen Fluttermane with a sigh and gently fed it a bottle of life-giving goat's milk. If he remembered correctly, Fluttermane's base stats made it a formidable opponent in many respects. Its special attack, special defense, and speed all boasted an impressive 135, giving it overwhelming power in ranged and tactical battles. However, its glaring weaknesses lay in its low base HP and physical defense, both sitting at a frail 55. For a Pokemon like Fluttermane, which thrived on speed and special attacks directly, engaging in close combat was a poor choice. Yet, this ancient paradox Pokemon seemed determined to prove itself as a macho warrior, charging headlong into physical confrontations it was ill-suited for. Fluttermane stirred as the revitalizing milk worked its magic. Slowly, it opened its eyes. The first thing it saw was Naoki, and then Palmot floating nearby, looking at it with concern. "Feeling better?" Naoki asked softly. Palmot chimed in, its eyes bright with sincerity. "Palmot, are you all right?" Fluttermane blinked in surprise, staring at Palmot in awe. It murmured, "Mreem, you're incredible." Just then, Koraidon stepped forward with a knowing look and said, "Rayo, I told you didn't I? Naoki's Pokemon are all super strong." Fluttermane's pupils dilated as it glanced between Naoki and Koraidon, its excitement growing. "Mreem, do you think I could become that strong too?" Koraidon nodded firmly, its scales gleaming under the sunlight. "Rayo, if you listen to Naoki, absolutely." Memories of past struggles flashed through Fluttermane's mind-losing battles, being driven out of territories and wandering aimlessly. The promise of strength was too tempting to resist. Its resolve solidified. With wide eyes and newfound determination, Fluttermane turned to Naoki, its voice ringing with excitement. "Mreem, I'll listen." Seeing the excitement in Fluttermane's eyes as it stared at him, Naoki was momentarily taken aback. What had Koraidon said to it that left the ancient Pokemon looking at him with such eager anticipation? Naoki glanced at Koraidon. The Pokemon tilted its head upward with an innocent expression. Rayo, raising an eyebrow, Naoki guessed that Koraidon had told Fluttermane about how Palmot became so strong under his guidance. Fluttermane, who also desired strength, was now looking to him with hope. "Do you want to become stronger?" Naoki asked directly. Fluttermane's reaction confirmed his suspicion. It nodded with such enthusiasm that its ghostly form seemed to glow brighter. "All right then." Naoki exhaled deeply, already formulating a plan in his mind. Helping Fluttermane grow stronger wasn't an impossible task. Its strength lay in its unique traits, but its reckless battle style needed refining. Fluttermane's battles thus far had relied on brute force, charging headlong into physical confrontations despite its fragile defense. To help it grow, Naoki resolved to guide it toward utilizing its natural advantages, its speed, special attack power, and ability to fight from the shadows like a true spectral tactician. "In the last battle," Naoki said, thinking aloud, "you could have used your stealth and speed to your advantage. Instead of a direct charge, sneaking into position and attacking from the shadows would have been much more effective." Fluttermane tilted its head, clearly processing his words. "Let's work on that." Naoki concluded, his voice resolute. Hearing his agreement, Fluttermane practically lit up with joy. It waved its spectral claws in delight and spun lazily through the air in an unrestrained display of happiness. However, Naoki wasn't finished. He reached into his pocket and pulled out an empty Pokeball, holding it up for Fluttermane to see. "But before we start, there's one more thing to take care of." Fluttermane paused mid-flight, lowering itself to the ground and staring curiously at the red and white sphere in his hand. It blinked, then glanced at Koraidon as if to confirm its thoughts. Koraidon rumbled in acknowledgement, recalling their conversation the day before about Pokeballs and the bond between humans and Pokemon. With a soft sound of understanding, Fluttermane floated forward. "Mreem." To Naoki's surprise, it eagerly snatched the Pokeball from his hand with its claw-like appendages. It tilted its head, examining the sphere with childlike curiosity, poking and prodding at its surface. "What are you doing?" Naoki asked, bemused. As if in response, Fluttermane accidentally tapped the activation button. A beam of red light shot out, enveloping its spectral form and pulling it into the Pokeball. The ball dropped onto the grass with a soft thud and began to shake. One shake, two shakes, three shakes. As the Pokeball wobbled for a fourth time, Its movement slowed, as if Fluttermane was gradually acclimating to the space within. When the red light on the Pokeball finally disappeared, the sphere lay completely still. Naoki stared at it, speechless. He had never seen a Pokémon so eager to jump into a Pokeball of its own accord. "Well, I guess I've officially caught Fluttermane," he murmured, still processing the surreal moment. As a ghost-type Pokémon, Fluttermane naturally preferred the night and used daylight hours to rest and recover its strength. After the intense battle with Palmot, it obediently stayed inside its Pokeball, using the quiet space to sleep. "All right, everyone, you can go back to playing now." Naoki waved his hand, signaling to the gathered Pokémon. They scattered with cheerful cries, each returning to their activities. With the Pokémon occupied, Naoki decided to tackle some ranch chores. Grabbing his toolbox, he headed to the pasture to repair the worn wooden fences. After a year of enduring wind, rain, and the occasional headbutt from a particularly spirited Gogoat, some sections looked battered and unsightly. This wasn't a job worth troubling Kelly over. Naoki could handle it himself. The rhythmic sound of hammering echoed across the ranch, and the quiet day passed uneventfully. By the time dinner was done, Naoki was thoroughly exhausted. He headed straight to bed, barely managing to pull the blanket over himself before drifting off into a deep sleep. As the ranch fell silent, the Pokeball Naoki had left on his bedside table stirred. After sleeping for most of the day, Fluttermane emerged, brimming with energy. It floated quietly in the dimly lit room, its crimson eyes glowing faintly in the darkness. Surveying its surroundings, Fluttermane thought, "It's dark. That means it's time to hunt." However, just as the thought crossed its mind, something Karaden had said earlier came to it. There was no need to hunt here. Naoki would provide food for everyone. But how does he get the food? Fluttermane wondered, floating in a slow, contemplative circle. Could Naoki be going out to hunt for their meals? Fluttermane tilted its head, doubtful. Naoki seemed, well, weak by comparison. How could a human catch prey good enough for it and the others? The more Fluttermane thought about it, the more tangled its thoughts became. After a while, it floated over to Naoki's bed. Hovering above the sleeping human, it stared at his peaceful expression for a moment before gently patting his cheek with its claw-like appendage. "Mreem," Fluttermane whispered, trying to wake him. Naoki stirred slightly, groaning softly in his sleep, but not waking up. Fluttermane patted his face a little harder. Before meeting Karaden, Fluttermane would never have considered helping a weaker creature. But after their time together, it had learned the value of cooperation and mutual aid. In the past, Karaden often went hunting with Fluttermane, as they could usually find more food under the cover of night. Feeling something repeatedly patting his face, Naoki groggily opened his eyes. The first thing he saw in the dark was a pair of glowing red eyes staring intently at him. "Oh my God!" Naoki yelped, instantly startled awake. He fumbled for the bedside lamp and flipped it on, flooding the room with light. Only then did he recognize the source of the glowing eyes and let out a long sigh of relief. "It's you. Don't scare me like that." The commotion woke Karaden and Palmot, who both rubbed their eyes groggily before. Looking toward Naoki, "Paymo," Palmot mumbled sleepily. "Rayo," Karaden yawned, stretching its neck. Fluttermane let out a low growl, its stomach rumbling loudly. It glanced down at its own belly before tugging at Naoki's arm, trying to lead him somewhere. Naoki tilted his head, momentarily confused by the ancient Pokémon's actions. But then he heard its stomach growling again and immediately understood. "You're hungry, aren't you?" he asked. "Mreem." Fluttermane tilted its head slightly, but nodded in agreement. Naoki led Fluttermane to the living room. He opened the refrigerator and pulled out some food, a sandwich, fresh fruit, a bottle of juice, and milk. Setting the items on the table, he gestured to them with a smile. "I saved this for you since you were asleep during dinner," he explained. "Eat up." Fluttermane peered at the unfamiliar food cautiously. Sniffing the sandwich first, its eyes lit up, and it grabbed the food with its claw-like wings, devouring it eagerly. Naoki chuckled at the sight. "That's it. Enjoy. After Flutter Mane finished eating, Naoki stretched, feeling exhaustion tugging at him. All right, time for me to get back to sleep. But Flutter Mane wasn't ready to settle down. Full of energy, it began to float around the room, curiously inspecting its surroundings. Its exploration was less than graceful, however. While fluttering about, it accidentally knocked over a few items, creating a series of clatters and bangs loud enough to wake the entire house. Koraiden sighed loudly from its spot in the corner. Reo! Naoki pinched the bridge of his nose. This is not going to work. No. Tomorrow morning, Naoki decided he absolutely had to start training Flutter Mane to align its schedule with everyone else's on the ranch. This nocturnal routine wasn't going to work any longer. So the next morning, facing Flutter Mane, who looked sleepy and wanted to go back to the Pokeball to sleep, Naoki, with dark circles under his eyes, proposed a plan to help it become stronger. Thanks to the fact that Paradox Pokemon could understand human language seamlessly, Flutter Mane quickly grasped what Naoki was asking. All traces of sleepiness vanished as it perked up, looking at Naoki with eager anticipation. Naoki said, "If you want to become stronger, the first thing we need to work on is changing your battle strategy." Mreem, Flutter Mane tilted its head, puzzled. Battle strategy? What's that? Naoki continued patiently. Before we start working on that, I need to know what moves you already know. Let's see what you can do. Show me your best moves. Koraiden added helpfully, Reo, it's the attacks you use in battle. Understanding dawned on Flutter Mane. It gave a sharp nod before floating into the air and beginning its demonstration. Naoki stood off to the side, observing closely and jotting down notes in his Pokémon observation journal. He diligently recorded every move Flutter Mane showcased. Pokémon observation notes. Name, Flutter Mane, Paradox variant of Mismagius. Type, Ghost/Fairy. Temperament, not as ferocious as anticipated, though retains the wild instincts of ancient. Pokémon, displays a lack of understanding about modern customs. Eats raw meat like a predator, mildly combative. Hobbies, not yet identified. Favorite foods, grilled steak, berries, sandwiches. Moves known. Ghost type, Shadow Ball, Confuse Ray, Phantom Force. Fairy, Dazzling Gleam, Draining Kiss, Misty Terrain. Psychic, Psyshock, Moon Blast, Imprison. Rock, Power Gem. Supportive moves, Wish restores HP. Parting Shot, lowers target stats, Helping Hand. Boosts allies' moves. By the time Flutter Mane finished its demonstration, Naoki's notes were filled with details. He looked over the list, eyebrows raising in surprise. Wow, Flutter Mane, you've got quite the arsenal of moves. Naoki remarked, clearly impressed. The breadth of Flutter Mane's abilities covered multiple types, including Ghost, Fairy, Psychic, and Rock. Its range of supportive moves was equally impressive, with abilities like Confuse Ray for disruption, Wish for healing, and Helping Hand for boosting its allies. Naoki's thoughts wandered to the supportive nature of Flutter Mane's moves. The image of it, using Helping Hand on Koraiden during the demonstration, popped into his head. He became curious about the duo's history. Did you and Flutter Mane ever hunt together in the past? He asked, glancing at Koraiden. Reo. Koraiden nodded enthusiastically. And Flutter Mane helped you while hunting? Naoki continued, his tone incredulous. Koraiden nodded again, its expression firm. Wow, Naoki exclaimed. With Koraiden's raw strength and Flutter Mane's disregard for type advantages, it wasn't hard to imagine these two being practically unstoppable in ancient times. Their combined power would have made them legends of their time, feared and respected. A thought crossed Naoki's mind. What if, just what if, I set up an ancient-style doubles trial on the ranch, with Koraiden and Flutter Mane as the challengers? Would anyone even be able to pass it? He recalled a conversation with Gita, where she mentioned that doubles battles were a hallmark of Yuva Academy, the sister college to Naranja Academy. Doubles battles, where a trainer commands two Pokemon simultaneously in a 2v2 match, required synergy, strategy, and adaptability. With Koraiden and Flutter Mane as the opponents, Naoki doubted anyone could clear such a trial. Their sheer power, coupled with Flutter Mane's unpredictability, would make for an almost insurmountable challenge. But that's a matter for later, Naoki thought, shaking off the idea for now. The priority is teaching Flutter Mane how to harness its unique abilities effectively. After a brief moment of reflection, he turned to Flutter Mane and began explaining in straightforward terms, making sure it could follow. From my observation, Naoki said, your biggest strengths are your speed and special attacks, but your physical durability isn't great, so you can't afford to fight opponents up close. Mreem, Flutter Mane tilted its head, clearly puzzled. Naoki elaborated, gesturing as he spoke. What I mean is, you shouldn't try to ram into your opponents with your body, like you did yesterday with Palmot. In battle, you need to keep your distance. Understanding dawned on Flutter Mane as it nodded. Its bright, inquisitive eyes now carried a spark of determination. Good, Naoki continued. The key is to use your strengths. Speed and surprise are your greatest weapons. Learn to keep your opponent's guessing strike when they least expect it. Hearing this, Flutter Mane's body shimmered faintly, and a shadow began to spread around it. Before Naoki's eyes, it melted into the darkness, disappearing completely. Naoki looked around, but couldn't spot it. He smiled, knowing full well that Flutter Mane was still nearby, lurking unseen. This was the essence of a true sneak attack, disappearing into the shadows to strike at just the right moment. This is what I'm talking about, Naoki said aloud, though he wasn't sure if Flutter Mane could hear him from the shadows. Sometimes, it's not about brute strength. Moves like this can be just as effective defensively as offensively. The room was eerily quiet, with no sign of Flutter Mane. Naoki chuckled softly, his voice echoing. When you fight, you need to think like a ghost, appear and disappear at will. Hit your opponent when they're vulnerable and vanish before they can retaliate. Depending on your opponent's type, you can select a move that takes advantage of type effectiveness, such as Power Gem, Psyshock, or Shadow Ball. Naoki explained, his voice steady with encouragement. All right, Flutter Mane, come on out. Naoki called, his excitement evident. Slowly, Flutter Mane's ethereal figure emerged from the shadows, its body shimmering faintly in the light. Despite expecting this, Naoki couldn't help but marvel. Ghost Pokémon are incredible, he thought. To help Flutter Mane adjust its schedule to match the other Pokémon on the ranch, Naoki had called on 3 Go-Goats to act as sparring partners. Their tough hides and resilience made them ideal for the job. The Go-Goat trio, understanding Naoki's intent, began to channel their power. Waves of vibrant green grass energy radiated from their bodies, transforming the pasture in moments. Within seconds, a lush, verdant field of grass spread across the area, glowing faintly as if imbued with life. Their characteristic grass pelt ability activated, enhancing their defenses in the grassy terrain. The white glow on their fur was the visible sign of this. Naoki observed the transformation, his mind briefly drifting to a comparison. The grass terrain generated after eating the World Tree's leaves feels so much richer and more vivid than usual. The grass energy was so potent it appeared almost tangible. The glowing blades of grass swayed gently, and Naoki could see the energy flowing into the Go-Goat, invigorating them. Even the visual effects are incredible, he murmured, watching the shimmering grass field with fascination. Meanwhile, Flutter Mane had already taken to the task, using Phantom Force to vanish briefly, before reappearing near one of the Go-Goat. It struck swiftly, its claws slicing through the air and leaving a visible mark on the Pokémon's side. However, before Naoki could process the effectiveness of the attack, the radiant green energy from the grass terrain surged into the Go-Goat's body. Within moments, the scar healed completely, leaving no trace of the injury. Naoki's eyes widened in amazement. Instant recovery? That's an incredible healing ability, he exclaimed, watching the Go-Goat regain its vigor as if nothing had happened. As everyone knows, Grass terrain restores the HP of Pokémon grounded on the field. Normally, the recovery is minimal, just a slight boost to endurance. But now, the recovery effect of the grass terrain was significantly enhanced. Was it because the Gagote had been eating the leaves of the World Tree? Or was it due to the influence of the special leaf cakes they'd been consuming? Naoki was stunned by this discovery, but he also felt a twinge of regret. The enhanced recovery from the grass terrain wasn't selective, it affected both allied and opposing Pokémon. This meant that unless the Gagote could knock out their opponent in a single blow, battles would likely devolve into drawn-out exchanges. It would be the kind of fight where one could almost hear someone yelling, "Stop! Stop! Already! You're just going to heal each other endlessly." Meanwhile, Fluttermane and the Gagote were locked in combat. The Gagote remained calm and composed, while Fluttermane gradually became exhausted. After what felt like an eternity, nearly 300 rounds of attacks, the Gagote stood firm, while Fluttermane was left panting, utterly drained. Finally, Fluttermane gave in, collapsing to the ground in sheer exhaustion before drifting off to sleep. Naoki sighed deeply. Seriously? With no other choice, he retrieved Fluttermane into its Pokeball for rest. The Gagote, still energetic, turned to face Naoki, their sharp eyes glinting with determination. "Maya," one of them cried softly, as if awaiting his next command. Naoki approached them with a warm smile and began stroking their heads one by one. "You three are amazing. Thank you for working so hard." The Gagote enjoyed his touch, responding with happy bleats. "Bye, such good Pokémon. Well-behaved, reliable, and so endearing it was hard not to adore them." Naoki couldn't help but grin, his heart warmed by their loyalty and spirit. As his thoughts wandered, he recalled the incredible sight of the Gagote releasing massive waves of grass-type energy earlier, blanketing the entire back pasture in glowing green vitality. A bold idea suddenly sparked in his mind. The Gagotes clearly have an impressive degree of control over grass-type energy. So the question was, could they refine this control further? Specifically, could they manipulate the grass terrain to benefit only their allies, without healing their opponents? Naoki didn't think it was impossible. It would demand exceptional skill and focus from the Pokémon, but it felt like a goal worth pursuing. As Naoki pondered the possibilities of Pokémon mastering and controlling energy at its peak, the gently placed his hand on the head of one of his Gagotes. At that moment, the Gagote let out a cheerful cry. "Bye." Naoki blinked, momentarily startled. Before he could react further, a surge of grass-type energy erupted from the Gagote's body, enveloping the surrounding area in a lush and vibrant green terrain. The energy formed a sprawling grass terrain so rich and vivid that it seemed almost alive. Naoki stood frozen, staring in awe. He then turned his gaze toward the Gagote, his mind racing with questions. The Gagote, now looking up at him with eyes as clear and serene as a spring-fed pond, seemed calm and composed. Its expression carried a knowing air, as if it was trying to convey something profound. Naoki's eyes darted down to his own hand, which was still resting on the Gagote's horns. A thought flashed through his mind. Could this Gagote have sensed what I was thinking just now? Everyone knew that Gagote could use their horns to sense human emotions. This ability allowed them to synchronize with their riders seamlessly, running as one and assisting humans in tasks and travel, a skill that had been documented for over 5,000 years. But could it go further than just sensing emotions? Could it grasp his thoughts as well? Naoki's voice trembled with cautious curiosity. "Were you responding to what I was just thinking?" The Gagote nodded, its movements deliberate and filled with joyful affirmation. "Bye." Naoki's heart skipped a beat. The possibility seemed incredible, yet the evidence was right before him. Feeling a mix of wonder and disbelief, he murmured softly, "Can you actually do what I just imagined?" Naoki inhaled sharply. What did it mean to control the effects of the grassy terrain, ensuring it only benefited your side while ignoring the opponent? It meant that unless the opposing Pokémon had overwhelming strength, Their attacks wouldn't even outpace the Go-Goat's regenerative abilities from the enhanced grassy terrain. More damage taken would simply be healed faster than it could accumulate an unshakable stalemate, favoring the Go-Goats. Naoki's shock deepened as he realized that his 3 Go-Goats had silently achieved such mastery over grass-type energy. Could it be the world tree's influence, enhancing their affinity for grass-type energy? Or was it the cumulative effects of the leaf cakes and other specially prepared treats they consumed? Perhaps it was a combination of all these factors, magnified by their natural abilities and the nutrients they had absorbed. Regardless of the cause, the results were undeniable. These Go-Goats were terrifyingly powerful, and there were 3 of them. Naoki's gaze shifted to the other 2 Go-Goats. "Can you do it too?" he asked cautiously. "Meh." The 2 Go-Goats nodded enthusiastically, confirming his suspicions. "That's incredible," Naoki exclaimed, his voice tinged with awe. If this level of power continued to develop, could anyone even hope to pass the green grass trial? With near unlimited HP recovery from the grassy terrain, colossal vine whips that could attack or create obstacles, and devastating ultimate moves like Leaf Blade and Solar Beam, the Go-Goats seemed invincible. Not to mention their ability to use moves like Synthesis for self-recovery and growth to boost their attack and special attack stats. Under the current battle rules set by the Pokémon League, it was difficult to imagine a scenario where these Go-Goats could lose. Unless the challenger had a Pokémon of comparable strength with a clear type advantage over grass types, victory seemed impossible. For novice trainers, like those just entering Naranja or Yuva Academy, this trial would be utterly insurmountable. What about an elite or champion-level trainer? Naoki shook his head with a rueful smile. Gita had only tested the trial briefly before leaving. As for Rika, she had shown little interest in participating and had rushed back to work at the League headquarters instead. Of course, that might have been due to the overwhelming workload assigned by the Paldea Pokémon League. Meanwhile, Flutter Mane had exhausted itself completely during training. Once it fell asleep, Naoki gently placed its Pokeball back in its designated spot. As a ghost-type Pokémon, Flutter Mane naturally thrived at night and rested during the day. Changing such deeply ingrained habits would take time, but it was only Flutter Mane's second day at the ranch. Naoki smiled softly to himself. They had plenty of time to adapt to each other's rhythms. Back in the living room, Calyrex the king of bountiful harvests was lounging comfortably, watching television with great interest. A glass of tree sap juice and a small plate of desserts were placed on the table in front of him. His regal yet relaxed demeanor exuded a rare kind of peaceful satisfaction. Naoki didn't quite know what to say as he looked at the scene before him. It felt like he was unintentionally transforming Calyrex, the king of bountiful harvests, from a regal Pokémon into a laid-back couch potato. But when he thought about it, Calyrex's time wandering the frozen expanses of the Crown Tundra must have been terribly lonely. Now, seeing Calyrex finding joy in new hobbies on the ranch like watching television filled Naoki with warmth. It ensured the once solitary Pokémon wouldn't feel bored or isolated and could spend its days in peaceful contentment. Caring for the elderly is everyone's responsibility, Naoki thought with a smile, suppressing a chuckle. With that thought, he made his way to the farmland to check on the crops. To his delight, the effects of the leaf cakes weren't exaggerated at all. In just half a month, the crops were already mature. The potato plants, their stems and leaves beginning to yellow, had tiny tubers poking out of the soft soil as if eager to be harvested. Grinning, Naoki grabbed a cart and began the harvest. Noticing the activity, Palmatit's red cape fluttering heroically flew over to lend a hand. It landed near a potato plant, grasped the root with its small, clawed paws, and gave it an enthusiastic tug. Unfortunately, its effort was a bit too enthusiastic. The exposed rhizomes snapped off in its grip. Palmat blinked in confusion, tilting its head as it stared at the broken roots. "That's not quite how you do it," Naoki said, approaching with a laugh. He picked up a hoe and demonstrated, loosening the soil around the potato plant. With a careful tug, he unearthed a whole clump of potatoes, their roots intact. He shook off the excess dirt and stems, revealing a bunch of healthy tubers in varying sizes. Watching intently, a metaphorical light bulb seemed to pop up over Palmot's head. Palmot! It chirped, now confident it understood. Just as it raised its claws to dig up another plant, Naoki gently stopped it. "I'll handle this," he said with a grin. "You should go play with Glacian and the others." Naoki glanced toward the pasture and chuckled at the sight of Alchemy riding a knucklestack like it was some kind of steed. Nearby, Glacian and Dolive were squealing in delight as knucklestacks carefully hoisted them up onto their shoulders. "Go ahead." Naoki gently patted Palmot's little head with the back of his clean hand, careful to avoid the mud smeared across its pink fur. Cleaning it would be a hassle later. "Pamo," Palmot chirped, its voice filled with delight, as it dashed off to join the other Pokémon. Playing in the field, Naoki stood back and watched the Pokémon frolicking on the grass, their joy infectious. A soft smile tugged at his lips. Seeing everyone living so happily here filled his heart with motivation. This is life, Naoki thought to himself. No thrilling adventures, no cinematic moments like when a Pokémon evolves in a dire situation to protect its trainer. But simplicity, this peaceful coexistence, was the ultimate truth. At this moment, Naoki wholeheartedly agreed with the philosophy of his mentor, Larry. However, as he squatted down to dig up the next potato, something caught his eye. The potato in his hand looked different. Its texture and color had subtle, almost magical variations, unlike any potato he had ever seen. In an instant, Naoki realized this wasn't an ordinary potato. It had mutated. Good boy potatoes, a special ingredient. This crop has mutated after being cultivated by the grass-type energy of Gagot. Dishes made with it grant the effect of golden right hand. Golden right hand, Naoki murmured, staring at the potato in wonder. What on earth does that mean? After a moment of thought, inspiration struck. That's it, he exclaimed. I'll use these to make a potato stew for lunch today. Determined, Naoki finished harvesting the remaining potatoes. By the time he was done, the sun was high in the sky. After washing his hands, he took the mutated potatoes to the kitchen and pulled out a fresh cut of meat from the refrigerator, which he had bought just yesterday in Kosagi Town. He diced the potatoes and meat, then added various spices to a large pot. The ingredients simmered together as he carefully monitored the heat, ensuring a perfect blend of flavors. Minutes turned into an hour, and soon the pot began bubbling with the unmistakable sound of something delicious in the making. Naoki lifted the lid, and a wave of rich, savory aroma filled the air. The stew was a perfect blend of soft, tender potato chunks and succulent meat swimming in a thick, flavorful broth. Using a ladle, Naoki scooped a small portion into a bowl, adding a piece of potato and meat to. Taste test. As he took a bite, the flavors exploded in his mouth. The potatoes, infused with the juices of the stew, melted instantly, while the meat was tender and savory, requiring minimal chewing. This is amazing, Naoki said aloud, astonished at how far his cooking skills had come. Over the year, the aroma of the stew wafted out through the open kitchen window, drifting across the ranch. Like an invitation, before long, several Pokémon known for their love of meat began to gather, drawn in by the irresistible scent. Aga, ga. Oh, Karaden, Cyclizer, Dragonite, the working Dragonites, and several Dragonaires all flew in, their eyes wide with anticipation as they frantically swallowed their saliva, staring at Naoki. With pleading expressions, Naoki couldn't help but laugh at the sight. Wait a minute, he said with a chuckle. He had anticipated this, so he'd prepared a massive pot of stew from the start. With the ranch hosting so many Pokémon, Naoki always used specially customized, extra-large stewing pots, ensuring there was enough for everyone. Paired with sandwiches and cookies for variety, every Pokémon would get a hearty, satisfying meal. The NDD siblings, acting as the ranch's butlers, brought out the Pokémon-specific bowls, each uniquely sized for its owner. Naoki filled the bowls one by one, ladling generous portions of the steaming stew into each. He set the bowls out on long tables, allowing the Pokémon to dig in with enthusiasm. The air buzzed with excitement as the Pokémon lined up, their eager chatter filling the kitchen. Once every Pokémon had been served, Naoki finally had a moment to sit down and check the results of the potato stew. Potato stew, S-rank, a hearty dish created by stewing freshly harvested potatoes and tender meat over high heat. Eating it provides a comforting warmth that spreads through the body. Popular in colder regions for its nourishing qualities. Cooking effect, golden right hand. Be good, Pokémon. The bad guys have been driven away. After eating this stew, the user gains the temporary ability known as the golden right hand. By placing their right hand on the forehead of an enraged or out-of-control Pokémon and saying this phrase, the user can instantly calm the Pokémon. Note, this effect can only be activated by humans. Comment, delicious potato stew, perfect choice for a chilly winter day. Naoki blinked, staring at the description in disbelief. Golden right hand, he murmured, raising an eyebrow. What even is this? The mental image of him placing his hand on an angry Pokémon's forehead and uttering the prescribed phrase made his cheeks flush in embarrassment. What kind of ability makes you say something so ridiculous? Naoki muttered, running a hand through his hair. The idea of having to calm a raging Pokémon by saying, "Be good, the bad guys have been driven away," felt unbearably awkward to him. Was he really supposed to say this out loud? Still, as Naoki thought about it further, he realized that this ability could be incredibly useful, combined with his ability to understand Pokémon through translator seeds. From another perspective, it was almost like receiving a divine blessing from Arceus itself. In some scenarios, the practicality of the golden right hand even surpassed the utility of superpowers. However, there was a catch. The ability required direct physical contact with the target. Pokémon. Naoki's thoughts drifted to the movie Arceus and the Jewel of Life, particularly the scene where an enraged Arceus descended, ready to punish humanity. Would the golden right hand work on Arceus? Naoki wasn't sure, but he had a strong feeling he wouldn't even get close enough to find out. The sheer power and divine presence of the Pokémon god made the idea seem impossible. But if not Arceus, what about Giratina? His thoughts turned to his unusual neighbor, the guardian of the reverse world. After finishing his bowl of potato stew, Naoki decided to investigate. He packed some specially prepared treats for the Dragonites extra large, honey-flavored puffins, and made his way to the ranch's central lake. As he approached, the shimmering water began to ripple unnaturally. A purple vortex slowly formed, pulsating with energy. Taking a deep breath, Naoki stepped into the vortex, crossing into the reverse world. The distorted, ethereal realm stretched before him, vast and alien. In the distance, atop a floating flower island, Giratina lounged peacefully amidst the vibrant blooms, its massive form basking in the golden light that filtered through cracks in the dimensional sky. Naoki approached cautiously. Giratina's crimson eyes opened slightly, lazily regarding him as he drew closer. "Hello again," Naoki said with a nervous smile, setting down the picnic basket he'd brought. He spread out a cloth on a patch of flowers that Giratina had unceremoniously flattened earlier. From the basket, he laid out the assortment of puffins and other delicacies. Giratina huffed softly, its breath ruffling Naoki's hair, and began offerings with casual indifference. Meanwhile, Naoki observed the renegade Pokémon carefully. He was pondering how to test the golden right hand without alarming or angering Giratina. How do I even get close enough to touch its forehead without looking ridiculous? Wondered. A wild idea crossed his mind. What if I pretended to trip and accidentally touched it? But even as he considered it, Naoki shook his head. No, that's just dumb. Giratina would see right through it. As he debated his options, Giratina raised its head and fixed him with a sharp glare. Its voice was deep and gruff as it rumbled. "Human, what are you staring at?" Caught off guard, Naoki decided honesty was the best policy. "Well, I've recently discovered A new ability, he admitted sheepishly. It allows me to calm down Pokémon that have lost control of themselves. I thought maybe I could test it out with your help. Giratina blinked slowly, its expression unreadable. Despite its reputation for being temperamental and imposing, the ancient dragon was no fool. Its sharp mind had survived countless eons. Giratina immediately understood Naoki's intentions. It felt an urge to lash out at him for daring to use it as an experiment subject. A fierce lesson would certainly put this human in his place. But as it mulled over the situation, Giratina recalled the peace it now enjoyed in this serene, blooming dimension. It was all thanks to this human. Though known for its temper, Giratina was not an ungrateful dragon, nor would it ever stoop to repaying kindness with malice. Such behavior, whether from Pokémon or humans, disgusted it deeply. If it ever encountered such treachery, it would not hesitate to shred the offender to pieces. With this in mind, Giratina let out a low snort and said gruffly, "Fine. I will mercifully allow you to try it." "Thank you," Naoki exclaimed, his face lighting up with genuine excitement. With Giratina's cooperation, Naoki placed his right hand gently on the legendary Pokémon's forehead. The dragon's scales were cool and smooth beneath his touch, radiating a faint hum of power. "Good boy, Giratina," Naoki said with a sheepish expression, his cheeks slightly flushed. "The bad guys have been chased away." Giratina blinked, its blood-red eyes locked onto Naoki. It didn't respond for a long moment, its imposing face a perfect mask of stoicism. Naoki muttered, his confusion growing. Giratina didn't appear dazed, angry, or even slightly amused. Its usual composure remained intact. Maybe it's because Giratina isn't angry to begin with? Naoki wondered. If so, it seemed the golden right hand only worked on Pokémon that were actively enraged or had lost control of themselves. Pokémon in a calm or neutral state were unaffected. What a shame, Naoki murmured as realization meant that the golden right hand wouldn't be effective on the wild and unpredictable Paradox Pokémon. They're violent, and territorial nature stemmed from their instinctual behavior, not a loss of reason or emotional imbalance. Paradox Pokémon's lives revolve around primal instincts hunting, battling, and securing territory. Their aggression wasn't the result of an emotional outburst, but a way of life. Thus, the golden right hand couldn't teach the modern Pokémon social norms or pacify them. Long term, still, Naoki thought, better than nothing. The ability might come in handy when dealing with wild Pokémon fights in the future, providing a way to de-escalate tense situations. Retracting his hand, Naoki gave Giratina a respectful nod. "Thank you for your help," he said sincerely. Giratina remained silent, its expression unreadable as always. However, within, its thoughts were a maelstrom of confusion and disbelief. This human actually said that. Giratina's crimson eyes widened as it mulled over the absurdity of the situation. "Good boy, Giratina, and say the bad guys have been driven away?" it thought. The realization struck like a jolt of lightning. "Isn't the biggest bad guy here me?" The mighty dragon muttered inwardly, utterly bemused. What a strange human. At the Paldea League headquarters, a Charizard descended gracefully in front of the sprawling Paldea Alliance headquarters, its orange scales gleaming under the sun. Perched confidently on its back was Galar's champion, Leon. Leon glanced around, rubbing the back of his head nervously. "I really hope I didn't mess up." The directions again. His eyes locked onto the large sign above the building, which read in bold letters, Paldea League Headquarters. Relief washed over him as he heaved a sigh. Finally, after being lost for half a month, I made it. Inside the building, Paldea's chief champion, Gita, had already been informed of the visitor's arrival. She made her way to the entrance to greet him personally. Seeing the tall, purple-haired man dismount his Charizard, Gita approached with a polite smile. "Welcome to the Paldea region, Mr. Leon. What brings you here today?" Leon chuckled nervously, his mind flashing back to the business tournament he attended last year. During the event, he had encountered a mysterious trainer from Paldea 1 who had displayed extraordinary skill. It had been ages since Leon faced someone of that caliber. Unfortunately, the trainer withdrew midway, leaving their battle unresolved. Determined to finish what they started, Leon had set out for Paldea right after the new year. "I'm here to find a trainer," Leon declared enthusiastically, his eyes brimming with excitement. "There's an unfinished match I need to settle." Gita raised a curious eyebrow, intrigued by his fervor. "Oh, what kind of trainer could compel the champion of Galar to travel so far?" Leon nodded eagerly. "They're as strong as a champion, maybe even stronger. I'm certain they're affiliated with the Paldea League." Gita's curiosity deepened. A trainer capable of catching Leon's attention had to be someone remarkable. Politely, she asked, "Do you happen to know their name? If they're part of the league, I may be able to assist." Leon's grin widened as he replied, "His name is Naoki. He's got a Pokémon called the King of Bountiful Harvest Scouriex." Naoki. When Gita first heard the name, she thought she might have misheard. Was it the same Naoki she knew? Leon immediately picked up on her reaction. "Yes, Naoki," he confirmed enthusiastically. To clarify, Leon added, "Besides the King of Bountiful Harvests, he also had another incredibly strong Pokemon, a red one, called Koraidon, I think." They both seemed like they were unique to the Paldea region. Gita fell silent, her expression unreadable. Koraidon was indeed a Pokemon native to the Paldea region, but the King of Bountiful Harvests, Calyrex, wasn't. She recalled what Naoki had told her before. Calyrex originally lived in the crown tundra of the Galar region, where it was once revered as a king. Over time, however, its existence faded into legend, and it was forgotten. And now, looking at Leon's earnest expression, it seemed he truly didn't realize that Calyrex was a legendary Pokemon from his own region. Gita took a moment to organize her thoughts. The timeline pieced itself together in her mind. Last year, Naoki traveled to the Galar region. There, he found the forgotten Calyrex, gained its trust, and captured it. Later, Naoki entered a competition using Calyrex as part of his team. Leon had also been at that tournament. But for reasons unknown, Naoki withdrew midway, leaving Leon fascinated by his strength and eager for a rematch. Now, it seemed Leon had traveled all the way to Paldea to seek him out. However, Naoki isn't a trainer affiliated with the Paldea League, Gita said frankly. "He doesn't work for us." Leon blinked, clearly confused. Gita studied the energetic, good-natured young man in front of her and explained, "Naoki currently runs a ranch in one of Paldea's rural towns. If you want to find him, I can give you the exact location." Leon's jaw nearly dropped. "A rancher?" Gita smiled knowingly. She was familiar with this reaction. "When I first heard about it, I was just as surprised as you. But later, I learned that Naoki traveled extensively across various regions before returning to Paldea last spring. He inherited his late grandfather's ranch and decided to settle down there with a group of Pokémon." Leon's eyes widened in realization. "Oh, now that makes sense." He recalled stories of retired champions finding new ways to live quieter lives. His own mentor, Mustard, had purchased an island and established a dojo. Running a ranch sounded like another unique but fulfilling choice for someone seeking a change of pace. Living on a ranch with a group of Pokémon and starting fresh sounds pretty great, Leon admitted. His mind was already made up he'd visit the ranch himself. Gita could tell exactly what he was thinking from his expression. She chuckled and added, "Naoki's ranch is in Kosaji Town. Once you get there, just ask the locals, they'll know how to direct you. His ranch is quite well known in the area." Leon nodded eagerly, a broad grin spreading across his face. "Got it. Thanks a ton." With that, he stood and headed for the exit, his excitement evident in his stride. Leon pulled out a Pokeball, and with a flash of white light, his Charizard emerged. Its sharp eyes gleamed under the lights of the Paldea Alliance headquarters, and its powerful form radiated strength. Leon retrieved a map from his bag, carefully studying it to pinpoint the location of Kosagi Town. However, as Gita watched from behind, she couldn't help but interject. "Mr. Leon, I think you're holding the map upside down." "Huh? Oh." Leon quickly flipped the map the right way, laughing sheepishly. Once he confirmed the town's direction, he climbed onto Charizard's back and pointed confidently toward his destination. "Let's go, Charizard!" Roar! Charizard let out a commanding cry, spreading its wings wide before leaping into the air. The pair ascended quickly, vanishing into the night sky. Gita remained in the entranceway, watching as Leon became a distant speck in the sky. A faint smile played on her lips as she muttered to herself. No wonder it took him so long to get here. Time passed, and night had once again fallen over Naoki's ranch. Inside the house, all was peaceful except for one restless Pokémon. Fluttermane, fully refreshed from a long rest, was brimming with energy. Unfortunately for Naoki, this meant another interrupted night of sleep. "Fluttermane," Naoki groaned as he groggily opened his eyes, glancing at the clock on his bedside table. It read 11 p.m. The rest of the Pokémon were still sound asleep. Koraidon snored softly in a corner, its chest rising and falling in a steady rhythm. Palmot lay sprawled out on its back, occasionally smacking its lips as though dreaming about food. The sight of them enjoying their slumber only deepened Naoki's exasperation. Fluttermane's bright red eyes glowed faintly in the darkness, watching him intently. Its mind was racing with thoughts. If we don't hunt tonight, we'll run out of food. And if there's no food, we'll grow weak. What happens if other Pokémon invade while we're defenseless? Mream! Fluttermane let out a soft call, urging Naoki to get up. Resigning himself to his fate, Naoki swung his legs over the side of the bed and shuffled into the kitchen. He opened a refrigerator and retrieved some food, setting it on the table for Fluttermane. "Here, eat up," he said, rubbing his eyes. Fluttermane eagerly devoured the food, but to Naoki's surprise, it didn't settle down afterward. Instead, it floated around the room restlessly, casting glances at the door. Its behavior was unusually anxious, even for it. Naoki scratched his head in confusion. "What's wrong? Do you want to go outside?" Fluttermane paused, then nodded firmly. Its instincts were screaming at it to leave. Deep down, it believed it needed a hunt. The thought of relying solely on stored food felt wrong. What if the supplies ran out? What if they were unprepared for danger? Naoki quickly realized why Fluttermane was so restless. The Pokémon's anxiety was deeply rooted in its instincts, and it couldn't seem to shake the feeling that something had to be done. Observing its behavior, Naoki decided to follow it and figure out what it was up to. The ranch was quiet under the night sky, with only the faint chirping of crickets breaking the silence. The moonlight illuminated the landscape, casting a gentle glow that made it possible to see without any additional light. Most of the Pokémon were sound asleep. The Glastrier had settled into its usual resting spot, while Spectrier, ever watchful, remained awake, its luminous mane glowing faintly in the dark. The trio of Go-Goats lay peacefully on the soft, grassy floor of their shelter, their breaths steady and calm. Nearby, the Combies had retreated to their hive, lost in dreams of nectar and flowers. Butterfree perched serenely on a branch of the World Tree, its wings folded as it dozed. Naoki trailed behind Fluttermane as it glided soundlessly across the ranch, occasionally glancing back at him. Its gaze carried a flicker of confusion, wondering why this human followed so casually instead of moving stealthily like a predator. Naoki couldn't help but notice the odd tension in Fluttermane's movements. Finally, he broke the silence, his voice quiet but firm. "What are you up to?" Fluttermane didn't respond, instead gliding past the boundary of the ranch and into the nearby forest. Reluctantly, Naoki followed. The forest was dense and alive with faint sounds, the rustling of leaves, the occasional snap of a twig underfoot, and the distant calls of nocturnal Pokémon. Moonlight barely penetrated the canopy, leaving the shadows thick and mysterious. Fluttermane floated effortlessly through the darkness, blending seamlessly with the shadows around it. Occasionally, it glanced back at Naoki, its crimson eyes filled with confusion. How does this human manage to catch so much prey? It wondered. The way he's moving would scare everything off. Naoki, completely oblivious to Fluttermane's thoughts, strolled along at his own pace, brushing aside low-hanging branches as he followed. Suddenly, the quiet was broken by a faint rustling in the tall grass ahead. Fluttermane's attention snapped toward the sound, its instincts kicking in. It crouched low in the air, its body tensing in preparation for a quick strike. Naoki watched the shift in Fluttermane's demeanor and immediately understood what was happening. "Wait, stop," he called out, his voice urgent. Fluttermane hesitated for a split second, but it was too late. The Pokémon hiding in the grass, a nimble Cricketon, had already been startled by Naoki's shout. With an impressive leap, it vaulted 10 feet into the air and vanished into the underbrush, its chirping fading into the distance. Fluttermane turned back toward Naoki, its expression confused rather than upset. "Why would he stop me from hunting?" Naoki sighed, realizing that this behavior wasn't random. "You were hunting, weren't you?" he asked gently. "Mreem," Fluttermane replied with a nod, confirming his suspicion. "That explains it," Naoki said, scratching his head. He crouched down to look at Fluttermane more closely. "But there's no need for you to hunt anymore. I told you, I'll provide food for you. That's what I meant when I said I'd feed you. You don't have to fend for yourself anymore." Fluttermane blinked, tilting its head as if trying to process Naoki's words. Naoki didn't say much, but led Fluttermane back to the ranch. Once inside the living room, opened the doors to the pantry and refrigerator, revealing shelves packed with food of all kinds. Fluttermane's crimson eyes widened in shock as it stared at the sheer abundance. "Mreem, this human must have astonishing hunting abilities." It turned to Naoki, admiration practically glowing in its gaze. Naoki sighed, pinching the bridge of his nose. "It seems you still don't quite understand what being a trainer in Pokémon really means." At that moment, the commotion had awakened several Pokémon. One by one, they wandered into the living room, their curious gazes shifting between Naoki and Fluttermane. Naoki glanced at them before addressing Fluttermane again. For Pokémon, a trainer is not just someone they battle with. A trainer becomes the most important partner, a loyal friend, and often even family. He crouched slightly, leveling his gaze with Fluttermane's. When Pokémon live with a trainer, they don't need to fend for themselves anymore. Trainers take care of them, preparing meals, nurturing them, and helping them grow stronger. Naoki's tone softened as he continued, his voice filled with warmth. "You've become my Pokémon now, Fluttermane. That means I'll take care of you, just like I take care of everyone else here." Fluttermane blinked, processing his words. It seemed to grasp some of what Naoki said, though much of it remained foreign. Over the past few days, Karaden had tried to explain bits and pieces about this world. Fluttermane now knew that humans lived alongside Pokémon, forming bonds. But one thing still baffled it. If humans couldn't fight or hunt, how did they gather enough food for themselves, let alone their Pokémon? Naoki could tell from Fluttermane's expression what it was struggling to comprehend. "Come with me," Naoki said, leading it outside into the cool night air. They stopped near the orchards and farmland. "Food doesn't always have to come from hunting," Naoki began, gesturing to the rows of crops and fruit trees. "See these? Food grows here. And as for meat, I buy it in town using money." He paused, realizing that this concept might be difficult for Fluttermane to grasp. So, he continued explaining patiently. "To put it simply, I trade. If someone has meat but needs fruit, I can exchange the fruit I grow here for the meat. It's like bartering, but with money involved." Fluttermane tilted its head, clearly struggling to follow. The complexity of the explanation made its thoughts spin, and it soon gave up trying to understand entirely. Naoki sighed, rubbing the back of his neck. "You know what? It doesn't matter if you don't. Get right now." He crouched again, looking into Fluttermane's eyes. "What's important is this. You're part of my family now. You don't need to worry about where your next meal will come from. I'll take care of that." Naoki smiled warmly, his voice filled with reassurance. All you need to do is sleep well, train, and enjoy playing with Karaden and the others. That's it. Do you understand? Mreem, Fluttermane blinked slowly, its gaze blank and unfocused. Fluttermane tilted its head, still perplexed. Are trainer humans who hunt Pokémon? Specifically? What are they for? The concept was alien to it. Humans seemed like such strange creatures, Fluttermane thought. Naoki noticed the lingering confusion in Fluttermane's expression. Under the soft glow of the moonlight, he crouched down and tried to explain. Trainers don't hunt Pokémon. Instead, they love Pokémon and want to live alongside them. That's why they do these things. Fluttermane blinked, trying to grasp the meaning. Love? It murmured internally. Mri, what is love? Naoki, sensing its struggle, continued. I don't know if you understand the concept of love, but for us humans, love means being willing to do anything for one another. It's a connection, a bond. Hearing this, an image surfaced in Fluttermane's mind, the ghost that had once sacrificed itself to protect Karaden when they first met. That ghost had acted out of love for Karaden, hadn't it? So, does love mean protecting others? For the first time in its life, Fluttermane began to ponder deeply, a flicker of understanding forming in its thoughts. Naoki yawned, exhaustion evident in his drooping eyes. All right, enough philosophy for one night. Go back to sleep. As he stretched, the other Pokémon returned to their resting spots. Naoki turned to check on Fluttermane, only to see that it showed no sign of wanting to sleep. Fine, we'll work on your sleep schedule later. Mentally making a note to buy coffee to create some kind of energy drink to help himself stay awake in the future, Naoki addressed Fluttermane with a tired yet firm tone. All right, listen, no hurting other Pokémon. If you're hungry, just grab food from the pantry or fridge. If you're unsure about anything, use your eyes and figure it out. Okay. As he spoke, Naoki reached out and gently patted Fluttermane on the head. Be ethereal. Pokémon froze, momentarily startled, but did not resist his touch. For a moment, Naoki thought about activating the Golden Right Hand ability. He focused, but nothing happened. Fluttermane remained unaffected. Well, Naoki muttered under his breath. As expected, this ability doesn't work on Paradox Pokémon. He withdrew his hand, smiled faintly at Fluttermane, and headed back toward his room. Good night, Fluttermane. Bathed in moonlight, Fluttermane watched him go. The human silhouette grew smaller until it disappeared completely. The ghostly Pokémon whispered softly, Mreem. The next morning, life on the ranch returned to its usual rhythm. The sun shone brightly in the clear sky. After enjoying breakfast, Naoki dove into his chores, tending to the fields and taking stock of supplies. The Pokémon busied themselves with their own activities from play to rest, filling the ranch with lively energy. Meanwhile, in the town of Kosagi, Leon and his Charizard finally arrived. After days of navigating unfamiliar roads, Leon had been fortunate enough to encounter a fleet of squawkabilly taxis the previous afternoon. The cheerful drivers had offered their guidance, recognizing Leon's unfamiliarity with the region. When they learned his destination was Kosagi Town, one of the drivers enthusiastically offered to escort him there. Grateful and well aware of his poor sense of direction, Leon readily agreed. Thanks to the convoy, Leon avoided any detours and finally arrived at his destination. As they touched down in the quaint, idyllic town, Leon sighed in relief, as did Charizard, who gave an approving growl. After landing, Leon said goodbye to the taxi driver, returned Charizard to its Pokeball, and approached an older man walking along the road. Politely, he asked, "Excuse me, sir, could you tell me how to get to Naoki Ranch?" Naoki Ranch? The man's face lit up with excitement. Are you here because of the legend? Leon tilted his head, puzzled. Legend? What legend? The legend of the king of bountiful harvest, of course, the man exclaimed, eager to share the tale. The king of bountiful harvests. Leon echoed, the image of the peculiar-looking Pokémon he had seen during the competition flashing through his mind. Was there really a legend about it? And why did people here seem to revere it so much? The man shook his head in mock disbelief. You mean you don't know? The king of bountiful harvest has become quite famous around Kosagi town and the entire Paldea region recently. Well, I'm from Galar, Leon admitted sheepishly. I only arrived in Paldea recently. Ah, that explains it, the man said with understanding. In that case, let me fill you in. He launched into the tale, his voice animated. Legend has it that long ago, there lived a Pokémon called the King of Bountiful Harvests. It was said to bless the land, bringing prosperity and abundance wherever it roamed. People revered it and called it a king. But as time passed, humans began to forget the king. Without their faith, it lost its connection to its beloved steed and wandered alone in the freezing wilderness of the Crown Tundra. Then, one day, Naoki stumbled across records of the king of bountiful harvests in an ancient book. He believed in the king's existence with unwavering faith. It said that this faith was so powerful, the king of bountiful harvests took notice. The king bestowed its favor upon Naoki's ranch, and when Naoki shared the story with the townsfolk, their belief was rekindled too. Not long after, the king of bountiful harvests performed a miracle. A mountain forest, scorched and reduced to ash by a wildfire, was restored to life overnight. Grass, flowers, trees, all of it returned as if nothing had happened. The Paldea League even built a shrine to honor the king on the mountain behind the ranch. It said that the king now resides there, revealing itself only to those with truly devoted hearts. By the end of the tale, Leon's jaw hung slightly open. That's incredible. The king of bountiful harvests is that powerful. The man nodded eagerly. Of course. I thought you came to Naoki's ranch to learn more about the legend. Well, not exactly, Leon said, scratching his head. I came here for something else. Ah, I see, the man said with a knowing smile. He gave Leon directions to the ranch before. Stepping aside, just as Leon turned to leave, the man called out, Wait a moment. Leon stopped and turned around. The man was pointing toward a small craft store nearby. If you're interested, you should get a little wooden carving of the king of bountiful harvest from that shop. They're said to bring blessings. Following the man's gesture, Leon looked toward the shop. On one of the shelves sat rows of intricately carved wooden statues. The Pokémon depicted was unmistakable. It was the same Pokémon he had seen with Naoki during the competition. The man smiled warmly. Buy one. You'll carry the king's blessing with you wherever you go. 30 minutes later, on the road leading to Naoki's ranch. As Leon walked along the dirt road, he absent-mindedly fiddled with the small object in his hand. It was an intricately crafted wooden sculpture of a Pokémon, its most striking feature being a large, dark green bud atop its head, shaped like a regal crown. Delicate patterns adorned the bud, with slender, vine-like tendrils supporting it and stretching downward toward the Pokémon's petite body. The craftsmanship was remarkable. The eyes, nose, and mouth were carved with such precision that the sculpture exuded an air of majesty, capturing the essence of a true king. Underneath the crown, the Pokémon's slim, graceful limbs were delicately chiseled, giving the figure a sense of elegance. The king of bountiful harvests, Leon murmured to himself, studying the sculpture one last time before tucking it carefully into his bag. He made a mental note to give it to Hop as a gift when he returned to the Galar region. At that moment, a large wooden sign came into view at the end of the road. The words Naoki Ranch were boldly painted on the doorplate. Seeing the sign, Leon let out a deep sigh of relief. Finally, I'm here. The journey had been far from easy. After getting lost so many times, Leon had almost forgotten what it felt like to arrive at his destination without any mishaps. Now that he had made it, it was time to challenge the owner of this ranch and finally finish their interrupted battle. Just as Leon took a step forward, a shadow passed over him. He instinctively looked up to see several orange Pokémon soaring through the sky, their forms unmistakable. Dragonite, Leon whispered in awe, watching as the majestic Pokémon descended gracefully onto the ranch's pasture. There were so many of them. Even as a champion, Leon couldn't help but marvel at the sight. Seeing multiple Dragonites in one place was a rarity, even for a trainer of his caliber. His thoughts wandered briefly. Was Naoki a retired champion trainer, like his own Mentor Mustard? It would certainly explain the caliber of Pokémon on the ranch. Curiosity getting the better of him, Leon quickened his pace and approached the ranch's entrance. He stopped just outside the gate, taking in the view. One glance was all it took to see that the ranch was well maintained. Rows of farmland stretched across one section of the property, brimming with various crops. One of the Dragonites stood near the farmland, its wings flaring as it performed a rain dance. The effects were immediate. A gentle drizzle began to fall from the sky, droplets shimmering in the sunlight. The rain nourished the soil, giving life to the crops and refreshing the land. Next to the farmland lay an expansive field of lush green grass. The grass was impeccably trimmed, appearing clean and orderly without a single stray weed in sight. Dozens of Pokémon played freely on the grass, chasing one another in carefree joy. The scene was a picture of harmony and warmth. Leon scanned the lively pasture, observing the Pokémon as they frolicked in the grass. One by one, he tried to recall their names: Alchemy, Dolive, Glacian, Cyclizer. However, some of the Pokémon weren't familiar to him, likely because they weren't native to the Galar region. It's so lively, Leon thought, a grin spreading across his face. Taking a deep breath, he cupped his hands around his mouth and shouted toward the house. "Hey, is anyone there?" The Pokémon playing on the grass immediately paused mid-chase, turning their heads to look toward the gate. Among them, a small pink Pokémon with a red cape and a tiny hammer squeaked in alarm. It spun around and flew off in a panic, disappearing behind the house. Leon blinked in surprise, scratching his head. That's new. Before he could ponder further, a figure emerged from the house, stepping onto the front porch. Naoki squinted toward the gate, his expression shifting from curiosity to shock as recognition dawned. "That's Leon," Naoki muttered to himself. Was he seeing things? Why would Leon, the champion of Galar, be here of all places? Leon's broad smile and enthusiastic wave quickly dispelled any doubts. "Hey there." Naoki blinked, then snapped out of his surprise. Stepping forward, he greeted his unexpected guest. "Hello, Mr. Leon." Leon tilted his head, genuinely surprised. "You know me?" Naoki froze for a moment, realizing his slip-up. Of course, they'd never spoken before, and Leon wouldn't have expected him to recognize him so easily. Thinking quickly, Naoki flashed a polite smile and replied, "Well, I saw some of the ads you were featured in back when I was visiting the Galar region." Leon chuckled, scratching the back of his head. I guess those commercials did their job, huh?" Naoki nodded politely, though his mind was racing. Why was Leon here? It didn't take long for him to piece it together. His thoughts drifted back to the commercial competition he had participated in during his travels through Galar. Leon had been there, and if he remembered correctly, had watched part of his match. Recalling what Gita had mentioned about Leon's special request to visit the Paldea region, Naoki couldn't shake a wild idea that suddenly popped into his head. Could Leon really have traveled all this way just to challenge me? As everyone knows, Leon, the undefeated champion of Galar until his match with Victor, had a flawless record. Not even Raihan, his fiercest rival, had ever claimed victory against him. This reputation had earned Leon the title of the unbeatable champion. Given that, it seemed inevitable that Leon would win the Rising Star tournament in Galar City. Naoki's withdrawal midway through the competition must have piqued Leon's curiosity, prompting the champion to embark on a journey across regions to seek him out. The thought made Naoki freeze for a moment. Could this truly be why Leon was here? Surely not, right? But before he could dismiss the notion entirely, Leon approached with his signature grin and asked enthusiastically, "Do you remember the Rising Star tournament in Winden City?" Naoki sighed internally. So it's true. Hiding his surprise, Naoki smiled politely and gestured toward the house. "Why don't we continue this conversation inside? Please, make yourself at home." "Thanks." Leon said cheerfully as he followed Naoki toward the ranch house. The Pokémon who had been playing outside trailed after them, peeking curiously from behind the sofa. Their wide-eyed expressions betrayed their intrigue about the visitor who had traveled such a long way to the ranch. As Leon entered the cozy living room, his gaze drifted toward the Pokémon gathered on the far side. Among them was the unmistakable figure of Calyrex, seated comfortably and watching TV. Calyrex really is Naoki's Pokémon, Leon thought to himself, marveling at the serene yet commanding presence of the legendary Pokémon. Just then, the sister and DD appeared with a tray, setting 2 cups of freshly brewed tea on the table. "Thank you," Leon said, taking a sip of the tea before getting down to business. "I was at the Rising Star tournament," Leon began, his tone shifting to one of earnestness. "I saw your match. That Koraidon of yours, it's an incredible Pokémon." Naoki glanced at Koraidon, who was lounging nearby with a contented expression, clearly pleased by the compliment. Smiling, Naoki nodded. "Koraidon has always been a reliable partner." "Rayo," Koraidon chirped happily, swishing its tail. Leon leaned forward, his expression growing serious. "After you withdrew from the competition, I faced and defeated all the remaining trainers to win the tournament. But the fact that I never got to battle you, it's always left me with a sense of unfinished business." Naoki's polite smile faltered slightly as he listened. "So that's what this is about." As a seasoned champion, Leon could easily sense the sheer strength emanating from both Koraidon and Calyrex. The aura of strength radiating from Naoki's Pokémon, particularly Koraidon and Calyrex, reminded Leon of his own mentor, mustered a testament to Naoki's skill as a trainer. As the champion of Galar, Leon had never shied away from challenges. In fact, he relished the chance to battle stronger trainers to refine his abilities. "That's why I'm here," Leon declared with a determined grin. "I want to finish the match we didn't get to complete." Naoki hesitated for a moment. Is Leon a little too obsessive? He was tempted to explain that he wasn't a full-time trainer, but just a rancher. However, looking at Leon's eager expression, he knew such a statement would likely fall on deaf ears. After all, who would believe that someone with a team of such strong Pokémon wasn't actively battling? Naoki couldn't deny that his experience in real-life Pokémon battles was limited. Compared to Leon's years as a champion, Naoki lacked the command experience necessary to match him. On top of that, while many of the Pokémon on the ranch were strong, their levels varied widely. He wasn't even certain he could field a full team of 6 champion-level Pokémon. Yet, a small spark of curiosity flickered within him. Naoki wanted to see how much his Go-Goats had grown. With the benefits of the World Tree's leaves and the nourishing effects of their own Go-Goat milk, his Pokémon could recover quickly from injuries. Perhaps this was the perfect opportunity to test their progress in a real battle. Naoki made up his mind. He nodded at Leon and said, "All right, but I can't field a full team of 6. Let's make it a 3v3 battle instead." 3-on-3, Leon repeated, surprised by the proposal. He had expected Naoki to refuse entirely. Instead, relief washed over him, and his grin widened. "All right, let's do this. Follow me," Naoki said, standing and leading Leon outside. The two stepped onto the wide, open grassland of the ranch. The air was fresh and filled with the cheerful cries of Pokémon playing nearby. Naoki gestured to a specific area, a well-maintained battlefield he had built for the green grass trial. As Naoki prepared for the battle, the Pokémon on the ranch gathered, forming a lively audience around the battlefield. Their eyes sparkled with curiosity, eager to witness the rare occasion of their caretaker taking part in a Pokémon battle. Naoki called forward his 3 Go-Goats, their sturdy forms exuding strength and confidence. Turning to Leon, who was clutching a Pokeball, Naoki offered a slight smile. "Before we start, there's something you should know," Naoki began. "In addition to being a rancher, I'm also a chef. My specialty is crafting dishes with unique, even magical, properties, similar to berries that can heal or cure status conditions." Leon tilted his head, intrigued. What do you mean? Naoki continued. Not long ago, I established a series of trials here on the ranch. Trainers who pass these trials receive reward special dishes with unique effects. For example, I've created wines that can boost resistance to poison, lessen paralysis damage, or even gourmet meals that occasionally help Pokémon learn new moves. Leon's eyes widened in surprise. Food that enhances a Pokémon's abilities? Really? His voice was tinged with disbelief, but his curiosity was undeniable. Naoki nodded, his calm demeanor unwavering. Yes, and today, you'll face the most famous trial here, the green grass trial. If you can defeat my Go-Goats in battle, I'll reward you with a bottle of fruit wine from the ranch as a prize. Leon's gaze shifted to the 3 Go-Goats, each radiating a quiet but resolute strength. The green grass trial, he mused aloud, excitement sparking in his tone. I'm in. As Leon stepped onto the battlefield, Naoki gave a quick warning. One thing to note, there's no Dynamaxing here in Paldea. Let's see if you can adjust. One of the Go-Goats stepped forward, its hooves pressing into the lush grass. Its eyes gleamed with determination. Leon grinned confidently as he tossed his Pokeball into the air. No Gigantamax? No. Problem. Let's have a classic battle. Haxorus, you're up. With a burst of white light, the formidable Haxorus emerged onto the battlefield. Its armored body gleamed under the sun, and its massive axe-like jaw glinted menacingly. The dragon's tail lashed eagerly, its eyes fixed on the opponent with intense focus. Naoki's Go-Goat stepped forward, its hooves sinking into the soft earth of the field. Energy surged from the Pokemon's body, and in mere seconds, a vibrant grassy terrain bloomed across the battlefield. The green glow spread like a wave, transforming the ground into a lush meadow filled with small, glowing blades of grass that swayed gently in the breeze. Leon's eyes widened slightly in surprise. Grassy terrain? And so fast, too. That's nearly instant. He couldn't help but admire Go-Goat's skill. But he added with a determined grin, Haxorus has the advantage here. He pointed forward. Haxorus, poison jab. Haxorus roared and charged, its claws glowing with a menacing purple aura as poisonous. Energy pulsed from its tips. Its powerful legs tore across the field, closing the distance with alarming speed. Naoki, unfazed, observed the attack calmly. He raised his hand and gave a simple command. Vine Whip. With a sharp whoosh, 2 enormous vines as thick as tree trunks shot out from Go-Goat's sides. The air cracked as the vines whipped forward, their sheer size and speed leaving ripples in the glowing terrain. The attack was sudden, but Haxorus's sharp instincts kicked in. With a quick pivot, it leaped into a graceful slide, narrowly avoiding the sweeping vines. The force of the missed attack sent a strong gust of wind rippling across the field. In the next moment, another vine whip shot out with a sharp whistle, hurtling straight toward Haxorus. This time, there was no room for escape, and the attack struck the dragon Pokémon head-on. The immense impact sent Haxorus flying backward, skidding across the ground before coming to an abrupt halt. The force of the blow left the dragon-type Pokémon stunned, unable to rise immediately. So strong, Leon exclaimed, his shock evident. Was that really a Vine Whip? I've never seen one with that much power. But this wasn't the time for admiration. Haxorus was clearly in trouble, and Leon knew he needed to act fast. Haxorus, hang in there, he called, his voice carrying a sense of urgency and encouragement. Meanwhile, Naoki, who had been watching the battle with a calm and calculating gaze, issued his next command with steady resolve. Go-Goat, use your strongest move. Mia. Go-Goat bleated, determination shining in its eyes as it focused intently on its opponent. Lowering its head, it prepared for a decisive strike. Its body suddenly glowed with a brilliant white light as it dashed forward, a streak of energy racing across the battlefield toward the struggling Haxorus. Dodge it, Leon shouted, his instincts warning him of the danger. However, Gago's precision and determination made it impossible for Haxorus to escape. As it closed the distance, a tremendous surge of grass-type energy erupted from Gagot, materializing into a massive, glowing blade of verdant light. The shimmering leaf blade was held firmly in Gagot's mouth, radiating an aura of unyielding power. Leon's eyes widened in shock. What kind of move is that? The scene was awe-inspiring. Gagot, wielding the glowing leaf blade, charged forward with incredible speed. The blade sliced cleanly through the air, striking Haxorus with precision and force. After delivering the attack, Gagot skidded to a halt, gracefully turning its back to its opponent as it came to a stop. Its stance was calm and confident, its gaze fixed straight ahead. Behind it, Haxorus remained motionless, standing eerily still in the aftermath of the attack. For a brief moment, the battlefield was completely silent, the tension palpable. Then, with a soft thud, Haxorus fell to its knees on the grass, its energy depleted. Haxorus had fallen. The crowd of Pokémon, watching from the sidelines, let out collective gasps. Leon stared at the defeated Pokémon, then back at Gagot, his expression a mix of astonishment and excitement. Did it lose just from a few moves? Leon muttered under his breath. The strength of Gagot's vine whip and the precision of its leaf blade were on a completely different level. That's no ordinary Gagot, Leon said aloud, his grin widening. His blood was pumping now, the thrill of facing such a strong opponent igniting his competitive spirit. Without hesitation, Leon retrieved Haxorus' Pokeball and called it back. You did great, Haxorus. Rest now. Then, with practiced ease, he plucked another Pokeball from his belt and tossed it forward. The battle's far from over. Dragapult, let's show them our fire. A flash of white light erupted, revealing a sleek, dragon-shaped Pokémon hovering midair. Dragapult's triangular head gleamed under the sunlight, its missile-like horns extending outwards. Dragapult, huh? Naoki mused as he examined Leon's choice. I was expecting Charizard. Leon laughed. Charizard's my ace, and it deserves to come out last. Let's see if he can get that far. Naoki gave a small nod. It was typical for trainers to hold their trump card for the finale. Well then, he said, let's get this round started. The whistle blew again, signaling the start of the second match. Leon wasted no time. Dragapult, Dragon Darts, followed by Phantom Force. Dragapult cried, narrowing its eyes as it locked on a Gagot. With a sudden burst of energy, it fired its signature Dragon Darts. The two Dreepy living in its head were launched like missiles, streaking through the air with a sharp whistling sound. The Dreepy zigzagged unpredictably, slamming into Gagot from two different angles. A faint burn mark appeared on its fur where the darts had struck. Before Naoki could respond, Dragapult vanished into the shadows, blending seamlessly into its surroundings with Phantom Force. Naoki observed silently, his calm demeanor masking the gears turning in his head. Gagot stood firm, unshaken by the hit, its sharp gaze scanning the battlefield. The scars left by Dragon Darts glowed faintly, already healing as the energy from the grassy terrain poured over it like a soothing wave. Leon blinked in disbelief. It's healing again? That fast? Naoki allowed himself a slight smile. Grassy terrain restores their vitality every moment it's active. You'll have to do better than that to keep them down. Dragapult remained hidden in the shadows, waiting for the perfect opportunity to strike. Its invisibility lent it a distinct advantage, but Gagot was no stranger to such tactics. Naoki gave his next command with quiet authority. Gagot, use Vine Whip Sweep the field. Mia, two thick vines shot out from Gagot's sides with a crackling sound. With remarkable speed, Gagot began spinning in place, the extended vine whip turning into a deadly green blur. It swept across the battlefield like a rotating fan, slashing through every shadow and corner. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. As Naoki silently counted in his mind, the tense energy of the battlefield crackled in the air. By the time he reached 7, Gagote's Vine Whip finally lashed out, striking Dragapult's ethereal form as it emerged from the shadows. Drop! Dragapult cried in pain. It struggled to steady itself mid-air, but another vine was already coiling toward it with unrelenting force. Fly, Dragapult! Leon commanded, his voice sharp. With a deep intake of breath, Dragapult shot skyward like a fighter jet, its sleek body cutting through the air. The two vine whips followed closely behind, reaching toward the dragon's retreating form. Naoki watched the aerial chase with calm detachment. His sharp eyes remained locked on Dragapult, observing every movement. Meanwhile, Leon's mind raced. We can't drag this out, he thought, his eyes narrowing. That Gagote's healing from the grassy terrain is absurd, but wait. His thoughts shifted to the earlier battle with Haxorus. For some reason, the grassy terrain hadn't seemed to affect his Pokémon. The realization hung in his mind for a fleeting second before he shook it away. Focus, Leon. There's no time to think about that now. Above the battlefield, Dragapult reached the apex of its ascent, the vines chasing it stretching to their full length before falling away, unable to follow further. Dragapult exhaled in relief, circling back to assess the situation. On the ground, Leon's mind clicked into gear. The healing from the terrain isn't instantaneous, he mused. There's a window, a 3-second delay before it starts taking effect. That's my chance. Leon clenched his fist. If I can land a powerful, fast attack, I can end this before Gagote recovers. Leon's voice rang out, clear and determined. Dragapult, dragon darts. Dragapult dove sharply, launching two glowing purple dragon darts from the dreepy resting. In its horns, the projectiles streaked through the air with a sharp whistle, splitting apart to strike Gagote from different angles. Naoki's eyes flicked upward. Leon was up to something. Gagote, Razor Leaf. Mia. Gagote's body shimmered with green energy, releasing a barrage of sharp-edged leaves that spiraled upward like a glowing green snowstorm. The flurry of Razor Leaf clashed with the incoming dragon darts, creating bursts of energy as some of the leaves were shredded, while others continued their ascent toward Dragapult. The dragon darts, though slowed by the leaves, broke through the defense and slammed into Gagote. The impact sent it skidding backward, leaving visible marks on its fur. Naoki's lips tightened, but he remained calm. The regenerative power of the grassy terrain had already begun to work, the green glow surrounding Gagote as its injuries began to heal. Leon's eyes lit up. Now, flamethrower Dragapult. Dragapult opened its mouth wide, flames swirling inside before erupting into a roaring inferno. The sea of fire consumed the incoming Razor Leaf, turning the sharp-edged projectiles into harmless ash. As the flames roared, burning embers rained down from the sky like a fiery storm. Dragapult increased its speed, diving sharply through the firestorm had created. Its sleek body cut through the air, the flames trailing behind it adding a dramatic flare. The flamethrower, combined with the dragon darts it had launched earlier, landed a devastating combo on Gagote. The flames engulfed Gagote entirely. Naoki watched as Gagote's figure disappeared in the fiery blaze. The Pokémon gritted its teeth against the onslaught, enduring the pain but unable to counterattack. Leon stood on the edge, watching intently. His mind was calculating every second. 3, 2, 1, now! Leon shouted. Dragapult, finish it. U-turn asterisk. Dragapult stopped its flamethrower and instantly cloaked itself in shimmering light. With blinding speed, it turned into a glowing missile, charging straight at Gagote. The green glow of the grassy terrain flickered, but couldn't keep up with the rapid succession of hits. The force of Dragapult's attack caused Gagote to crumple to the ground. Dragapult hovered above the battlefield, its chest heaving as it caught its breath. After landing the decisive hit, its body glimmered and returned to Leon in a safe retreat, allowing the dragon Pokémon a brief moment of respite. Leon breathed a sigh of relief. 1 down, 2 to go. But before he could fully relax, the battlefield shimmered with a brilliant green light. What the dash? Leon's voice cut off as his eyes widened. From the fallen Gagote, an even stronger wave of grass energy surged forth. The light enveloped the fainted Pokémon, and its wounds began to heal at a miraculous speed. Gagote, which had been rendered unconscious just moments before, slowly opened its eyes and stood back up, looking as if it hadn't taken any damage at all. Leon, Dragapult draw? What? How? Leon exclaimed, his jaw practically hitting the ground. Even Dragapult hovered in stunned silence, its usual cool demeanor momentarily replaced by pure shock. Naoki blinked, momentarily caught off guard himself. His eyes turned toward the world tree in the distance, whose luminous leaves glowed brighter than ever. Realization dawned on him. So that's what happened, he murmured under his breath. Naoki smiled, recalling Gagote back. That's enough for now. You've done well. He turned to Leon, gesturing toward the battlefield. This round is yours. You're the winner. Leon blinked, still processing what had just transpired. Wait, really? But what just happened? Naoki chuckled, sensing Leon's curiosity. It's the grassy terrain, he explained. It's not an ordinary version of the move. The field created by Gagote is unique. Its effect lasts longer, and Gagote can draw directly from its energy reserves to heal even faster than usual. Leon's confusion gave way to amazement. So that's how it stood back up so quickly. Its control over grass-type energy is incredible. Naoki shrugged modestly, his smile warm. Maybe they're just naturally gifted. Blessed by nature, you could say. Let's continue. As the whistle blew, signaling the start of the match, Leon gave his first command without hesitation. Fly high, Dragapult, he called, setting his Pokémon into motion. Dragapult launched itself skyward, using its speed and agility to gain the advantage of height. Naoki, watching closely, wasn't about to let the same tactic succeed twice. Gagote, energy ball, he instructed, pointing to the sky. Meh. Gagote responded with determination. It locked its gaze onto Dragapult and began to gather a brilliant sphere of green energy in front of it. With a swift motion, it fired the energy ball, sending it hurtling toward the airborne Dragapult. Leon smirked, his voice calm yet confident. Dodge it, Dragapult. Dragapult gracefully veered to the side, the energy ball flying harmlessly past. Naoki, however, wasn't deterred. Again, he called. Another energy ball formed and launched toward Dragapult, only for it to dodge once more. Keep going, Naoki shouted. Gagote continued its relentless assault, one energy ball after another streaking toward the evasive Dragapult. The green orb streaked across the sky like a meteor shower, lighting up the battlefield with their brilliance. By now, Leon's expression had shifted. He hadn't anticipated this level of sustained pressure. Continuous energy balls? Impressive, he muttered. He glanced at Dragapult, noticing its movements becoming slightly less fluid. The prolonged dodging was taking its toll. Recognizing the danger, Leon made a quick adjustment. Dragapult, Phantom Force. Get behind it. Dragapult vanished into the shadows, disappearing from view. Naoki narrowed his eyes, anticipating the move. Gagote, Razor Leaf, he commanded sharply. Meh. Gagote's horns glowed with green energy as it whipped its head, releasing a flurry of sharp leaves in every direction. The leaves spun and scattered across the battlefield, creating a defensive perimeter. Be ready for the next move, Naoki added. Solar Beam. Leon's expression grew tense. The battlefield was scattered with Gagote's razor-sharp razor. Leaves, and its charged solar beam loomed below, ready to strike. If Dragapult made any misstep, it would fall into a precarious trap. He clenched his fist, deep in thought. How do I counter this setup? Meanwhile, Gagote stood steady in the grassy terrain, its body glowing faintly as it absorbed sunlight. Its sharp eyes scanned the battlefield, watching for any sign of Dragapult. Suddenly, something odd happened. A cluster of razor leaves in the northeast corner of the field seemed to collide with an invisible force, falling harmlessly to the ground. There! Naoki called. Gagote shifted its weight, gathering all the sunlight it had absorbed. With precision, it unleashed a blazing solar beam directly at the spot. The radiant beam tore across the battlefield, revealing Dragapult, whose cloaking technique had been disrupted. The impact sent the Pokémon crashing to the ground. Dragapult dodge, Leon shouted urgently. But Gagote was already prepared. It lowered its head slightly, focusing its energy. A massive solar beam formed, glowing with an intense light as it moved toward Dragapult. The strike hit its mark. Dragapult, unable to recover in time, fell with a heavy thud onto the grassy field unconscious. Leon recalled Dragapult into its Pokeball, his expression shifting from surprise to admiration. That's incredible. The connection between you and your Pokémon is truly something special. Naoki nodded, but remained focused. You've been a strong opponent, too. Leon's lips curved into a determined grin as he reached for another Pokeball. But this battle isn't over yet. Now, it's time to show you the bond between me and my strongest partner. Let's go, Charizard. A flash of white light revealed Leon's ace Pokémon, a powerful Charizard. Its flame-red body radiated strength, and the fire on its tail blazed fiercely, reflecting its fiery spirit. The sharp glint in its eyes revealed its confidence and readiness for battle. The surrounding Pokémon watching from the sidelines murmured excitedly at Charizard's dramatic entrance. Naoki studied his opponent carefully, recalling all he knew about Leon's Charizard. It was no ordinary Pokémon. With an arsenal of powerful moves like Fire Blast, Hurricane, Flamethrower, and Air Slash, coupled with its Blaze ability that powered up Fire-type moves when its health was low, this Charizard was a force to be reckoned with. Naoki's heart sank slightly as he realized the disadvantage. Gagote, being a Grass-type, was heavily countered by Charizard's dual Fire/Flying typing. Charizard's resistance to grass moves would make Gagote's attacks almost negligible. Even so, Gagote didn't flinch. Its eyes locked onto Charizard with unwavering determination. Naoki took a deep breath, steeling himself. If Gagote isn't giving up, then neither am I. The third battle begins. The battlefield was lush and vibrant, still coated in the rejuvenating grass of Gagote's terrain. Charizard hovered gracefully above, its wings outstretched, flames flickering at its tail's tip. The air buzzed with tension as the final round of the green grass trial commenced. Naoki wasted no time. "Razor Leaf," he commanded. With a mighty burst of energy, Gagote unleashed a flurry of glowing green leaves. They cut through the air like sharpened blades, whistling toward Charizard. Leon responded instantly. "Charizard, use Heat Wave." Charizard flapped its powerful wings, summoning an intense surge of heated air. Sparks of fire swirled within the wind, igniting the incoming leaves. One by one, the razor leaves were consumed in flames, falling harmlessly to the ground like scorched petals. Watching the display, Naoki murmured, "Charizard's type advantage is overwhelming," he muttered under his breath. Unless Gagote knows Rock Slide, there's no way to land a critical blow against its quad weakness to rock. But Gagote didn't have Rock Slide, and Naoki knew it. He adjusted his strategy. "I'll have to take a different approach," he said, regaining his composure. Leon gave his next command. "Charizard Flamethrower." Simultaneously, Naoki ordered, "Gagote, use Takedown." Charizard's maw opened wide, unleashing a blazing inferno of flames. The flamethrowers surged across the battlefield, painting the grass below in fiery orange. Gagote, undeterred, charged forward at full speed, its determination unwavering. But Charizard's aerial mobility was unparalleled. It ascended just as Gagote reached its target, causing the charge to miss entirely. Charizard emerged unscathed while its fiery attack scorched Gagote. Though the grass terrain below quickly began healing the damage, Naoki knew this rhythm wouldn't hold for long. Leon seized the opportunity. Charizard Air Slash. Naoki reacted swiftly. Counter it with Vine Whip. Two thick vines lashed out from Gagote, forming a makeshift shield against Charizard's attack. The sharp wind blades of air met the vines with devastating force, slicing through them and striking Gagote head-on. The grass-type Pokémon was sent tumbling to the ground, unable to rise. It had been knocked out. Naoki sighed. Looks like this trial may see its first champion today. The third and final Gagote stepped onto the battlefield, its posture exuding calm yet fierce determination. Charizard hovered above, flames burning even brighter as Leon's signature Pokémon prepared to face its next challenge. Leon, emboldened by the previous rounds, gave a confident command. Charizard, use Heat Wave. Charizard beat its wings powerfully, conjuring an intense surge of hot air. The searing winds swept across the battlefield, withering the lush grass terrain and removing the healing advantage that had bolstered Gagote throughout the trial. Naoki furrowed his brow. Clever, he admitted, but we're not done yet. Gagote, Leaf Blade followed by Horn Leech. Gagote dashed forward, its horns glowing with emerald light as it prepared to execute its moves. The first slash of Leaf Blade managed to graze Charizard's side, but the fiery dragon retaliated swiftly. Charizard, Flare Blitz! Leon roared. With a deafening cry, Charizard cloaked itself in blazing flames, charging directly at Gagote. The impact sent the Gagote hurtling backward, the sheer intensity of the attack leaving it unable to recover. Gagote lay motionless on the grass as the flames around Charizard receded. Despite the recoil damage inflicted by Flare Blitz, Charizard remained standing, its flames blazing brighter than ever due to its blaze ability. The Gagote was knocked to the ground and lost its ability to fight. Looking at the fallen Gagote, Naoki reflected on their overall performance and strength. They've reached championship-level skill, but when faced with opponents of equal strength who have a type advantage, even grass terrain can only provide so much support, Naoki thought to himself. Leon's Charizard was the perfect example. Even so, it was an admirable effort. The Go-Goats had managed to take down Leon's Dragapult and Haxorus. Their loss wasn't due to a lack of power, but rather the inherent disadvantage of their grass typing against Charizard's Fire and Flying combination. If only they could master Rock Slide, Naoki mused, envisioning how such a move might have changed the outcome of the match. That could level the playing field next time. Lost in thought, Naoki then turned his attention back to Leon, who stood across the field. Congratulations, Leon. You've officially passed the green grass trial. Leon grinned widely, his expression one of genuine joy. That battle was incredible. Fighting alongside your Pokémon was exciting, and your strategies kept me on my toes the entire time. I'm super glad I came here. I'm happy too, Naoki replied, smiling. He couldn't help but admire Leon's prowess as the strongest champion, his strategies and adaptability proving his title was well-deserved. This had been Naoki's first formal Pokémon battle, and it was a thrilling experience. Leon, though satisfied with his victory, still felt a pang of disappointment. It's a shame I didn't get the chance to battle your Koraidon or Calyrex, he thought. But I guess that's something to look forward to next time. Just as the post-battle tension eased, Naoki's NDD approached carrying a tray of fresh glasses filled with milk. Naoki took the glasses gratefully and fed the milk to Go-Goats, who drank eagerly. He gently patted their heads, his tone warm and full of appreciation. You all did wonderfully today. Thank you for your hard work. Despite the praise, the Go-Goats seemed downcast, their gazes low. Naoki noticed the lingering disappointment on his Go-Goats' faces and crouched down to console them. It's okay, he said gently, patting their heads. This was just a friendly match. Keep working hard, and I'll do everything I can to help you improve. He paused, a thoughtful expression crossing his face. For example, if we can master Rock Slide, you might be able to target Leon's Charizard directly. With a 4x type advantage, one strong hit could take it down. The Go-Goats perked up slightly at his encouragement, their spirits lifted by the prospect of becoming stronger. All right, go on and play now, Naoki said with a smile, ruffling their fur affectionately. The Go-Goats gave cheerful bleats and bounded off, their earlier gloom replaced with renewed determination. Turning back to Leon, Naoki suggested, "Why don't you release all your Pokémon? Let's heal them up." Though surprised, Leon complied, releasing Dragapult and Haxorus from their Pokeballs. Both Pokémon appeared visibly fatigued and battered from the earlier battles. Naoki stepped forward with a tray of white liquid bottles of fresh Gagote milk. He handed them to the Pokémon, who hesitated for only a moment before drinking. The transformation was immediate. Their wounds began to heal at a speed visible to the naked eye, and their energy visibly returned. Both Pokémon stood tall and alert as if they'd never battled at all. Leon stared, slack-jawed, at the miraculous recovery. His gaze darted between the now healthy Pokémon and the remaining bottles in Naoki's hands. "What is that stuff? How does it work so well?" Leon finally blurted out, still in disbelief. "Gagote milk," Naoki replied with a grin. "It's produced by the Go-Goats here on the ranch. They're dairy Pokémon, and their milk is sold to the town and surrounding areas." "Gagote milk," Leon echoed, his voice tinged with incredulity. Naoki nodded. "It's not just nutritious, it has restorative properties, especially for Pokémon." Leon stood frozen for a moment, digesting this information. Then a thought struck him like a lightning bolt. "Wait a minute." Leon's face twisted into an expression of mock horror. "Does that mean I just fought a team of dairy goats?" He glanced around the ranch, his eyes landing on Koraidon and Dragonite standing nearby. "If the dairy Pokémon here are that strong," Leon muttered to himself, "just how powerful are the rest?" Naoki chuckled at Leon's reaction, but quickly refocused. He stood up, brushing off his hands. "Now that you've officially passed the green grass trial, you've earned a reward. Normally, the prize is a magical fruit wine that enhances a Pokémon's abilities. You can choose one to give to your team." Leon's curiosity was piqued, but something Naoki said caught his attention. "Wait dash normally? Was today's trial different?" Naoki grinned, explaining, "Yes. Typically, the green grass trial has 3 rounds. In the first round, challengers face 1 Gagote. In the second round, they battle 2 at once. And in the final round, they take on 3 simultaneously." Leon's eyes widened. "That sounds intense." Naoki nodded, his tone playful but firm. "And next time, I'll make sure my Go-Goats are ready, with a rock slide in their arsenal." Realizing Naoki's determination, Leon couldn't help but grin. "In that case, I'll bring my A." Game 2. Leon glanced over at Koraidon and Dragonite again, then met Naoki's eyes with a mischievous glint. "Next time, though, I want to battle your strongest Pokémon." Naoki laughed. "All right, deal." As the 2 trainers shook hands, Leon's mind wandered briefly. How far is Paldea from Galar? Anyway, he mused aloud, scratching his head. Naoki tilted his head, amused by the question. Leon laughed sheepishly, admitting, "I have a terrible sense of direction. If I get lost trying to get here again, you might need to send someone to guide." Naoki asked Leon to wait in the living room while he went to the wine cellar. After a short while, he returned with a tray carrying 3 bottles of fruit wine and carefully placed them on the table before Leon. Leon's eyes were immediately drawn to the vibrant bottles, their fruity aroma filling the air. "Is this the magical wine you make?" he asked. Naoki nodded and began explaining. "The bottle on the left contains Pecha fruit wine. When a Pokémon drinks it, their resistance to poison type moves increases significantly." He gestured to the next bottle. "The middle one is Sherry fruit wine, which boosts resistance to paralysis. After drinking it, a Pokémon is less likely to be affected by moves like Thunder Wave or Stun Spore." Finally, he pointed to the last bottle. "This one is citrus fruit wine. It keeps a Pokémon's body warm, making them much less likely to become frozen during battles." Leon's eyes widened in surprise. "These wines really do that?" he asked, astonished. Naoki nodded, smiling. "Yes, they do. As a first trainer to successfully pass the green grass trial, you've earned these rewards." Leon's disbelief lingered. He'd seen fruit wine sold in Galar before, but none that offered benefits as unique as these. In Galar, trainers often relied on rigorous training regimens to build their Pokémon's resistance to status effects. The idea of achieving similar results through something as simple as drinking a wine seemed almost too good to be true. He recalled stories of trainers putting fire types through water training or deliberately exposing Pokémon to toxins to build their resistance. Yet, here was a far gentler alternative, promising the same results. Leon hesitated for a moment before speaking. Does today's trial really count, though? You mentioned before that the green grass trial usually involves battling 1, then 2, and finally 3 Go-Goats. Naoki sighed thoughtfully. I've been reconsidering the original rules. They were perhaps a bit too ambitious. I'm planning to revise the trial so that challengers can earn rewards for completing each level separately. If they defeat 1 Go-Goat, they'll qualify for the second level, where they face 2, and so on. Rewards will scale with each level, becoming rarer as the challenges increase. Leon nodded in understanding. That sounds more approachable for most trainers, and it makes the rewards feel earned at every step. Naoki smiled. Exactly, but you've already proven yourself here today, so you've earned these. He handed Leon the 3 bottles. They're yours now. You can decide which of your Pokémon to use them on. Leon accepted the wines eagerly and offered them to his Pokémon, including Charizard, Dragapult, and Haxorus. The Pokémon sniffed the bottles curiously before drinking. Seeing the Pokémon had fully rejuvenated, Leon was once again astonished by the effects of the Go-Goat's milk. Is this milk really produced by your Go-Goats? Leon asked, still in disbelief. Yes, Naoki replied with a slight nod. Here in the Paldea region, it's known as milk of life. He continued, this milk has the extraordinary ability to instantly restore a Pokémon's stamina. Even injuries that the Pokémon Center might struggle to heal, like deep-seated fatigue or hidden wounds, can be remedied with life milk. Leon's eyes widened. I never imagined something like this existed in the world. At this point, Naoki suddenly recalled something. Mr. Leon, he asked casually, are you familiar with Alder, the champion of the Unova region? Alder, Leon echoed, slightly caught off guard. Naoki explained, I heard from someone that Alder's Volcarona became extremely weak after pushing itself too hard in battle. I believe this life milk could help it recover. Leon immediately understood what Naoki was implying. After a brief pause, he grinned. Although I don't know Alder very well, I'll reach out to the Unova League when I return to Galar. I'm sure they'd be glad to send Alder your way. Naoki smiled, appreciating Leon's willingness to help. Thank you for doing that. Not at all, Leon replied, his trademark grin lighting up his face. Then, his expression turned more serious. If, one day, one of my Pokémon suffers an injury that's hard to heal, would you help me too? Naoki paused briefly, then offered a kind smile. You're always welcome here at the ranch. Leon's grin widened. I'll hold you to that. The conversation shifted as Naoki and Leon began discussing other topics, including the shrine on the mountain behind the ranch and the legendary Pokémon, Calyrex. At one point, Leon reached into his pocket and pulled out a small wooden carving. This is a souvenir an old man in the town recommended to me when I first arrived. Honestly, I was surprised to see how well-known Calyrex is in Paldea. Naoki glanced at the intricately carved figure, momentarily unsure of how to respond. Finally, he explained, that's because Calyrex performed a miracle on the mountain recently. In gratitude, the Paldea League constructed a shrine for it up there. Amazing, Leon said, his admiration for Calyrex clear in his tone. He carefully tucked the carving back into his pocket, making a mental note to buy more as gifts for Hop, Sonia, Chairman Rose, and his former mentor's family. These will make perfect souvenirs to bring back to Galar, he thought. Their conversation soon turned to the various trials offered at the ranch. Leon's curiosity was immediately piqued. There are currently 4 trials at the ranch, Naoki explained. The Green Grass trial focuses on the Go-Goats. Then there's the Storm trial for Dragonite, the Lightning trial for Palmot, and the Metronome trial for Alchemy. Metronome trial? Leon repeated, intrigued. The first 3 make sense, but why does the last one sound so unusual? Naoki chuckled. Because it's exactly as it sounds. Only Pokémon that can use Metronome are eligible to participate, and they're limited to using that move alone. Compared to the other trials, this one tests luck more than skill. But those who pass still earn a reward. A test of luck, huh? Leon mused. It sounds like a blast. But unfortunately, none of my Pokémon know Metronome. Though disappointed, Leon couldn't hide his excitement at the variety of unique challenges the ranch offered. With all his Pokémon now fully recovered, he began to feel an irresistible urge to try another trial. Leon seemed eager to take on the storm and lightning trials, a glint of determination in his eyes. However, just as he was about to voice his intention, a sudden beeping sound interrupted him. Naoki turned his attention to the noise and saw Leon pull a small, fiery red device resembling a pager from his pocket. Leon pressed a button. A youthful, slightly impatient voice came. "Through. Brother, where have you been? The Galar League has been looking everywhere for you. They even came to the house." Leon's confident demeanor wavered slightly. Clearing his throat, he replied with a mix of guilt and bravado. "I'm heading back now. I'll get in touch with Chairman Rose and everyone else later. Oh, and Hoppa, he got an amazing gift for you this time." "Really? What is it?" The voice brightened with excitement. Leon grinned. "It's a secret." "Oh, come on." Hop's disappointment was evident, his tone practically begging for more. "Information. You'll find out when I'm back." "All right, that's enough for now. I am hanging up." Leon ended the call with a quick press of the button. Naoki, intrigued, asked, "That was your brother?" Leon nodded. "Yeah, that was Hop. He could be a bit reckless sometimes, but I'm sure he's been worried while I've been away." Naoki smiled knowingly. It was clear that Leon and Hop shared a close bond. Leon straightened up, glancing at the time. "I need to get back. This trip took longer than I expected, and there's still so much waiting for me in Galar." As he prepared to leave, Leon turned his gaze to Koraidon and Calyrex standing in the distance. Regret flickered across his face before he turned back to Naoki. "Next time," he said firmly, "you've got to go all out. I'm looking forward to battling your strongest Pokémon." Naoki hesitated but nodded. He silently vowed to help his Go-Goats master Rock Slide and reclaim their confidence against Charizard before their next encounter. Before departing, Leon purchased a few bottles of life milk, calling them treasures he planned to take back to the Galar region. With Charizard ready and waiting, Leon climbed onto its back. As Charizard's wings beat against the air and it ascended into the sky, Naoki watched the figure of Galar's undefeated champion grow smaller and smaller in the distance. A silent wish crossed his mind. Please don't get lost again. By the time Leon had disappeared completely from view, the sun was already high in the sky. Realizing it was lunchtime, Naoki headed back inside to prepare food for everyone on the ranch. But as soon as he stepped through the door, the sound of the video phone rang out. Curious, Naoki approached and answered the call. The screen lit up, revealing Gita's face on the other end. "Leon has already arrived at your ranch, hasn't he?" she asked. "Naoki, he just left. Apparently, the Galar League has been looking for him." Gita smiled slightly, her curiosity evident. "So how is it? Did he battle you? Who came out on top?" "Leon won," Naoki admitted with a sigh. "He challenged the green grass trial here at the ranch and ultimately defeated my 2 Go-Goats with his Charizard. It has such a strong type advantage against them." Gita nodded knowingly. As a trainer who owned a Gogoat herself, she was well aware of their vulnerability to fire and flying Pokémon like Charizard. "Even so, you did remarkably well," Gita said with a smile of genuine appreciation. "Defeating 2 of the Galar Champions Pokémon is no small feat. You're certainly living up to the potential I saw in you." Naoki paused, uncertain how to respond. Why did it sound like Gita had already decided he was part of the Paldea League's team? Gita's thoughts seemed to wander as she considered the green grass trial at Naoki's ranch. She had experienced it herself and knew its potential to help challengers grow stronger. An idea began to take shape in her mind. "Perhaps," she began thoughtfully, "we should send all the gym leaders in the Paldea region to your ranch for special training. What do you think?" Naoki blinked, caught off guard. Aren't the gym leaders incredibly busy? He asked, recalling how overworked some of them seemed. I saw Larry juggling multiple responsibilities, and it looked like the stress was getting to him. His hairline was practically giving up. Gita coughed lightly, trying to maintain her composure. Yes, they're busy most of the time, she admitted. But every year, gym leaders are allowed to take a short vacation. During that time, they don't have to stay at their gyms to accept challengers. Naoki gave her a pointed look. So, you're suggesting that they spend their vacation time here training? The Paldea League's level of resourcefulness or exploitation was remarkable. Even during their time off, the gym leaders wouldn't get much of a break. I can't make decisions about this, Naoki said carefully. In truth, the idea intrigued him. The strength of trainers visiting Paldea Academy varied widely, and many of the newer ones couldn't provide much of a challenge for his Pokémon, like Palmot and Dragonite. But if the gym leaders came, it would be perfect for giving his Pokémon experience against seasoned, high-level opponents. The potential benefits for their training were undeniable. With that thought in mind, Naoki added, but I'm happy to welcome challengers here. Anytime. Gita's smile widened. Then it's settled, she said. We'll treat it as a special mission for the gym leaders. The two reached an agreement, and Gita ended the call with a satisfied expression. Perhaps this initiative could significantly boost the overall strength of Paldea's gym leaders. And with stronger gym leaders, visiting trainers from other regions might leave with the impression that Paldea was home to the most talented and formidable trainers. As for Naoki and his ranch, Gita mused it could serve as Paldea's hidden boss, a secret challenge for trainers daring enough to seek it out. She felt pleased at the thought of trainers from other regions flocking to test their skills at the ranch. Although Naoki wasn't entirely sure what Gita was planning, he could guess at her intentions. But he was just a small-town rancher, hardly in a position to change the champion's mind. After the call ended, Naoki decided to check on his Go-Goats, offer them some encouragement, and discuss how they could grow stronger. As he stepped outside onto the grassy field, he suddenly noticed a shadow passing overhead. A rush of wind swept across him, accompanied by a series of sharp cries. Chiu! Startled, Naoki tilted his head upward just in time to see a massive bird Pokémon descend. Its piercing gaze, regal posture, and lightning-charged feathers radiated an air of power and pride. Zapdos! Naoki exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief. Riding on the back of the legendary bird of thunder were none other than Mew and Teddiursa. The duo leaped off Zapdos as soon as it landed. Teddiursa ran toward Naoki with a gleeful cry of Ursa, jumping into his arms with boundless energy. This must be the same Zapdos the heroic expedition team had encountered at the power plant, Naoki realized, still trying to process what he was seeing. After giving Naoki a warm hug, Teddiursa hopped down, joining Mew near Zapdos. The two Pokémon beamed with pride, their excitement bubbling over as they introduced their new companion. Mew floated upward with a playful mew, while Teddiursa enthusiastically added, Ursa, Ursa, we've invited our new friend. Although Naoki hadn't eaten the translation seed crisps he imagined, his understanding of Teddiursa told him that the little bear was eagerly introducing him to a newfound friend. A good friend. That friend stood nearly 2 meters tall, looming behind Teddiursa a Zapdos, the legendary thunder Pokémon. Known for nesting within stormy thunderclouds, this Pokémon was a symbol of might, capable of summoning and controlling lightning with ease. While it might not truly be the thunder god Zapdos of legend, its rarity far exceeded that of any common Pokémon. And yet, such a Pokémon had been invited here by Mew and Teddiursa. Naoki couldn't hide his shock. He had assumed it would take much longer for the two to bring a Pokémon of this caliber to the ranch. But their success was astonishingly swift. However, there was still a significant problem. The World Tree wasn't ready. Teddiursa noticed Naoki frozen in thought and tilted its head quizzically. Ursa! Naoki snapped out of his daze, shifted his gaze to Zapdos, and offered a warm greeting. Hello, Zapdos. Welcome to the ranch. I'm Naoki, Teddiursa's trainer. Zapdos fixed its sharp gaze on Naoki, scrutinizing the human carefully. This human looked like the ones it had encountered at the power plant: 2 legs, 2 arms, and a head. Typical. But this one was different. Unlike those humans who had tried to battle and capture it, this human didn't seem remotely interested in throwing a Pokeball or initiating combat. On the journey here, Mew and Teddiursa had explained the ranch in detail, painting a vivid picture of its peaceful, joyous atmosphere. They described the many Pokémon living harmoniously, the delicious meals shared, and the fun games played. Most notably, they spoke at length about Naoki. According to the duo, Naoki was no ordinary human. He cooked treats, brought back toys during festivals, and ensured every Pokémon had a cozy place to rest. Most importantly, he never confined his Pokémon to Pokeballs unnecessarily. To Teddiursa and Mew, Naoki was the best human they had ever known. Zapdos, naturally skeptical, had thought the claims too good to be true. In its experience, humans captured Pokémon for battle, nothing more. But now, standing in the heart of the ranch, Zapdos saw something different. Dozens of Pokémon roamed freely, playing and laughing on the grassy fields or flitting among vibrant flowers. None were confined to Pokeballs, and their happiness seemed genuine. When the Pokémon noticed Zapdos' arrival, they didn't scatter or act defensively. Instead, they looked on with welcoming curiosity, smiling at the newcomer. Zapdos' skepticism began to waver. Naoki, on the other hand, felt increasingly self-conscious under Zapdos' piercing gaze. He cleared his throat awkwardly, turning toward Mew and Teddiursa. "The World Tree still isn't ready to house Pokémon," he reminded them helplessly. It was true. As of today, February 11th, year 199 of the Alliance calendar, the World Tree was still far from mature. The current tree was only about 3 meters tall, barely reaching 4. It was nowhere near ready to provide shelter for Pokémon. Mew tilted its head, visibly confused. Sighing, Naoki gestured for everyone to follow him. "Come on, let me show you." Together, they headed toward the World Tree. The canopy of the tree spread wide, shading the ground below and casting dappled shadows across the grass. As the gentle breeze rustled through its leaves, each one shimmered under the golden sunlight, glowing with a vibrant green hue, brimming with life. Upon seeing the World Tree, Mew and Teddiursa excitedly began introducing it to Zapdos. "Mri, this is the World Tree." Zapdos turned its sharp gaze toward the tree in question, its expression visibly puzzled. This tree, with a trunk barely thicker than its own leg? Could something so small really support it? Zapdos had its doubts. Sensing Zapdos' hesitation, Mew gave a small, embarrassed chirp. "Mew, it might not be habitable now, but one day the World Tree will grow much bigger." Teddiursa chimed in enthusiastically. "Ursa, exactly, and Naoki knows how long it'll take to grow." Both Pokémon turned their bright eyes toward Naoki, as if waiting for him to confirm their claims. Naoki hesitated for a moment. Calculating mentally, he realized that today happened to be the annual day when the Calyrex nurtured the World Tree. This presented a perfect opportunity for Zapdos to witness its growth firsthand. After lunch, preparations were complete. Every Pokémon on the ranch gathered around the World Tree, forming a large circle as they eagerly awaited the event. Hovering above them all, the King of Bountiful Harvests began channeling its energy. It raised its arms, and an immense surge of power flowed toward the World Tree. In an instant, a brilliant light engulfed the tree, radiating an intense glow that illuminated the entire ranch. Under the watchful eyes of Naoki and the Pokémon, the World Tree began to grow. Its trunk extended upward at an astonishing rate, its bark thickening, its branches spreading wider. Boom! The ground rumbled faintly, and a strange, resonant hum filled the air. Naoki watched closely, marveling at the transformation before him. World Tree, juvenile stage, a sapling infused with immense grass-type energy. Nurtured by the King of Bountiful Harvests and Go-Goats, and influenced by the surrounding environment, it carries a boundless vitality capable of sustaining life. Legend says it will one day grow large enough to support an entire world. Time to full maturity: 91,220 years. Naoki blinked as the numbers began to shift rapidly. 90,530 years. 89,650 years. 87,600 years. Finally, the countdown settled at 87,600 years. When the radiant glow surrounding the tree dissipated, what remained was no longer a mere sapling. The world tree now stood proudly, its height reaching nearly 8 meters. Its trunk was thicker, its canopy more lush and vibrant, and its presence radiated vitality. Naoki let out a breath of relief. The world tree had successfully transitioned from its sapling stage to its juvenile stage. With this transformation, its growth would accelerate significantly. It worked. Naoki's mind raced. He recalled the leaf cakes he had prepared, which had been infused with special nutrients. The growth was reduced by 3,620 years, he muttered to himself. That's twice as much as before. But then a thought struck him. No, it might not have been just the leaf cakes, Naoki murmured, his brows furrowed in contemplation. Naoki reflected on the rapid growth of the world tree and realized something significant. The collective belief and reverence from the people of Paldea had provided an immense reservoir of energy for Calyrex. This widespread faith had amplified its power, surpassing previous limits and reaching unprecedented heights. Additionally, the establishment of the King of Bountiful Harvest Shrine had attracted numerous visitors and trainers. As more people learned about the legendary Pokémon, their admiration further strengthened its abilities. With such a steady influx of support, Naoki calculated that the world tree might achieve its ultimate form within just 4 years, a cause for great celebration. Looking at Calyrex, Naoki couldn't hide his excitement. Calyrex nodded to him, speaking telepathically. The power I've gained truly allows me to nurture the world tree. It is an honor to contribute to its growth. The surrounding Pokémon, including Koraidon and the others, shared in the joy of this monumental moment. Among them, Zapdos was the most visibly affected. The electric/flying Pokémon raised its head, gazing at the world tree in awe. As a Pokémon attuned to the forces of nature, it could feel the incredible energy radiating from the tree. Zapdos stood frozen, overwhelmed by the sheer vitality emanating from the world tree. It now fully believed that this tree would one day become a sanctuary for countless Pokémon. As the celebration continued, Mew and Teddiursa turned eagerly to Zapdos. Mew, see? We weren't lying. Ursa, stay with us, it'll be so much fun. Zapdos shifted its gaze from the world tree to the 2 small Pokémon, who had traveled great distances just to invite it. Their genuine excitement touched Zapdos deeply. With a nod, it let out a cry. Chew, I'll stay. Please take care of me. Huh. Mew and Teddiursa jumped into the air, high-fiving each other in delight. They then began chattering excitedly with Zapdos, explaining all the fun activities they could do together on the ranch. Seeing this scene, Naoki turned to Calyrex and asked quietly, did Zapdos really agree to stay? Calyrex responded with a knowing smile. I believe it had already decided to stay before arriving here. Naoki was momentarily taken aback, but then nodded in agreement. Of course, a Pokémon like Zapdos wouldn't have come all this way unless it had already made up its mind. Now that Zapdos had decided to live at the ranch, Naoki needed to arrange a suitable temporary residence for it until the world tree was fully grown. From what Mew and Teddiursa had shared, Zapdos preferred quiet, secluded areas, far from disturbances. This preference was why it had chosen to inhabit an abandoned power plant in the past. With this in mind, Naoki considered building a small power supply room on the ranch. Not to harness Zapdos for electricity, the ranch's energy needs were already met by Dragonite and Palmot, but to create a comfortable space that would mimic the environment Zapdos was accustomed to. It seemed fitting for the ranch to have a dedicated power room anyway. With this thought in mind, Naoki approached Mew, Teddiursa, and Zapdos to discuss the idea. Naoki paused, watching as Mew and Teddiursa communicated animatedly with Zapdos. Calyrex stepped forward, its aura calm and reassuring, to translate their conversation. They said Zapdos feels the world tree isn't fully grown yet, the king explained telepathically. It plans to travel with them and return once the tree has matured. Zapdos, standing tall and proud, gave a soft cry to affirm the king's words. There was a rare gentleness in its usually sharp eyes as it glanced at Mew and Teddiursa. Like them, Zapdos had decided to embrace the life of a wanderer. Once a Pokémon aided by the legendary heroes, Zapdos now wished to pay it forward traveling, helping Pokémon in need and protecting them wherever it could. Naoki finally understood. His initial shock melted into admiration as he asked, "So, when are you planning to leave?" Mew and Teddiursa exchanged glances before responding together with excited cries. "Meow," Calyrex translated once more, "tomorrow." Naoki nodded with a smile. "Then rest here at the ranch tonight and enjoy yourselves." "Ursa, Mew." The two Pokémon cheered in unison, while Zapdos gave an approving nod. Naoki chuckled. "Softly, I'll prepare some snacks for you all. Take some time to relax and play here in the meantime." As the Pokémon dispersed to explore and enjoy the ranch, Naoki returned to the kitchen. Opening the fridge, he retrieved honey and other ingredients Teddiursa's favorite. As he worked on preparing the snacks, his thoughts drifted to the duo's adventures. They truly worked fast, Naoki mused. Within a short span, they'd already befriended a Pokémon as rare and powerful as Zapdos. And if history were any indication, this was just the beginning. He recalled the tales Mew and Teddiursa had shared about the Pokémon they encountered during their travels. The two had eagerly mentioned potential friends they might bring to the ranch someday. A cheerful, far-fetched, scrafty crabrawler. Judging by their charm and infectious energy, it was unlikely any wild Pokémon would refuse their invitation. Naoki chuckled to himself, realizing that this great hero expedition team might just become a Pokémon lottery of sorts, bringing back companions ranging from legendary birds to mischievous crabs. But this thought also raised a logistical challenge. If Mew and Teddiursa encountered larger Pokémon like Agron, Nidoking, or Snorlax, it would be impossible for Zapdos to transport them. Even Zapdos' impressive strength had its limits. As Naoki kneaded dough, an idea struck him. What if he equipped the expedition team with Pokeballs? Modern Pokeballs had a shrinking feature, making them small and easy to carry even for Pokémon like Mew and Teddiursa. If they encountered a Pokémon that wanted to join the ranch, the Pokémon could simply enter a Pokeball for easier transport. Zapdos or another flying Pokémon could then deliver these friends back to the ranch. This idea seemed practical, especially with Zapdos now part of the team. The legendary bird could carry a sturdy shoulder bag like Dragonite's satchel filled with emergency supplies such as life-saving Gagoat milk and detoxifying Pecha fruit. When delivering Pokémon to the ranch, Zapdos could replenish its supply of provisions, ensuring the expedition team always had what they needed for their journeys. But Naoki hesitated. While the plan sounded efficient, he wondered if it was fair to Zapdos. Turning the legendary Pokémon into a delivery bird might not sit well with it. He decided to discuss the idea with all three members of the Heroes Expedition team later. Their approval and willingness were essential for this plan to succeed. With a crisp ding, the oven signaled its completion. Naoki donned heat-insulating gloves, carefully removed the honey bread and freshly baked poffins, and placed them in a picnic basket. Carrying the basket, he headed outside to find the three members of the Great Hero Expedition team. He found them huddled near Glacian's ice cellar, whispering among themselves. As Naoki approached, he noticed the remnants of their once prized secret base, now reduced to rubble, a casualty of Koraidon's powerful punch. Clearly, Mew had discovered the destruction, but hadn't yet pieced together what had happened. Naoki scratched the back of his head awkwardly and explained, "About that. There was a noisy toy inside the base, and Glacian thought it was haunted. So, I asked Koraidon to investigate. Unfortunately, We didn't realize it was your secret base. He added quickly, I'm really sorry, Mew. Don't be too upset. There are plenty of other spots on the ranch where you can build a new base. Mew tilted its head, its expression shifting from sadness to understanding. After hearing the explanation, it nodded thoughtfully. The base, after all, had always been temporary. Once the world tree grew tall enough, Mew had planned to move the base up there anyway. With its concerns alleviated, Mew turned its attention back to Naoki. Marie, Mew chirped softly, signaling it wasn't upset anymore. The aroma wafting from the picnic basket quickly caught the attention of the group. Naoki smiled, sensing their curiosity. How about we talk more on the grass while we eat? Ursa, Mew. The expedition team eagerly followed as Naoki spread a picnic blanket on the soft grass. He unpacked the basket, laying out the fragrant honey bread, poffins, and refreshing drinks. Soon, Glacian, Alchemy, Koraidon, and other Pokémon gathered around, drawn by the irresistible smells. As Teddy Ursa and Mew dug into the treats with enthusiasm, Zapdos hesitated momentarily before lowering its beak to peck at a Poffins. The legendary Pokémon's sharp demeanor softened slightly as it sampled the sweet snack. Naoki watched the scene unfold with quiet satisfaction. Seeing the Pokémon enjoy the food he prepared brought him immense joy. Nothing beats the sight of happy Pokémon, he thought. Breaking the silence, Naoki asked, So, when are you planning to leave tomorrow? Teddy Ursa paused mid-bite, then nodded affirmatively. Ursa, Naoki smiled knowingly. Morning, like last time? Teddy Ursa nodded again. Naoki continued. Are you planning to invite more Pokémon friends to live on the ranch? Before Teddy Ursa could answer, Mew eagerly nodded. Mew, its enthusiasm was clear. It wanted all its friends to live together, ensuring they'd never have to be apart. I see, Naoki said, a touch of concern creeping into his voice. But here's the thing. Flying Pokémon like Zapdos can easily get here on their own. But what about bigger Pokémon like Snorlax or Aggron? How will you bring them to the ranch? At this, both Mew and Teddy Ursa paused. They set down their Poffins, thoughtful expressions crossing their faces. Naoki's question had clearly struck a chord. Ursa, Teddy Ursa murmured, scratching its cheek in contemplation. It hadn't considered the challenges of transporting larger Pokémon. Mew floated in place, its tail twitching as it pondered the question. Memories of past encounters surfaced, massive Pokémon like Rhydon, with its ironclad hide, or the towering Onix, whose body of boulders stretched endlessly. How could such colossal friends possibly traverse the vast ocean separating the ranch from distant lands? Mew and Teddy Ursa were clearly troubled as they thought about transporting large Pokémon back to the ranch. The idea of a massive Onix or Rhydon being carried by flying Pokémon seemed impossible. The sheer weight alone would crush the flyer. The two Pokémon stared at the uneaten snacks in front of them, their usual excitement replaced by concern. Even Zapdos, usually composed, paused to consider the dilemma. Chirp! Zapdos finally offered, signaling its willingness to help. But Mew carefully compared the size of Onix to Zapdos in its mind. With a solemn shake of its head, it muttered, Mew. There was no way Zapdos could handle such a load. Seeing their expressions, Zapdos grew puzzled, unsure of what else could be done. The group pondered the problem in silence for some time, each coming up short. Finally, Teddy Ursa turned to Naoki, its eyes shining with hope. Ursa, surely Naoki, who always had solutions, could figure something out. Sitting cross-legged on the grass, Naoki reached out to ruffle Teddy Ursa's fur reassuringly. I do have an idea, he said, smiling. Mew's ears perked up. Mew, Zapdos, too, turned its sharp gaze toward Naoki, curious. Naoki leaned forward slightly. Do you know how humans carry large Pokémon around? Teddy Ursa froze, deep in thought. The memory of being carried in a Pokeball resurfaced, and its eyes lit up. Ursa! Exactly, Naoki confirmed. The solution is Pokeballs. With a Pokeball, no matter how big the Pokémon is, it can easily be transported back to the ranch. We wouldn't even need Zapdos to carry them. Just a simple delivery using a flying Pokémon like a toucan. The idea immediately brightened the mood. Mew and Teddiursa exchanged excited looks. Their worries melted away, replaced by newfound optimism. Even Zapdos seemed relieved. Naoki grinned at their enthusiasm. "Are you sure you want to go with this plan?" he asked. He knew this approach might be unconventional for the wild Pokémon his team would meet. While Naoki used Pokeballs sparingly, he never locked his Pokémon in them. Each Pokémon could come and go as they pleased, and he even kept a special Pokeball stand in the living room for Dragonite, Pawmot, and Dugtrio. During the winter, Dragonite would often retreat into its Pokeball for warmth, emerging again each morning. The setup worked well for his Pokémon, but Naoki wondered if wild Pokémon would be comfortable with this arrangement. Still, Mew and Teddiursa nodded firmly. Their trust in Naoki was unwavering. They believed he would treat their new friends with the same kindness he showed them. "All right," Naoki said. "I'll handle the preparations." With that, Naoki excused himself and hopped on a Karaden's back, heading toward Kosagi Town. Once there, he visited the department store and purchased a red shoulder bag identical to the one Dragonite used. Naoki carefully packed the newly purchased supplies into the spacious shoulder bag. Utilizing advanced space compression technology similar to that used in trainers' backpacks, the bag was perfect for traveling Pokémon. It could hold an impressive amount of items while remaining light and portable. After leaving the department store, Naoki stopped by a supply shop to purchase 50 Pokeballs and several essential emergency medicines. Once satisfied with his shopping, he returned to the ranch to prepare the expedition team for their next adventure. Gathering Mew, Teddiursa, and Zapdos, Naoki began explaining each item. "This," he said, holding up the bag, "is a large-capacity space bag. It can store a lot of items, including any fruits or tools you pick up during your travels." He then held up a small vial. "These are emergency medicines. For example, this one is an antidote. Like the Pecha berries, it can cure Pokémon of poisoning. However, unlike berries, medicines don't spoil over time, making them more reliable on long journeys." Once Naoki confirmed that Mew and Teddiursa understood how to use the medicines, he carefully placed them into the bag. Next, he retrieved 50 bottles of Gagoat milk from his stockpile. "This is life Gagoat milk," he said. "It's incredibly potent, capable of healing even severe injuries in Pokémon. If you encounter injured Pokémon in the wild, make sure to use this." Teddiursa nodded enthusiastically, clearly eager to help. Naoki smiled and packed the milk bottles securely into the bag. Then, he brought out several snacks and rations. "These are for you. Not only are they delicious, but they'll also help restore your energy when you're tired." Finally, he took out the Pokeballs. Shrunk to the size of marbles, they glimmered in the sunlight as he placed them before the group. "Do you know how to use these?" Naoki asked. Mew and Teddiursa shook their heads in unison. Naoki picked one up and demonstrated. "See this button here? Press it, and the Pokeball will expand." He pressed the button, and the small Pokeball grew to the size of a fruit. To open the Pokeball, press the button again. If you want to capture a Pokémon, aim the button toward its head, and the Pokeball will activate automatically. He continued, "Once a Pokémon is inside, you can shrink the ball again, making it easy to carry. This way, even large Pokémon can be transported without issue." Mew and Teddiursa stared at the Pokeballs with wide, curious eyes. Mew floated forward, its tiny paw reaching out toward one of the balls. To Naoki's mild surprise, Mew pressed the button. A red beam of light shot out, enveloping Mew in its glow. Before anyone could react, Mew disappeared into the Pokeball. Naoki blinked. "What?" The ball shook briefly, then fell still. Moments later, it clicked open, and Mew reappeared, hopping out with a gleeful mew. It had clearly enjoyed the experience and was now brimming with excitement. Naoki didn't know whether to laugh or sigh. "Well, at least you figured it out," he muttered, watching Mew bounce around happily, proud of its newfound knowledge. Naoki carefully secured the new shoulder bag around Zapdos' neck. The legendary bird lowered its head slightly, making it easier for Naoki to adjust the strap. Zapdos seemed perfectly content with its new role, a subtle gleam of pride in its sharp eyes. Helping its friends brought it a quiet sense of joy. All done. Naoki clapped his hands with satisfaction. You can also store your camera in there and take it out when you need it. Teddiursa immediately perked up at the suggestion. It removed the camera hanging around its neck, hopped on a Zapdos, and carefully placed it in the bag. Ursa! It chirped clearly, proud of itself. Naoki chuckled. Looks like you figured out how to use the shoulder bag. Now you can set off on your journey with peace of mind. Hearing this, Mew and Teddiursa high-fived each other enthusiastically before turning to Zapdos and inviting it to join in. With a loud pop, their high-fives echoed in unison, symbolizing the official formation of the Great Hero Expedition team. Naoki and Dragonite stood to the side, watching the scene unfold. This is getting more and more formal. Naoki mused to himself, amused by the growing camaraderie of the trio. The entire setup reminded Naoki of the Pokémon Mystery Dungeon series, where Pokémon formed exploration teams to help others and take on exciting missions. Those teams had their own guilds and even catchy slogans like "Work hard, never give up, and smile along the way." A thought struck Naoki. Perhaps he could replicate something similar on the ranch in the future. When the World Tree reached its full maturity, it could host facilities like a Pokémon tavern, a restaurant, and even the headquarters for the expedition team. Zapdos might be the first member of this team, but Naoki had a feeling many others would follow. His mind wandered briefly, imagining Pokémon that might join the expedition. Slowking for its wisdom, Oranguru for its strategic thinking, Happiny as a field medic, Tropius as a provider of fruits, and even Hoopa, whose ring-based teleportation would make it the perfect transport specialist. The idea of Hoopa summoning legendary Pokémon for a mission brought a smile to his face. But that was a plan for the future right now. His focus was on ensuring the expedition team had everything they needed. The peaceful night passed, and as the first light of dawn broke over the ranch, the Great Hero Expedition team prepared to set off on their journey. This time, instead of transforming into a flying Pokémon, Mew and Teddiursa sat comfortably on Zapdos' back. The legendary bird seemed more than happy to carry its friends, a red bag filled with supplies hanging securely around its neck. Zapdos didn't seem burdened by its new role. On the contrary, it looked eager to embark on the adventure, its sharp eyes glinting with anticipation. As the sun rose higher, the silhouettes of the expedition team grew smaller, gradually disappearing into the horizon. Standing with the ranch Pokémon, Naoki waved them off with a heartfelt wish. Go forth and use the milk of life to help Pokémon in need. As the light of day spread across the ranch, Naoki's thoughts turned to the future. What kind of Pokémon would Mew and Teddiursa invite to the ranch next? February 19th, 199th year of the Alliance calendar. 7 days had passed since the expedition team's departure, and life on the ranch had settled back into its peaceful routine. Under the diligent guidance of Koraidon and Naoki, Fluttermane was slowly adjusting to this unfamiliar era. However, one thing remained a persistent challenge: Fluttermane's erratic schedule. During the day, Fluttermane would sleep soundly, only to emerge at night, gliding silently above the ranch with an air of mystery. While it appeared to simply be enjoying the tranquility, Naoki couldn't help but worry. The unsettling possibility of it hunting other Pokémon on the ranch weighed heavily on his mind. These concerns eventually crept into his dreams. Late one night, Naoki awoke with a start, heart pounding from a vivid nightmare. In his dream, the shadows of Fluttermane and Roaring Moon had intertwined, morphing into a savage predator mercilessly preying on a helpless Wattrel. Unable to shake the lingering dread, Naoki climbed out of bed and ventured into the moonlit ranch to check on Fluttermane. To his relief, he found it perched serenely on the chimney, seemingly admiring the moon. Fluttermane's ethereal form glowed faintly under the pale light, a stark contrast to the violent image that had haunted his dream. Hearing Naoki's soft footsteps on the grass below, Fluttermane tilted its head curiously. Spotting him standing there, wrapped in a coat, it floated down gracefully. "Mreem," it murmured softly, as though asking if Naoki needed something. Naoki let out a small chuckle, realizing how irrational his fears had been. Reaching out, he gently patted Fluttermane on the head. "How are you liking it here?" he asked. Fluttermane paused, its crimson eyes reflecting the silvery moonlight as it pondered the question. Here on the ranch, it had found safety, a haven where it didn't have to fend off predators, defend its territory, or struggle to find food. Everything about this place exuded a sense of calm and gentleness. The wind, the moon, and even the nights. But as much as it appreciated this newfound peace, Fluttermane couldn't deny that something felt off. It was too quiet. The primal instincts etched into its very being made it long for the thrill of a hunt or the adrenaline of a fight. More than anything, it had a peculiar discomfort and itch in its sharp teeth that left it restless. As it wrestled with these feelings, Naoki studied Fluttermane's expression carefully. Noticing the faint grinding of its pointed teeth, he began to piece things together. "Are your teeth itchy?" he asked. "Does it bother you that you haven't hunted in a while?" Fluttermane's eyes widened in surprise, its body language betraying its astonishment. Its sharp, blood-red gaze seemed to ask, "How did you know that?" Naoki chuckled, his suspicions confirmed. He gestured to its small, pointed fangs and added, "Do you feel like biting something to make it stop?" Fluttermane blinked, thoroughly shocked that Naoki had pinpointed its discomfort so accurately. Satisfied with its reaction, Naoki nodded to himself. While the ranch provided for Fluttermane's physical needs, he realized he had overlooked its innate instincts. If it had something safe to chew on, perhaps it could satisfy that primal urge without causing harm or distress. The question was, what would work for a Pokémon like Fluttermane? At that moment, Naoki suddenly recalled a thick bone that Teddy Ursa had picked up during one of its adventures. This type of bone, often used by wild Pokémon like Marowak and Cubone as weapons, was renowned for its toughness. Could this help Fluttermane? Naoki wondered. If the bone was sturdy enough, it might provide Fluttermane with an outlet for its restless instincts. Without hesitation, he headed to the utility room, retrieved the bone, cleaned it thoroughly, and presented it to Fluttermane. The Pokémon extended its wing-like claws, taking the bone cautiously. Fluttermane's demeanor shifted immediately. Its wild instincts surged, and it began gnawing on the bone with surprising ferocity, sharpening its fangs on the durable material. As it ground its teeth, it emitted low growls, reminiscent of the ancient Pokémon it once was. In between gnawing, Fluttermane cast a glance toward Naoki. Its crimson eyes gleamed with a mix of curiosity and gratitude. Naoki chuckled, reaching out to pat Fluttermane gently on the head. "Good job," he said warmly. Fluttermane paused mid-bite, tilting its head to study Naoki's face. Bathed in the soft moonlight, the human's expression was kind and sincere, filled with care and hope. Fluttermane could sense the emotions radiating from him: expectation, tenderness, and an unspoken wish for its happiness. Memories of life on the ranch flooded Fluttermane's mind. Naoki preparing meals, patiently teaching it to avoid eating raw meat, guiding it during training, and even worrying over it late at night. For the first time, a strange but pleasant feeling stirred in Fluttermane's heart. It understood now why Karaden held Naoki in such high regard. Fluttermane realized it, too, had started to like this gentle yet thoughtful human. The next morning, Naoki decided to address Fluttermane's nocturnal habits. After tending to the ranch, he headed into town to buy some coffee beans, inspired by an idea to help keep Fluttermane awake during the day. Returning to the ranch, Naoki made his way to the glass greenhouse. He selected an empty flower pot, filled it with soil, and planted the coffee beans. Then he carried the pot to the living room, where Calyrex was engrossed in a TV show. "Could you help me with this?" Naoki asked, holding up the flower pot. Calyrex, too absorbed in the show to turn around, waved its hand lazily. A burst of dazzling light engulfed the pot. When the light faded, Naoki was left holding a fully grown coffee tree, about 1.5 meters tall, with branches laden with ripe coffee cherries. Startled by the sudden transformation, Naoki let out a cry of surprise. Awkwardly cradling the tree, he hurried back to the greenhouse and carefully placed it in a corner. The bright red cherries gleamed invitingly on the tree. Naoki inspected them closely. Coffee cherries. The berries inside can be used to make coffee. Over the next week, Naoki dedicated himself to the laborious process of turning the cherries into coffee beans. He removed the fruit's flesh, fermented the beans, shelled them, washed, dried, and finally roasted them. Once the beans were ready, he ground them into powder, preparing for the final step, brewing coffee. Naoki prepared a simple setup in the kitchen. Taking the freshly ground powder, he combined it with hot water in a cup handed to him by NDD. As the aroma of freshly brewed coffee filled the air, he murmured to himself, "I wonder if this will actually work." Moments later, the coffee was ready. Naoki inspected the drink eagerly, curious about its effects. A small notification flashed in his mind. Coffee, very happy face. Coffee brewed with freshly ground coffee powder. Effect, insomnia LV2. After drinking, the user will be unable to fall asleep for 6 hours. Comment, a magical drink that helps maintain focus. If you feel drowsy, drink a cup to stay awake and alert. Naoki beamed. This will definitely help Flutter Mane adjust its sleep schedule. Naoki was thrilled. At last, he had found a way to help Flutter Mane adjust its nocturnal schedule. Thinking about it, Naoki turned his attention to Flutter Mane, who was soundly sleeping on a cushion nearby. Carrying the cup of coffee, he approached the drowsy Pokémon and gently woke it. Flutter Mane, do you want to play with everyone? Flutter Mane yawned as it blinked sleepily at Naoki. It tilted its head, confused. Play with everyone? It wanted to, but every time it woke up, the others were already asleep. Still half asleep, it gave a small nod. Naoki grinned, then tried drinking this. He carefully lifted Flutter Mane and held the cup to its mouth. The moment the bitter coffee touched its tongue, Flutter Mane's crimson eyes snapped wide open. Any trace of sleepiness vanished instantly. It reared back, coughing and gagging as it floated up, spitting out the offensive liquid. Naoki, Koraiden, who had been watching from a distance. Once Flutter Mane had successfully rid itself of the bitter taste, it hovered in place, panting dramatically. Now fully awake, it glanced around in confusion, unsure what had just happened. Naoki tried to suppress a chuckle and asked, "So, do you still feel sleepy?" Flutter Mane hesitated for a moment, assessing itself. Much to its surprise, it realized it wasn't sleepy at all. Its gaze shifted back to Naoki, a glimmer of confusion and understanding in its expression. Naoki nodded, pleased. The coffee's effect was unmistakable. It worked perfectly. "All right then," he said, clapping his hands. "Now you can go play with everyone. Koraiden, why don't you take Flutter Mane along?" Koraiden gave an enthusiastic growl of agreement and led the now wide-awake Flutter Mane toward the other Pokémon, who were happily playing on the ranch grounds. Naoki watched them leave, silently hopeful that interacting with the others would help Flutter Mane adjust to life at the ranch in modern times. With the pair gone, Naoki turned back to clean up the coffee Flutter Mane had spit out. As he scrubbed the floor, he mused, maybe I should add some milk and sugar next time. That might make it easier for Flutter Mane to drink. Later that day, Naoki peeked outside to check on Flutter Mane. It was floating in the air, watching Alchemy and the others play below. Seeing this small step towards socializing, Naoki nodded with satisfaction. Progress, no matter how small, was still progress. Knowing the coffee's effects would wear off in 6 hours, Naoki stayed close, ready to brew another cup. Sure enough, as soon as the effects faded, Flutter Mane's energy began to dip. This time, Naoki brought coffee sweetened with milk and sugar. Reluctantly, Flutter Mane tried the new concoction but immediately spat it out again. The smell alone seemed to irritate it. Naoki sighed. Come on, Flutter Mane, just bear with it for today. After this, you won't need to drink any more. Flutter Mane stared at him, its expression unamused. Naoki added another generous spoonful of sugar to the coffee and presented it again. This time, after some hesitation, Flutter Mane reluctantly gulped it down. After an eventful day of trial and error, the evening finally arrived. At dinner, Flutter Mane ate heartily, and once the coffee's effects wore off, it immediately fell into a deep, peaceful sleep. Naoki let out a sigh of relief. If it's sleeping now, it should be fine, right? Later that night, Naoki woke up and quietly checked on Flutter Mane. The Pokémon was still sound asleep, its breathing soft and steady. Feeling reassured, Naoki returned to his room and fell asleep with a peaceful heart. The next morning, Flutter Mane woke up naturally, blinking groggily as sunlight streamed into the room. It stretched and looked around, its gaze settling on Naoki, who was sitting nearby. Naoki smiled as he saw Flutter Mane waking up. "Good morning, Flutter Mane," he greeted cheerfully. Flutter Mane blinked groggily and looked around, its expression mildly confused but not unfriendly. Just then, Glacian dashed past in hot PU pursuit of Alchemy. It turned out that Alchemy had mischievously decorated Glacian's face with cream while it slept, transforming it into a giant, cream-smeared tabby cat. After spending time with the ranch Pokémon yesterday, Flutter Mane had begun to accept the gentle, playful nature of its new companions. Watching Glacian angrily chasing after Alchemy, it found itself smiling for the first time, as though the scene was genuinely amusing. Glacian, however, noticed Flutter Mane's smile and misinterpreted it as mockery. Embarrassed and fuming, Glacian turned away from Alchemy with a huff, its face flushed a deep red. Realizing it had upset Glacian, Alchemy quickly rushed over to apologize. To make amends, it smeared its own face with cream, mimicking the tabby cat look. The gesture earned Glacian's forgiveness, and the two Pokémon soon burst into laughter together. Flutter Mane watched the entire scene unfold, its smile growing wider. For the first time, it felt genuinely entertained by its new environment. Naoki, who had been observing from a distance, nodded in satisfaction. From this perspective, Flutter Mane was beginning to resemble Palmot lighthearted in content. The plan to help Flutter Mane adapt to its new life was working, and Naoki finally felt reassured. The ranch Pokémon, particularly the friendly and spirited Alchemy and Palmot, were proving to be the perfect influences to help Flutter Mane feel at home. Given time, Naoki believed Flutter Mane would integrate seamlessly into the ranch's peaceful way of life. As Naoki reflected on Flutter Mane's progress, his thoughts drifted to the Area Zero Research Institute and its enigmatic professors. He wondered what methods they might have used to help the Paradox Pokémon adapt to this era. In the games, Professors Sada and Turo had managed to command Paradox Pokémon in battles, a testament to their success in taming these creatures. Yet, despite their achievements, they hadn't accounted for the sheer number of Paradox Pokémon that would spill into Paldea, overwhelming the region's defenses. Naoki shook his head, brushing away the troubling thoughts. There was no use dwelling on events beyond his control. With a soft sigh, he turned back to the group of Pokémon and said, "All right, everyone, let's have breakfast. After that, I'll head into town." Palmot immediately perked up, curious about the trip. Noticing its interest, Naoki smiled and replied, "We're running low on supplies. I'll go buy more food, and yes, I'll make sure to get plenty of meat for you all." Since the ranch already produced its own milk, eggs, and vegetables, Naoki only needed to purchase meat and a few extras. After breakfast, he entrusted the daily chores to the NDD siblings and set off for Kosagi Town on Cyclizer, leaving Karaden to keep an eye on Flutter Mane and the others. Upon arriving in Kosagi Town, Naoki made his way to the bustling market. He purchased a variety of meats and, noticing the abundance of fresh seafood, decided to splurge a little. Shrimp, crabs, squid, oysters, and clams all looked irresistibly fresh. The sight of the seafood sparked an idea. Naoki thought about hosting a seafood feast back at the ranch, a rare treat for everyone. Inspired, he bought several thousand Pox dollars worth of seafood, already imagining the delicious dishes he could prepare. As he loaded his purchases, Naoki recalled videos he'd once seen of people foraging along beaches for clams, mussels, and crabs. The idea intrigued him. Perhaps, in a few days, he could visit the nearby coast to try his luck at gathering seafood himself. After purchasing the groceries, Naoki prepared to head straight back to the ranch. Riding on, cyclizer along the streets of Kosagi Town, he noticed a new antique shop that had recently opened. At first, Naoki paid it little attention and continued on his way, but a thought soon struck him. He slowed cyclizer to a halt and looked back toward the shop, recalling the Gimmighoul hiding in the corner of his tavern. Despite having discovered the coin chess Pokémon some time ago, Naoki had yet to interact meaningfully with it. Gimmighoul was a fascinating Pokémon, both elusive and enigmatic. Its evolved form, Gholdengo, was particularly rare and highly sought after not only for its unique appearance, but also for the lore surrounding its ability to bring good fortune. However, evolving Gimmighoul into Gholdengo required a staggering 999 coins. The sheer number made the task daunting, but Naoki had always considered it a worthwhile challenge. Besides, a Gholdengo would be a perfect addition to the tavern, both as a quirky companion and as a living fortune charm to attract more customers. With that in mind, Naoki had an idea. The antique shop might have coins that Gimmighoul would treasure. If he could find such coins, it might help him bond with the Pokémon and take a step closer to its evolution. Naoki had never noticed this antique shop before. It must have opened recently. The heavy, intricately carved wooden door gave way to a wave of rustic charm as Naoki stepped inside. The air was thick with an aged aroma, evoking the passage of time. The interior was spacious, with a counter directly across from the entrance and rows of shelves lining the walls. Each shelf displayed an array of antiques, worn pottery, faded scrolls, and relics from bygone eras. Behind the counter stood a middle-aged man with slicked-back hair, round-framed glasses, and an air of refinement. He was dusting the counter with a feather duster while a Luxray cub snoozed lazily on the bar. The faint creak of the door caught their attention. The man looked up, his eyes gleaming with enthusiasm. "A customer? Welcome," he said warmly. The Luxray cub yawned and raised its head, its piercing eyes briefly meeting Naoki's. "Hello," Naoki greeted with a polite smile. "What brings you in today?" The shopkeeper set down his feather duster and approached with a spring in his step. "Are you looking for collectible antique paintings, or perhaps evolution tea sets for Pokémon like Sinistea and Polteageist? We carry a wide variety of treasures here." Naoki blinked in surprise. He was familiar with Polteageist, but the mention of another Pokémon, Sinistea, piqued his curiosity. "Sinistea?" Naoki repeated, tilting his head. The shopkeeper raised an eyebrow, genuinely surprised. "You've never heard of it?" Naoki shook his head. "I only know about Polteageist." "Ah, that makes sense." The shopkeeper adjusted his glasses and smiled. Sinistea and Polteageist are closely related. Both are tea Pokémon, but Sinistea is native to the distant Kitakami region. Like Polteageist, it requires a special tea set to evolve. He gestured toward one of the shelves, where an ornate tea bowl rested. This, for example, is a tea set needed for Sinistea's evolution. It said that these Pokémon form from the lingering regrets of tea masters who never perfected their craft. Their essence is bound to matcha, creating these peculiar beings. The shopkeeper leaned in conspiratorially. "In Kitakami, there's a chilling legend about Sinistea. They say, if you waste food, a Sinistea will sprinkle matcha on you, drain your energy, and turn you into a shriveled husk. Terrifying, isn't it?" Naoki chuckled nervously, unsure how to respond. That's quite the story. While he appreciated the lore, Naoki found the description of Kitakami puzzling. He had always envisioned the region as a tranquil, agricultural haven, filled with sprawling orchards and picturesque landscapes. The contrast between its idyllic image and this macabre tale was striking. "I bet it's just a story to scare people," Naoki mused inwardly. like the rumors about Polteageist or Gimmighoul. Still, he hadn't come here to discuss Pokémon. His attention turned back to the array of antiques lining the walls. Each piece seemed to hold a story, and the shopkeeper was eager to share them. "That suit of armor over there," the shopkeeper began, pointing to a polished set displayed in a corner, "belonged to a knight of the Paldean Kingdom. It's over 500 years old and still remarkably preserved, with no signs of rust." He gestured to a stack of ancient books nearby. "And these? They're Pokémon observation journals penned by scholars of the Paldean Kingdom. The contents might seem like common knowledge today, but back then, this information was groundbreaking." Finally, the shopkeeper moved to a ceramic pot. "This, they say, once belonged to the king of Paldea. He drank water from it during his reign." Naoki. Naoki silently regarded the pot, which, to his amusement, resembled an old chamber pot. His eyes then caught something far more intriguing, a weathered treasure chest about 30 centimeters tall, sitting at the other end of the shelf. It radiated a charm that immediately piqued his interest. The shopkeeper noticed Naoki's gaze and walked over. "Ah, this treasure chest," he began. "It's another relic from the Paldean Kingdom era, just like the pottery jar. Over 2,000 years ago, during the kingdom's golden age, explorers embarked on grand treasure hunts. This chest was recovered during one such expedition. Unfortunately, its treasures were removed long ago, leaving only the chest behind." Naoki leaned in, examining the fine details of the chest. "How much are you asking for it?" he asked. The shopkeeper adjusted his glasses thoughtfully. "I won't lie, there's nothing inside. It's an empty shell now, but as a historical artifact, it's still valuable. I can part with it for 20,000 poke dollars." Naoki mulled it over. While 20,000 poke dollars wasn't a prohibitive sum, he could easily recoup it by selling a bottle of goat milk. He still wasn't sure if the chest was worth the price. Moreover, such artifacts didn't have a standardized market value. Pricing was largely subjective. Deciding to negotiate, Naoki tapped into his limited bargaining skills. "How about 10,000? He countered. The shopkeeper's expression tightened. "You're joking, right? Even mass-produced decorations cost more than that," he scoffed. "And this chest is an authentic antique over 2 millennia old." Naoki tried again, smiling diplomatically. "How about 15,000? I'd also be open to a long-term partnership if that sweetens the deal." The shopkeeper's interest was piqued. "A long-term partnership, you say? What sort of arrangement?" Naoki pointed to a pair of ancient coins displayed on a nearby shelf. "I see you have some Gimmighoul coins. I'm looking to collect as many of those as I can get my hands on. If you can supply me with coins like those, we could work together regularly." The shopkeeper followed Naoki's gesture, his gaze landing on the coins. The coins, also relics from the Paldean Kingdom, were once used as currency and held historical significance. Modern collectors valued such coins for their rarity, though their market price was relatively modest, typically around $50,000, far less than high-end antiques like rare tea sets. "You're interested in those coins?" the shopkeeper asked, intrigued. Naoki nodded. "Yes, I recently encountered a Gimmighoul at home, and it seems to have an affinity for these coins. I thought that offering it some might help me build trust with it." The shopkeeper's eyebrows rose in surprise. "A Gimmighoul?" Naoki's interest in the shop's treasures had left the owner perplexed. To the shopkeeper's discerning eye, Naoki didn't seem like a collector of antiques. Priceless relics were glanced at briefly before his attention wandered elsewhere. It wasn't until Naoki mentioned the Gimmighoul that the shopkeeper finally understood the young man's true motivation. "You're trying to help a Gimmighoul collect coins so it can evolve to a Goldingo?" the shopkeeper exclaimed in surprise. "Huh?" Naoki blinked, equally surprised. "You know about Goldingo?" "Of course. Anyone in the antiques business knows about Goldingo," the shopkeeper replied. "The connection between Gimmighoul and the coins is well documented. These Pokémon originated during the reign of the Paldean Kingdom over 2,000 years ago, their existence intrinsically tied to the greed of treasure-seeking explorers." Naoki nodded slowly. "That makes sense." The shopkeeper continued, his tone almost reverent. It wasn't until 2 centuries ago that people even realized Gimmigal could evolve. As the story goes, an antique collector befriended a Gimmigal, which had an insatiable desire for coins. To please his companion, the collector spent a fortune amassing the gold coins from all over the world. And then, Naoki asked, leaning forward with curiosity. With enough coins, the Gimmigal merged with them and evolved into Goldingo, a rare and extraordinary Pokémon, the shopkeeper said with excitement. Since then, collectors have dreamed of replicating that success. But Gimmigal are incredibly timid and flee at the sight of humans. Capturing one is a monumental challenge. Naoki listened intently as the shopkeeper's tone turned more serious. And even if someone managed to capture a Gimmigal, collecting the necessary coins is a daunting task. The coins aren't easy to come by. They're scattered across ruins, tombs, and other dangerous locations. Most people give up long before gathering enough. Is that why no one's seen a second Goldingo in over 200 years? Naoki asked, astonished. Exactly, the shopkeeper said with a nod. The coins themselves are valuable. In the market, one coin typically sells for around 50,000 Poke dollars. Do the math, collecting 1,000 coins would cost a staggering 50 million Poke dollars. That's a price most people simply can't afford. And that's assuming the coins are even available, the shopkeeper added. Many are hidden in ancient ruins or tombs. These places are perilous, filled with traps, and guarded by powerful Pokémon loyal to their long-dead masters. Anyone daring enough to trespass risks being chased down. Naoki, who had briefly considered venturing into ruins to find coins, hesitated. That sounds like too much trouble, he admitted. I'd rather not get into unnecessary fights. The shopkeeper chuckled. Wise choice. So how about it? Are you taking the treasure chest? Yes, Naoki replied decisively. I'll also take those 2 coins. If you happen to acquire more in the future, contact me directly. I'll pay a premium. The shopkeeper's eyes lit up. Deal. But on one condition. Naoki tilted his head. What condition? The shopkeeper's expression softened with excitement. If you ever manage to evolve that Gimmigal into a Goldingo, you must bring it here. I want to see it with my own eyes. Naoki smiled. Okay. He left his contact information with the shopkeeper, paid for the treasure chest and coins, and then headed to the ranch. As Naoki dismounted from his cyclizer, carrying the fresh seafood he'd purchased in town, a group of Dragonites and a curious Dragonair immediately gathered around. Their eyes sparkled with curiosity as they sniffed the bag. Oh, whoa! One Dragonite called out inquisitively. Naoki chuckled, glancing at the bag. Oh, this? I bought it in town seafood. He had originally planned to let the Dragonites try some during lunch, but seeing their reactions, he realized something. For Dragonites that lived near the sea, fish, shrimp, and other seafood were likely part of their natural diet. From the corner of his eye, Naoki noticed a larger Dragonite approaching, soon joined by even more Dragonairs. Their eyes darted between Naoki and the seafood as if a plan was forming in their minds. Rue. Dragonairs nodded, their expression one of realization. If Naoki liked these things, they could catch more during their trips back to Dragonite Island and bring them as gifts. Unaware of their intentions, Naoki handed the seafood bag to NDD, instructing her to steam it for lunch. Then, carrying the treasure chest and coins he'd purchased earlier, he headed toward the tavern. The pub was quiet during the day, with sunlight streaming through the windows, revealing motes of dust drifting lazily in the light. It seemed the NDDs had just finished cleaning the space. Naoki looked around, but saw no sign of the Gimmigal he suspected was hiding there. Still, he was certain it was nearby, observing him from the shadows. Without making a fuss, he placed the treasure chest and the 2 gold coins under the bar where shadows collected. Gimmigal, he called out gently. I found a treasure chest and 2 coins today that I thought you might like. Come take a look. When you're ready. The room remained silent, with no response from the unseen Pokémon. Naoki smiled faintly, not expecting one, and turned to leave. His footsteps echoed softly as he exited, growing fainter until they disappeared completely. Moments later, a small, hesitant figure peeked out from the darkness. The Gimmigal glanced around cautiously, ensuring Naoki was truly gone before it crept toward the bar. It stared at the treasure chest and coins, its glowing eyes wide with wonder. Yet, it didn't immediately claim them. Instead, it perched on the bar and gazed toward the door, confusion etched on its face. Why had this human gone out of his way to bring it such a precious gift? It hadn't done anything to deserve this kindness. Meanwhile, Naoki returned home and set to work preparing the seafood. By the time he finished cleaning the shells and conches, it was nearly noon. Just as he was about to begin steaming them, a familiar voice called from outside. "Naoki, are you home?" "Good afternoon, Cyclizer." "Oh, Karaden, hello to you too." Recognizing the voice, Naoki paused, wiping his hands on a towel. "Mayor Thomas?" he muttered to himself, wondering why the mayor was visiting at this hour. Setting down his work, he stepped outside. The mayor stood at the entrance, smiling warmly. "Good day, Naoki. May I come in?" "Of course," Naoki replied, motioning for him to enter. "What brings you here?" Once seated on the sofa, Mayor Thomas explained, "It's about an invitation we received recently. You see, last year, Kosagi Town had an excellent harvest, providing fresh vegetables and crops to many other regions of Paldea. Thanks to that, our town's reputation in agriculture has grown." He continued, "A few days ago, we received an invitation from Kitakami Village to participate in an agricultural exchange event. They've asked us to send an experienced farmer to share planting techniques and insights. After some discussion, the townspeople unanimously decided to send you." Naoki blinked in surprise. The name Kitakami caught his attention. It was the same place the antique shop owner had mentioned earlier that day. He had been intrigued by the stories, and had even considered visiting when time allowed. Now, the opportunity had presented itself naturally. Though Naoki wasn't exactly a seasoned farmer, he relied heavily on Pokémon like Dugtrio for tilling, Gagoat for nurturing crops, and Dragonite for watering. He felt confident enough to represent the town. More importantly, he saw this as a chance to spread awareness of Calyrex and its remarkable powers. "When is the event?" Naoki asked. Mayor Thomas smiled, pleased by Naoki's willingness. "In 3 days. Kitakami Village is quite far, so we'll need to take a plane to get there." Naoki had never been certain about the precise location of Kitakami. Before being transported to this world, the Teal Mask DLC for the Pokémon games hadn't been released, so he had assumed Kitakami Village was somewhere in the northeastern shadows of the Paldea region. However, it appeared his assumption was incorrect. According to Mayor Thomas, Kitakami Village was a secluded settlement located in a remote area. To reach it, one would travel through regions dotted with vast mountain ranges. It was certainly off the beaten path. "There's no airport in Kosagi Town," Mayor Thomas continued. "You'll need to head to Glass Bottle City to catch a flight. Don't worry about expenses, the town will cover all your travel costs." Naoki nodded, mentally mapping out his schedule. It was February 26th in the 199th year of the Alliance calendar. The journey to Kitakami for the week-long agricultural exchange was set to begin on the 29th. This gave him 3 days to tie up loose ends on the ranch before departure. "Understood. I'll make sure I'm ready," Naoki replied. Mayor Thomas smiled warmly, reaching into his coat pocket and pulling out a card. "Here's your identification badge for the exchange. Keep it with you at all times. When you arrive, someone from Kitakami will meet you at the station. Just show them this badge, and they'll take care of the arrangements." Naoki accepted the badge, thanking the mayor for the detailed instructions. After explaining everything, Mayor Thomas rose to leave. "I'll take my leave now. Don't worry about the ranch while you're gone. The townsfolk will help keep everything running smoothly." "Thank you. I'll be ready," Naoki assured him, walking him to the door. He stood outside, watching the mayor's figure fade into the distance before heading back inside. Back in the kitchen, Sister NDD gestured toward the basin of seafood. AI," she chirped, tilting her head to ask if he wanted her to continue preparing the ingredients. "Oh, no need. I've already cleaned everything," Naoki replied with a grin. "Just steam it directly." Taking over, Naoki began layering the clams, conches, oysters, shrimp, and crabs into the steamer. While waiting, he minced a few cloves of garlic, whipped up a simple garlic sauce, and prepared a few dipping bowls on the side. Living so close to the coast, Kosagi Town was known for its seafood, which was always fresh from the morning's catch. As the pot began to steam, the rich aroma of the ocean filled the kitchen, mingling with the savory scent of garlic. When the seafood was perfectly cooked, Naoki carefully poured it into a large iron bowl. The vibrant colors of the shells glistened, and steam swirled upward, carrying the tantalizing scent. He glanced down, and almost instinctively, information about the dish appeared in his mind. Seafood feast, sea plus a hearty dish made from a variety of fresh seafood, brimming with the unique flavors of the ocean. Effect: slightly increases friendliness for water-type Pokémon. Provides a small boost to their overall vitality. Comment: a simple yet delicious meal that brings the taste of the sea to life. Naoki's eyes widened. It boosts water-type Pokémon friendliness? That's neat. He paused, then rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Wait a second. I don't really have any water types on the ranch right now. His eyes lit up as he remembered. All right, those silly Psyducks by the stream. They'll love this. Setting aside a portion of shrimp and shellfish for the Psyducks, Naoki made a mental note to deliver it to them later. Meanwhile, he planned to let the Dragonites have their fill first. They were already eyeing the seafood pot eagerly. As Pokémon living on isolated islands, the Dragonites and Dragonaires rely heavily on the ocean for their food. Their diets include sea fish, squid, shrimp, and shellfish, all of which they catch fresh from the sea. Every morning, they wake up promptly and dive into the sea to catch their breakfast. After their meal, the Dragonites fly to Naoki's ranch to help with work, where they are rewarded with delicious poffins as a treat. The Dragonites don't return to Dragonite Island at noon, so Naoki prepares nutritious sandwiches to keep them energized. They stay on the ranch until sunset, returning to their island as the day ends. For these Pokémon, seafood is a regular part of their diet. However, the dishes Naoki prepares elevate the flavors, making the familiar taste extraordinary. When Dragonite bit into a squid dipped in sauce, its eyes lit up with delight. Soon, all the Dragonites were savoring their portions with clear expressions of satisfaction. In contrast, Koraidon and Cyclizer showed little interest in seafood. They much preferred large, juicy cuts of grilled meat that exploded with flavor at every bite. Unsurprisingly, the entire pot of seafood was devoured by the Dragonites, who still looked like they hadn't had enough. Naoki watched them with a mixture of amusement and exasperation. That evening, the Dragonites and Dragonaires returned to Dragonite Island carrying boxes of poffins. They gathered near the central lake, eating their treats happily. Between bites, some of the Dragonites began to discuss an idea. Dragonair 1, oh, Naoki likes fish just like we do. Dragonite 1, woo, I'm going to catch a lot of fish for Naoki tomorrow morning. Dragonite 4, oh woo, I'll catch some too. Dragonite 3, still reminiscing about the seafood. Oh woo, those little fish were so delicious. I want more. By the time dawn arrived, several Dragonites and Dragonaires had dived into the sea, leaving their companions behind with puzzled expressions. Every Dragonite was a skilled swimmer, slicing through the water like sleek missiles. Their speed and agility made them efficient hunters. Dragonite 2 was the first to resurface, clutching a massive lobster in its claws. The lobster thrashed its tail in a futile attempt to escape, but Dragonite 2 quickly subdued it with a well-placed slap. Pleased with its catch, it placed the lobster in a box for Naoki. Another loud splash caught its attention. Turning, Dragonite 2 saw Dragoings and dived once again into the unfamiliar waters. The water's Dragonite found itself and were teeming with unusual and beautiful Pokémon. Pearl oysters nestled among the coral reefs, their pearlescent shells glinting faintly in the dim underwater light. Slender sakura fish with shimmering pink scales danced gracefully in schools, their movements reminiscent of falling cherry blossoms. Heartfish, aptly named for their heart-shaped bodies, fluttered gently along the currents like leaves in a breeze. Despite the mesmerizing marine life, Dragonite remained focused. It darted through the waters, its sharp eyes scanning for its target. But none of the Pokémon it encountered seemed to meet its criteria. Too small, it thought, dismissing a pearl oyster. Too fierce, it decided after passing a particularly aggressive Barraskewda. Its frustration grew with every encounter. Dragonite's determination only intensified as it recalled Naoki's kind gestures toward the other Dragonites. A burning resolve filled its chest. It had to find the biggest fish to make Naoki proud. It spotted an old hunting grouper peeking out from an abandoned shipwreck. Deciding it might hold some answers, Dragonite swam closer and called out, "Whoa! Excuse me, have you seen any really big fish around here?" The grouper blinked, its cloudy eyes assessing the strange Pokémon. "Goo, what's that?" it muttered, and used to visitors in its secluded home. Dragonite repeated its question, leaning closer. After a moment of contemplation, the grouper replied, "Goo goo. Well, I've heard of Megalodon nearby. Could that be what you're looking for?" Dragonite's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Oh, how big is it?" The grouper squinted at Dragonite, seemingly measuring its size before answering, "Goo goo. About your size." Dragonite's hopeful expression immediately fell. What was the point if the fish wasn't bigger than itself? It let out a disappointed huff and turned to leave. Seeing Dragonite's crestfallen look, the grouper suddenly recalled an old tale. "Guh! Wait, I remember something else." Dragonite froze mid-turn, its wings fluttering with anticipation. The grouper shared its story in a slow, gravelly voice. "Goo goo goo. There's a legend about a massive Pokémon sleeping in a pitch-black underwater cave. Long ago, a young heartfish stumbled into the cave by mistake and saw it. The heartfish said it was the largest Pokémon it had ever seen." "Oh, really?" Dragonite's eyes lit up like lightning bolts, its excitement rekindled. The grouper nodded solemnly. "Goo, but beware. The cave lies within a deep canyon ahead. It said that any Pokémon foolish enough to venture there will never return." Dragonite didn't wait for the rest of the warning. Driven by determination, it surged forward, leaving the grouper staring after it in disbelief. The canyon loomed like a shadowy maw in the ocean floor. Dragonite hesitated only for a moment before diving into the inky depths. It swam downward, the faint glow of sunlight fading until only darkness remained. Unfazed, it summoned its internal electrical energy, creating a bright glow that illuminated its surroundings. The trench was vast and eerily silent, but Dragonite pressed on, guided by the grouper's story. Finally, after what felt like hours, it spotted the mouth of a massive cave carved into the rocky walls. Dragonite's heart raced. This had to be at the home of the legendary fish Pokémon. Without hesitation, it swam into the cavern, its light casting long, wavering shadows on the walls. The tunnels twisted and turned, branching off in countless directions, but Dragonite stayed its course, following the faint glimmers of light ahead. At last, it reached a chamber where the water seemed to shimmer with an ethereal glow. Dragonite propelled itself upward toward the source of the light. Dragonite emerged from the water into a vast underwater cave, the sheer beauty of the scene rendering it momentarily speechless. A serene blue lake stretched before it, shimmering under beams of light that appeared to originate from unseen openings above. The light danced across the lake's surface, casting mesmerizing reflections that made the entire cave feel like a scene from a dream. Floating above the tranquil waters was a Pokémon of immense size. Its dark blue body mirrored the vastness of the ocean, exuding a sense of power. Its enormous pectoral fins, tipped with 4 white square structures, rested motionless, while mysterious red lines traced ancient patterns across its frame. "Oh, what a massive fish!" Dragonite whispered, its voice tinged with awe. This Pokémon was far larger than any tuna, and in Dragonite's mind, Naoki would undoubtedly be thrilled to meet it. Its determination surged, heart racing with the thought of impressing Naoki with this incredible find. But just as Dragonite began to move, the enormous Pokémon stirred. Its golden eyes opened slowly, locking onto the intruder. In that moment, an aura of ancient power swept through the cave, crashing over Dragonite like a tidal wave. The air seemed to hum with the weight of its presence. The Pokemon's commanding gaze pinned Dragonite in place, and an ancient, resonant voice echoed in Dragonite's mind. Intruder, what is your purpose here? Meanwhile, in the Paldea region, at Naoki's ranch, Naoki stood near the fence, his eyes fixed on the horizon, worry etched across his face. 2 days. It had been 2 whole days since Dragonite had flown off, and there was still no sign of its return. The Pokemon Encyclopedia stated that Dragonite was capable of circling the entire globe in just 16 hours. 48 hours had passed plenty of time for Dragonite to have completed the journey 3 times over. Yet it was nowhere to be found. Naoki couldn't shake his unease. He knew his Dragonite well. It wasn't the type to hold a grudge or run away indefinitely, even when upset. It had to be delayed or worse, in trouble. A flurry of dark possibilities churned in his mind. Could Dragonite have been captured by a nefarious organization like Team Rocket, the Pokemon Hunters, M Galactic? The anxiety gnawed at Naoki, leaving him restless. He had even begun to lose enthusiasm for the upcoming agricultural exchange in Kitakami Township. How could he leave when one of his closest companions was missing? Unable to bear the uncertainty, Naoki decided to seek advice. He made his way to Kosagi Town to consult Nurse Joy at the local Pokemon Center. Nurse Joy, he began, his voice heavy with concern. What should I do if my Pokemon is angry and runs away from home? Nurse Joy paused her work and looked at him curiously. A Pokemon ran away from your ranch. Naoki nodded, his worry evident. It's Dragonite. Naoki explained the situation to Nurse Joy in detail. He recounted how the part-time working Dragonites had gifted him some freshly caught fish one day. Touched by the gesture and charmed by their cuteness, Naoki couldn't resist patting the heads of the Dragonites that had brought him gifts. But when Dragonite saw me doing that, Naoki continued, his face clouded with worry, it suddenly used extreme speed and took off like a flash. It hasn't come back since. Understanding dawned on Nurse Joy's face. Ah, I see now, she said, nodding. If I had to guess, I'd say Dragonite felt jealous. It probably didn't like seeing you giving attention to the other Dragonites. Naoki blinked, startled by the idea. Seeing his troubled expression, Nurse Joy spoke gently. Pokemon have emotions just like humans. It's not uncommon for them to get upset when their trainer shows more affection to others in the group. They can feel left out or even jealous, which might lead to them running off in frustration. Naoki sighed. Deep down, he'd already suspected as much, but hearing it confirmed left him feeling helpless. It's just, there are so many cute Pokemon in the world, he said, his voice tinged with guilt. I can't help wanting to hug and pet all of them. Nurse Joy chuckled softly. I understand the feeling, Mr. Naoki, but in situations like this, it's important for trainers to pay close attention to the emotions of their Pokemon. Try to share your affection equally among them. She paused, then added, that's also why most trainers are advised to travel with only 6 Pokemon. Taking care of too many can lead to misunderstandings, hurt feelings, and, in the worst cases, a divided team. Naoki felt a pang of guilt. Nurse Joy's words made it sound like he was some sort of scoundrel, playing with the feelings of his Pokemon. But it's not like that, he thought, his face clouded with frustration. I genuinely love all my Pokemon. I'd never abandon or mistreat them. The scene of the other Dragonites eagerly giving him gifts replayed in his mind. Their hopeful faces, their wagging tails, their joy at his approval had all been so touching. How could anyone resist such heartfelt gestures? And now his own Dragonite was upset. The situation felt impossible. Seeing Naoki's distressed look, Nurse Joy offered him a reassuring smile. Don't worry too much. Dragonite is a wonderful Pokemon. It'll come back to you. It might just need a little time to cool off. She hesitated, then added, I've actually seen something like this happen before. There was a trainer, a young girl, who had a Primarina she befriended while swimming in the sea. They were inseparable at first, but as she caught more Pokémon and gave them her attention, Primarina started to feel left out. One day, it swam away in anger. Naoki looked at Nurse Joy, intrigued. What happened next? Well, Nurse Joy said with a small laugh, Primarina swam across the ocean, all the way from Sinnoh to Galar. Along the way, it met some kind trainers who helped it. Not only did it find its way back to the girl, but it also set a record in an inter-regional swimming competition. The Pokémon Center was quiet that afternoon, with only a few trainers passing through. Nurse Joy was chatting leisurely with Naoki as the TV in a lobby played yesterday's news on. A continuous loop. Naoki sighed deeply, thanked Nurse Joy for her advice, and prepared to return to the ranch too. Wait for Dragonite's return. But as he turned to leave, a news segment caught his attention. This is Kosagi TV reporting on an extraordinary event that occurred at 4 p.m. yesterday near Lily Cove City. An unprecedented tsunami struck the area, reportedly caused by an unidentified Pokémon. Let's hear from witnesses who were there. Naoki stopped mid-step and turned to watch the screen. His attention sharpened. Yesterday, he hadn't been paying attention to the news because he was too preoccupied with Dragonite's disappearance. The TV showed a female reporter holding a microphone out to a blonde woman in a swimsuit, who looked visibly shaken. It was terrifying, the woman exclaimed. I was out surfing with my Goldeen when this massive wave suddenly appeared. I was so scared, and then I saw a giant blue Pokémon fighting with a Dragonite. The screen shifted to another witness, a young man with a surfboard under his arm. It's true, he said, nodding emphatically. I saw it too. That massive Pokémon, it was ancient and powerful looking. And the Dragonite, it wasn't even with a trainer. It was wild. Isn't that strange? There aren't supposed to be any Dragonites in the Hoenn region. Finally, the broadcast showed a tourist in a floral shirt, complete with a hat and camera, eagerly sharing photos he'd taken during the event. This is what I managed to capture, he said, holding up the images. Unfortunately, the distance was too great for a clearer shot, but you can see the blue Pokémon riding a massive wave and attacking the Dragonite. Naoki's breath hitched. He recognized the figure in the blurry photograph immediately. Miss Joy, standing nearby, pointed at the screen, her voice a murmur of disbelief. Is that Dragonite? Naoki didn't respond right away. His mind was racing. It wasn't just any Dragonite in that image, it was his Dragonite. But what had happened? How had his Dragonite come to clash with Kyogre of all Pokémon? Then the tourist's words replayed in his mind. The battle ended quickly. The Dragonite was defeated and fell into the sea. Naoki's heart clenched. Kyogre, the embodiment of the sea, the creator of the primordial sea and one of the most powerful legendary Pokémon. There was no mistaking it. Even with the blessings of the Storm Buns, Dragonite was no match for Kyogre's overwhelming strength. The thought of his Dragonite falling into the sea, injured and possibly unconscious, sent waves of nausea through him. Panic bubbled to the surface. No, he couldn't just sit here. He had to act, and fast. Naoki stood abruptly, his resolve hardening. I need to go to the Hoenn region. I'll take Koraidon and Calyrex with me. If that's not enough, I'll have to ask for help from my good neighbor. Naoki ultimately didn't make it to the Hoenn region, because just as he rushed back to the ranch, Dragonite returned with wounds all over its body. Seeing this, Naoki froze for a moment before quickly running forward to check Dragonite's injuries. The scales on Dragonite's body were damaged, and red marks caused by heavy impacts streaked across its abdomen. It looked disheveled and weak. Why did you have to go so far? Naoki's heart ached as he urgently asked Ndidi to bring a bottle of Life Gagoat milk for Dragonite to drink. After finishing the bottle, Dragonite's physical state improved somewhat, but its spirits remained low. It hung its head, casting a brief, sorrowful glance at Naoki before looking away, its heart heavy. It hadn't been able to catch a fish larger than the tuna to give Naoki, and worse, it lost the battle with a massive fish Pokémon. In shame, it returned to the ranch. Oh, Dragonite let out a small whimper, clearly feeling too humiliated to face Naoki. "Forget it, I'm just glad you're back," Naoki sighed. He reached out and gently stroked Dragonite's head, speaking softly. "I'm sorry. I didn't think about how you felt. I won't make that mistake again." Hearing Naoki's apology, Dragonite's dejected eyes lit up slightly, though it still lowered its head with guilt. Naoki guided Dragonite into the living room and approached Calyrex, asking the Pokémon to help as a translator. "Tell me," Naoki said seriously, "why did you suddenly leave like that?" "Leave?" Dragonite blinked, confused. It hadn't run away at all. "Oh, with Calyrex's help?" Naoki quickly pieced together the story. It turned out that Dragonite hadn't run away from home and had left to find a bigger fish in the sea to give as a gift to Naoki. It had scoured the seas around Paldea, but couldn't find anything larger than the tuna. So it ventured into other regions. After much searching and asking around, it finally found a rumored location of a massive fish Pokémon. Naoki was silent for a moment. This strange, competitive determination. Dragonite continued. "Oh, that Pokémon lives in a very deep underwater cave." It described the scene in detail. It had stumbled into the Pokémon's home and unwittingly woken it from its slumber. The cavern had been mysterious and silent, the waters dark. When the Pokémon's golden eyes opened, they pierced through the stillness, and its voice was deep and ancient. "Intruder, what brings you here?" Dragonite had been awestruck by the Pokémon's imposing aura, but had bravely explained its purpose. "Oh, I came here to find a world's largest fish to give to Naoki." The statement had left Kyogre incredulous. The biggest fish? How absurd. It was the embodiment of the sea itself, the primal ruler of the ocean. And Naoki, Kyogre mused, must surely be a human. Its aura grew heavier, and its golden gaze sharpened. A human name was mentioned. Naoki, a weak Dragonite, wanting to give me to a human? The sea god was enraged. The surrounding seawater seemed to boil, and enormous waves rose instantly, crashing against the cave walls. Dragonite sensed the imminent danger. Its scales bristled as it prepared itself, energy coursing through its body. Wisps of white air began swirling around it, and a strong gust of wind swept through the dense underwater cave. But just as Dragonite braced for an attack, the mysterious Pokémon abruptly stopped. Kyogre stared at the Dragonite, confusion flickering in its golden eyes. It had sensed a presence from the Dragonite one that resonated deeply with the sea, as if sharing a connection. This familiar aura tempered Kyogre's rage, not out of fear, but due to a memory it couldn't ignore its eternal rival. The tenuous balance between land and sea persisted, hard-won and fragile. If its strength were to falter, its nemesis might seize the opportunity to upset this equilibrium, absorbing nature's energies to expand its dominion. It doesn't want to see Groudon standing triumphantly on a mountaintop, setting off fireworks as if celebrating a victory. So it quelled its anger. Looking at the ambitious yet naive Dragonite, Kyogre's voice rumbled like an ancient tide. "Defeat me, and you will earn my acknowledgement." Thus began Dragonite's challenge. Kyogre refrained from using its full strength or signature moves. Instead, it summoned the natural force of the ocean surrounding them. With this immense, inherent power, it effortlessly subdued Dragonite. The defeated Dragonite sank into the sea, while Kyogre returned to the underwater cavern, slipping back into a deep slumber. Its patience would hold, waiting for the inevitable clash. The battle between land and sea would never cease, whether decades, centuries, or millennia from now. Sooner or later, Groudon and Kyogre would face each other once more. Naoki, he sighed heavily, realizing he had misunderstood Kyogre. It wasn't Kyogre that had attacked Dragonite. It was Dragonite who had provoked Kyogre. Yet, what puzzled him was why GRE, despite its initial fury, had shown restraint and allowed the Dragonite to challenge it under specific terms. As Naoki pondered the dynamics of Hoenn's legendary Pokémon, he quickly deduced the reason. Groudon, Kyogre's actions, perhaps tempered by the delicate balance it shared with its rival, were a means to conserve its strength. Naoki knelt in front of Dragonite, who was still looking downcast. "Forget about this time," he said gently, "but you must never put yourself in such danger again. Understand?" Dragonite let out a mournful whimper. Oh. It hadn't meant to cause trouble. It just wanted to catch a big fish for Naoki, just like the working Dragonites had. Naoki noticed the sadness in Dragonite's expression and let out a sigh. He reached out and stroked Dragonite's head gently. "I don't want the biggest fish in the world." Dragonite raised its head, looking at him in confusion. Naoki smiled, stepping closer to wrap his arms around the Pokémon in a warm embrace. "Don't do anything dangerous. I don't care about big fish or grand gestures, I only care about you being safe. Do you understand?" Dragonite's eyes lit up as it processed Naoki's words. Overcome with emotion, it extended its large claws and pulled Naoki into a heartfelt hug. "Oh." Naoki chuckled softly, patting Dragonite on the back reassuringly. "We don't need to take any risks. As long as we have enough food to eat, we can live peacefully, just like we do now," Naoki said gently. Dragonite nodded happily, its earlier sadness melting away. Naoki smiled warmly and let go of Dragonite. "That's settled then. I'm so glad you're back. Madame Dantes and everyone else were so worried while you were gone. I'll pack you some cookies later. Take them to the others in Kosagi Town and let them know you're safe." "Oh, well." Dragonite agreed enthusiastically. It spent some time at the ranch with Naoki before taking the bag of goodies and soaring happily toward Kosagi Town. The other Dragonites and Dragonaires at the ranch watched Dragonite leave, its cheery demeanor leaving them puzzled. "Oh." One Dragonite tilted its head, wondering aloud. Did it find some poffins lying around? For them, finding a poffin on the road was cause for celebration. The rest of the group exchanged confused looks and shook their heads. None of them had any answers. Nearby, Coraden lounged on the grass, basking in the sun. It glanced briefly at the commotion, yawned lazily, then closed its eyes and continued enjoying the peaceful afternoon. February 29th, year 199 of the Alliance calendar. Early in the morning, Naoki bid farewell to the Pokémon at the ranch. Riding atop Coraden, he made his way toward Glass Bottle City. As this trip was for an agricultural exchange, Naoki didn't anticipate having much time to explore. Plus, Kitakami Township was a remote village. He decided to travel light, bringing along just 5 Pokémon: Coraden, Palmot, Cyclizer, Fluttermane, and Dragonite. The rest of the Pokémon stayed behind at the ranch to maintain its daily operations. By 9 o'clock, Naoki arrived at the airport. Since Coraden couldn't be contained in a Poke Ball, he purchased a separate ticket for it. However, due to Coraden's size, it couldn't fit in the passenger seats. At the flight attendant's suggestion, Coraden was placed in the luggage hold. Coraden looked pitiful as it huddled in the corner of the hold. Naoki bent down, stroking its head gently. "Be good, okay? We'll be there soon." "Aga." Coraden sighed, reluctantly agreeing. Naoki felt a pang of guilt, but had no other choice. He didn't know Kitakami Township's exact location, and flying there on Pokémon alone wasn't feasible. Traveling by plane was the most practical option. Settling into his seat, Naoki closed his eyes for a quick nap. He woke once to stretch, drink some water, and visit the restroom before returning to his seat to read. After what felt like hours, the pilot announced that they were approaching their destination. Naoki stowed his book and prepared for landing. As soon as the plane touched down, he rushed to the luggage hold to check on Coraden. There, he found Coraden curled up in the corner, looking dejected. Smiling, Naoki walked over and kissed its forehead. "Poor thing. I'm sorry you had to endure that. But guess what? We're here now." "Ah, God." Coraden's eyes widened in disbelief before it responded with a joyful tongue-lick attack, covering Naoki in slobbery affection. Nearby passengers overheard the exchange and assumed it must be a small, adorable Pokémon like an Eevee or Pikachu. Curious, they glanced over only to be startled by the sight of Coraden, a massive, intimidating creature. Their stunned expressions said it all. This is supposed to be a small, cute Pokémon? Naoki, was oblivious to the puzzled expressions of other passengers as he disembarked from the plane with Karaden. His first priority was to locate the local Pokémon Center. Once there, he used the video phone to call back to the ranch, reassuring everyone that he had arrived safely. With that taken care of, Naoki unfolded a map and began planning his route to Kitakami Township. Since Kitakami was a remote area far from major cities, the only direct transportation option was a bus. However, with Karaden by his side, the need for a bus was eliminated. After double-checking his route, Naoki climbed onto Karaden's back. Together, they took to the skies, heading toward Kitakami Township. During the journey, Naoki pulled out a tourist guidebook he had picked up at the airport and began reading about Kitakami Township. The guide explained that Kitakami wasn't the name of a single town, but rather referred to a broader region. Within the area, there was only one notable settlement, Mosue Town. One section of the guide particularly captured Naoki's attention, a legend about the Oni of Kitakami Township. The guide described the story as follows. Long ago, a terrifying Oni haunted the mountains behind the village. Its presence struck fear into anyone who dared enter the forest. One fateful day, the Oni descended upon the village, creating widespread panic. At that moment, three noble Pokemon Munkidori, Okidogi, and Pheasantipiti stepped forward to confront the Oni. In a fierce battle, the three Pokemon managed to drive the Oni back into the mountains, but at the cost of their own lives. To honor their bravery, the villagers buried them with respect and erected statues in their memory atop the mountain. Interesting, Naoki muttered to himself, intrigued by the tale. The story seemed unusually dark compared to most Pokemon legends, particularly with its explicit mention of the Pokemon's demise. It also raised questions. If the Oni wasn't destroyed, but merely driven back into the mountains, just how strong was it to defeat three opponents simultaneously? Naoki paused his reading to glance up and survey the landscape ahead. As the towering mountains of Kitakami Township came into view, he knew they had arrived. Looking down from the sky, he marveled at the region's natural beauty. The area featured tall, lush mountains with quiet farmland and apple orchards spread out at their base. At the heart of the region lay Mosue Town, a quaint settlement exuding a serene, traditional Japanese charm. Is this Kitakami Township? Naoki's eyes sparkled with admiration as he took in the picturesque scenery. The rural tranquility was a refreshing change from the Paldea region's bustling energy. The fields, orchards, and wooden architecture all blended seamlessly with the landscape, giving the place a timeless, idyllic quality. Not bad at all, Naoki remarked, impressed. Spotting a road below, he leaned forward and gently patted Karaden's back, signaling it to descend, since Mayor Thomas had mentioned that someone would pick him up at the station and take him to Mosue Town. Naoki wasn't surprised to find an older woman with white hair waiting at the bus stop by the highway when Karaden landed. Naoki approached her and showed his ID badge. The woman's expression immediately lit up with surprise. "Where do you come from?" she asked. Naoki smiled and gestured toward Karaden, who was standing proudly behind him. "My Pokemon brought me here." The woman chuckled warmly. "Well, that explains it. I was wondering why I didn't see the bus." "Hello, Naoki. Welcome to Kitakami. I'm Hideko from the community center. Let's go. I'll take you to town." "Thank you very much," Naoki replied politely. He and Karaden followed Hideko along a cement road leading toward the heart of Kitakami. Due to the 12-hour time difference between Kitakami and the Paldea region, along with the time spent traveling, the sun was already beginning to set as they arrived. The sky painted a vibrant gradient of orange over the quiet countryside. As they walked, Naoki took in the unfamiliar scenery. Along the roadside, Pokemon of all kinds appeared in the grass. Dewpider spun delicate webs by the water's edge. Puchina prowled stealthily through the underbrush, and Sunkern swayed gently in the breeze. Each Pokemon added to the tranquil, harmonious atmosphere of the region, blending seamlessly with its natural beauty. The further they walked, the more the landscape shifted. Neatly arranged rice fields began to lined both sides of the road. Naoki's curiosity deepened when he spotted Claudsir and Wooper wandering through the flooded fields. Claudsir and Wooper? Naoki asked, unable to hide his surprise. Hideko smiled knowingly. They've been helping out in the rice fields for generations. Wooper enriches the soil, and Claudsir helps manage water flow with its precision blasts. Their work has always been a great boon for the town. Naoki had many questions running through his mind. Wouldn't Claudsir accidentally damage the crops? And wasn't Wooper's body coated with toxins? But he held his tongue, marveling instead at the harmony between Pokémon and nature in this place. After passing through the fields, they finally entered Mosue Town. The rural settlement had a quiet charm, distinctly more tranquil than bustling Kosagi Town. The streets were paved with clean cement, and traditional Japanese architecture dominated the town's aesthetic. The population here was clearly skewed toward older residents. As dusk fell, elderly villagers strolled through the streets or sat in front of their homes, chatting softly. Pokémon moved freely through the town as though they belonged to its fabric. Naoki saw a small spoink bouncing beside a trainer, a Noctowl perched serenely on a rooftop, and a Vulpix lounging lazily on the eaves of a building. Naoki's gaze locked onto the Vulpix. There's a Vulpix here. His eyes sparkled with excitement. The Vulpix, with its soft fur and snowy white belly, was beyond adorable. He couldn't help but stare, utterly enchanted. Koraidon, standing at his side, let out an exaggerated sigh. Aga! Once again, it seemed, Naoki had found something else to fawn over. This is the community center. Let's rest here for the night, Hideko said as she led Naoki to a modest two-story building. She smiled warmly and added, tomorrow, the mayor will come and take you on a tour of the rice fields and apple orchards here in Kitakami Township. All right, Naoki nodded, feeling a bit worn out after the day's travels. Hideko pushed open the door, and Naoki stepped into the community center. After showing his ID badge to the staff at the front desk, he heard the attendant say, "Welcome to Kitakami Township. Your room is on the second floor. If you're hungry, head to the restaurant on the right. The township has arranged a welcoming dinner for you." Naoki thanked the staff, went upstairs, and left his luggage in the room before returning to the lobby. Hideko guided him to the restaurant, where an older man with a bald head, a white beard, glasses, and a traditional kimono was waiting. As Naoki entered, the man stood up with a broad smile and extended his hand. "You must be Mr. Naoki, here from the Paldea region for the agricultural exchange. I'm the mayor of Kitakami Township. Welcome." Naoki returned the handshake with a polite smile. "Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It's a pleasure to be here." After a brief introduction, they all sat down at the dining table. The dinner featured local specialties: apple pie, candied apples, sticky rice cakes, mushroom soup, and sushi. While the meal wasn't overly extravagant, its variety showcased the region's distinctive culinary traditions. As they ate, the mayor introduced the itinerary for the agricultural exchange. "Tomorrow morning, I'll accompany you to visit the rice fields in Kitakami Township. By the way, does the Paldea region grow rice?" Naoki thought for a moment before replying. The main crops in the Paldea region are wheat and corn. Rice isn't common there, at least not near Kosagi Town. I can't speak for other parts of the region, though. "Ah, I see." The mayor nodded thoughtfully before smiling again. Last year, Kosagi Town's agricultural output was incredible. It even made it into the World Agricultural News. Naoki chuckled modestly. The weather in Kosagi Town was excellent last year, ideal for crop growth. Plus, the people there hold deep reverence for Calyrex. Calyrex. The mayor's curiosity was piqued. Naoki explained, "It's a legendary Pokémon said to bless the land with fertility and ensure abundant harvests. The farmers believe that by showing their devotion, they can enjoy favorable weather and prosperous yields throughout the year." Fascinating. The mayor's face lit up with wonder. To express their gratitude, the townsfolk built a shrine in its honor and hold annual festivals to celebrate its blessings. Naoki continued. The mayor marveled at the tale. Such devotion. It's no wonder Kosagi Town has been so prosperous. What do they call this Pokémon? Naoki smiled. It's known as Calyrex, though many simply call it the king of bountiful harvests. Calyrex, the mayor repeated, mulling over the name. It's incredible how these legends shape our communities. Here in Kitakami Township, we have our own stories about legendary Pokémon. Naoki remembered the guidebook he'd read earlier and raised an eyebrow. Are you referring to the legend of the Oni? The mayor was surprised. You've heard about it already? I read about it in a tourist guide on the way here, Naoki replied. Of course. The mayor chuckled. Yes, Kitakami Township is home to a well-known legend about the Oni and the 3 heroic Pokémon that protected our town. We've even built statues in their honor. The story has drawn many trainers and tourists over the years. He paused, his tone becoming more reflective. Thanks to the legend, our once quiet farming village has gradually become more prosperous. Tourism has breathed new life into this place. Naoki nodded, understanding how such legends could boost a region's economy and cultural identity. The mayor continued, the statues of the 3 Pokemon Munkidori and Pheasantdipity stand in Loyalty Plaza in the northwest part of the town. After we finish tomorrow's work, I recommend visiting them. I'll make sure to stop by, Naoki said with a smile. That's settled then. The mayor offered a kind smile. Have a good rest at the community center tonight. If you can't sleep, feel free to take a stroll around town. After dinner, the mayor bid Naoki good night and left the community center to return home. With his stomach full and the day's journey catching up to him, Naoki retired to his room and went to sleep. The next morning, Naoki rose early, refreshed and ready for the day. After a hearty breakfast, he joined the mayor and several others to visit the rice fields just outside Mosue town. There, he observed farmers tending to the fields, their hands deftly planting young rice stalks into the waterlogged soil. Nearby, Whooper and Clawitzer could be seen assisting the farmers, standing on the raised ridges between the paddies and carefully monitoring the process. The sight of Pokémon seamlessly integrated into farming life fascinated Naoki. After watching for a while, Naoki decided to participate. Guiding Koraiden to a safe spot nearby, he stepped into the muddy fields to experience rice planting firsthand. How's it going? Getting the hang of it? The mayor asked with a curious smile. Naoki nodded confidently. It's not too difficult, though it's a shame the conditions in Kosagi Town aren't suitable for growing rice. Kosagi Town's agriculture mainly revolved around animal husbandry and staple crops like wheat and corn. Transitioning to rice cultivation would require specially designed fields, which seemed impractical. The mayor nodded knowingly. Each region has its own strengths. Rice is one of Kitakami Township's specialties, and we've embraced it wholeheartedly. Oh, that reminds me, the mayor added. You must try our sticky rice cakes before you leave. They're made with this very rice and are a local delic. AC. Naoki finally got to try the famed sticky rice cakes at lunchtime. After finishing his work in the rice fields, Naoki had intended to return to the community center for lunch. However, as he was leaving, a kind elderly woman approached him with an enthusiastic invitation to her home. Come, have lunch with me and try the sticky rice cakes I made, she said with a warm smile. Naoki blinked in surprise, taken aback by her hospitality. Was everyone in Kitakami Township this welcoming? It wasn't long before he realized the reason behind her kindness. The plot of land he and Koraiden had worked on that morning belonged to her. Please, make yourself at home, she said cheerfully, ushering Naoki inside before bustling off to the kitchen to prepare lunch. Naoki hesitated for only a moment before deciding to accept her invitation. He found the simplicity and warmth of the people in Kitakami Township deeply endearing. In the yard, while waiting, Naoki released his Pokémon into the small but meticulously maintained yard to stretch and relax. The elderly woman lived alone. Her husband had passed away years ago, and her son had moved away, only visiting during major holidays. The solitude of her life tugged at Naoki's heartstrings, making him reflect on the challenges faced by both people and Pokémon in their later years. The yard itself was charming, with neatly trimmed grass and a small fountain shaped like a Magikarp in one corner. Dragonite and Cyclizer curiously examined the fountain, their eyes sparkling with Fascination. Meanwhile, Fluttermane lurked in the shadows under the eaves, silently, observing the surroundings. Koraiden and Naoki stood by the stone path, quietly watching their companions explore. Palmot, ever the curious one, suddenly perked up and let out an excited cry. Palmot! Naoki looked over, puzzled, and saw the Pokémon darting toward nearby window. Inside the house, the elderly woman was busy in the kitchen. She noticed Palmot peeking through the glass and smiled warmly. Pushing the window open, she said, "Are you hungry? Lunch isn't ready yet, but here have a cookie I just baked." Palmot, Palmot chirped happily, eagerly reaching out with its small paw to accept the treat. It turned around and zipped back to Naoki, its excitement evident as it gestured for him to follow. "What's going on?" Naoki asked, his curiosity piqued. He got up and followed Palmot toward the window to see what had caught its attention. Soon, Naoki understood why Palmot was so excited. In the kitchen, there was a slugma. The slugma was nestled beneath the stove, using its natural body heat to help the ant cook. Palmot chirped happily. It had been wanting to make friends with a slugma for a long time. The ant noticed Palmot's enthusiasm and chuckled warmly. She glanced at the slugma, then back at Palmot, and said with a smile, "Ah, so you spotted the slugma?" Naoki was equally surprised. "Auntie, can you find wild slugma here in Kitakami Township?" "Of course," she replied, just as the pot on the stove began to bubble, signaling that the food was ready. As she dished out the food and placed the sticky rice cakes on plates, she continued, "You can find slugma up on Oni Mountain behind the town. They live in a place called Hell Valley." Hell Valley. Naoki stepped forward to help the ant carry the dishes to the table. The ant nodded. "Yes, it's a geothermal area where volcanic gases rise from the ground, making the air extremely hot, almost like a scene from hell itself. That's why the locals call it Hell Valley." Despite the ominous name, she explained, Hell Valley had been a popular training ground for trainers and travelers since ancient times. Many trainers go there specifically to hone their skills, she added. "I see." Naoki nodded thoughtfully. With such an environment, there were bound to be many fire-type Pokémon living in the area. It was decided he would go explore Hell Valley later in the afternoon. "Lunch is ready. Come and eat," the ant called to everyone outside. Within him, Inutez, all of Naoki's Pokémon, including Koraiden, gathered around the table to enjoy the meal. The slugma also emerged from under the stove. The ant handed it a berry, and it happily began munching away. "I found this little slugma on Oni Mountain," the ant shared. "It had fallen from Hell Valley and injured itself on the mountain trail. I gave it a berry to help it recover, and ever since, it's been living here with me." "That's wonderful," Naoki said softly, genuinely moved. "Oh, by the way," the ant suddenly remembered something, her expression turning serious. "If you plan to visit Oni Mountain, be careful not to wander too far." Naoki was slightly taken aback. "What do you mean?" The ant explained. "There's an old legend about the Oni that the 3 companion Pokémon drove away. They say it still roams the mountain. If you encounter it, it's said that the Oni will steal your life." "A Oni!" Naoki furrowed his brow. If his guess was correct, this Oni was likely a specific Pokémon. But what kind? Could it be some kind of legendary Pokémon with ghostly attributes? Hearing the warning, Naoki hesitated briefly. He turned to look at the Pokémon accompanying him. With them by his side, even if the Oni was a legendary Pokémon, it wouldn't be too dangerous, right? The ant murmured softly, her tone carrying a sense of foreboding. "There's a shadow that draws near at dusk, just outside the village. Be vigilant. Put on your mask quickly to hide your face. Whether the shadow is human or Oni, just bow your head, and you'll be safe. If the shadow lacks a mask, pray it's a human. Your shadow, as precious as your soul, must always be protected by a mask. If the Oni sees your true face, tragedy will surely follow. Should the Oni claim your soul, you'll never return to the village again." "This is a ballad that's been passed down through the generations," the ant said with a grave expression. "It said that someone encountered the Oni on Oni Mountain long ago and never returned. Naoki nodded thoughtfully. It was clear that the people of Kitakami held a deep fear of this Oni. Was it because this Oni was responsible for the deaths of the 3 loyal Pokémon? After lunch, Naoki bid the kind ant farewell. With the afternoon free, he decided to explore Oni Mountain and search for Hell Valley to see if he could encounter any Slugma. Palmot, enamored with Slugmoss ever since watching an animated short called The Slugmas Hearth, refused to stay in its Pokeball. Instead, it eagerly flew alongside Naoki, determined to befriend the Slugmoss and invite them to visit the ranch. Oni Mountain was vast, and without a detailed map, Naoki wasn't sure of Hell Valley's exact location. To make the search easier, he had Koraidon take to the skies, scanning the sprawling mountain range below. Palmot also hovered above, its bright eyes scanning the landscape with curiosity. Before setting off, the ant had mentioned that Hell Valley was located halfway up the western side of Oni Mountain. Despite her directions, Naoki had no luck finding it after a long search. Frustrated, he directed Koraidon to land randomly on the mountainside, hoping to identify Hell Valley based on the Pokémon in the area and changes in temperature. Looking around, he saw that most of the Pokémon nearby were Bronzer and Sinistea. The Sinistea were extremely timid, scattering in panic as soon as they noticed him. The Bronzer, however, were far less skittish. They floated serenely, their metallic bodies emitting soft, jingling sounds, seemingly unbothered by the arrival of Koraidon and Palmot. No fire types here, and the temperature is the same as at the base of the mountain. Naoki muttered, scanning the area thoughtfully. His eyes landed on a waterfall cascading down a rocky cliff above. He turned to Koraidon and said, "Let's check the top of that waterfall." "Aga." Koraidon responded enthusiastically. It crouched low, then leapt upward with its powerful legs, landing steadily on the rocky cliff edge. The area was eerily quiet, devoid of any wild Pokémon. Naoki surveyed his surroundings, his brow furrowed in confusion. At that moment, Palmot, floating nearby, suddenly let out a surprised cry. "Palmot? What is it?" Naoki asked, following Palmot's gaze. In the distance, a green figure was peeking out from behind the cliff edge, watching them. As soon as it realized it had been spotted, the figure turned and ran, quickly vanishing into the craggy terrain. Naoki stood frozen, slightly stunned. Was that a local villager? Naoki had heard from the townspeople that the Oni responsible for the deaths of the 3 loyal Pokémon was still rumored to dwell in Oni Mountain. Because of this, the locals rarely ventured deep into the mountain, staying mostly at its base. But it seemed not everyone was so cautious. When Naoki spotted the mysterious figure, he felt no particular fear or suspicion. He shifted his gaze to another part of the mountain, intent on continuing his search for Hell Valley, the supposed home of the Slugmoss. He wasn't expecting Koraidon to suddenly charge forward without warning. Startled, Naoki called out, "Koraidon, where are you going?" Palmot, equally puzzled, floated nearby. "Palmot, aga." Koraidon glanced back but couldn't explain its actions. Instead, it transformed from its mount form into its battle-ready form, scooping Naoki onto its shoulders. With a powerful leap, it bounded from one rocky outcrop to another. Naoki barely had time to react. What the dash? Palmot followed closely behind, still baffled, while Naoki clung on for dear life. The scenery blurred as Koraidon dashed through the rugged terrain with incredible speed. For Naoki, it felt like an extreme bungee jumping experience. By the time Koraidon finally placed him back on solid ground, he was dizzy and disoriented, barely managing to keep himself from throwing up. Koraidon and Palmot watched him with concern. Taking several deep breaths to steady himself, Naoki waved off their worry. I'm fine. But what did you find, Koraidon?" Koraidon nodded vigorously, its head bobbing up and down before it turned its gaze forward. Naoki followed Koraidon's line of sight and found himself standing on a secluded cliff. Ahead lay the imposing Oni mountain range, with a majestic waterfall cascading down from above. Green foliage clung to the rocky surfaces, and a narrow path snaked its way from the cliff to the rest of the mountain. What is this place? Coraiden's attention was fixed on a dark cave nestled into the cliffside. Without hesitation, it started walking toward the entrance. Realizing something might be inside, Naoki followed cautiously, with Palmot close behind. The cave entrance was narrow, forcing Coraiden to lower its head to fit through. The passage stretched for about 3 meters before opening into a surprisingly spacious chamber. When Naoki saw the scene inside, he froze in shock. The cave wasn't large, but its interior was unexpectedly neat. Stones of varying sizes had been polished smooth, arranged like furniture. One large, flat stone resembled a bed, while a square stone stood beside it like a table, and a smaller one nearby looked like a stool. In the far corner of the chamber, the figure Naoki had seen earlier was huddled, trembling. It was afraid. Naoki could sense the other party's fear immediately. He studied the creature carefully. It had a green, cloak-like body, and its face resembled a small orange with eyes that sparkled like starlight. Beside it lay a green mask. This wasn't a human. A Pokémon? Naoki whispered, confused. He had never seen a Pokémon like this before. Aga, Coraiden muttered, tilting its head. Palmot, too, seemed unsure of how to approach the situation, though its expression softened with concern. Palmot was the first to act. Remembering Alchemy's love for making friends, it seemed to have an idea. Palmot floated forward, pulling a berry from somewhere and offering it to the trembling figure, placing it gently on the stone table. Naoki, seeing how timid the Pokémon was, tried to calm it. Hey, it's okay. We're not going to hurt you. The Pokémon looked up, its starlit eyes filled with caution. But as it took in the sight of Naoki and his companions, its expression shifted. Fear transformed into panic. With a sudden burst, the Pokémon scrambled to its feet and bolted toward the cave entrance, leaving the mask and the berry behind. The berry Palmot had offered rolled to the ground, untouched. Naoki stood there, bewildered. What just happened? He moved to follow, but the Pokémon was astonishingly fast, vanishing into the rugged terrain outside. Naoki stopped short, realizing that chasing after it would be pointless. The creature was far too skittish, and the mountain's uneven terrain made pursuit dangerous. Chasing after the Pokémon would only frighten it further, and the risk of it falling off the cliff was too great. Once the Pokémon had vanished from sight, Palmot returned to the cave, picking up the berry it had offered earlier with a dejected expression. Meanwhile, Naoki surveyed the cave's interior. A smooth stone bed, a table, and a chair. It looks like someone once lived here in seclusion, he mused. Or perhaps the Pokémon itself had created this makeshift home. Naoki's eyes shifted to the mask left behind on the stone bed. It's green, probably a grass-type Pokémon, he speculated aloud. Inspecting the mask more closely, he noticed leaf-like details etched into its design. He didn't recognize the Pokémon, but had a hunch. It's likely one of the new Pokémon introduced with the Kitakami region DLC, he thought. Palmot, still standing nearby, wiped the dust off its berry with its paw pads, its small shoulders drooping with disappointment. Naoki crouched down and gently reassured it. Don't be sad. It's just scared of us right now. Palmot. The little Pokémon perked up, its tail wagging. Smiling, Naoki reached into his pockets, then rummaged through his backpack. He pulled out a collection of berries, carefully stacking them onto the stone table until they formed a small, colorful mound. There, he said, standing back to admire their work. This looks like its home. If we leave the berries here, it'll come back to eat when it gets hungry. Palmot glanced between the table and the berry in its paws. After a moment's hesitation, it joyfully added its own fruit to the pile. Palmot dash. All right, Naoki said with a deep breath, straightening up. He hadn't forgotten his original goal. Let's go find those slugmoss and make some new friends. At the mention of slugmoss, Palmot's excitement returned. It zipped around Naoki, chirping enthusiastically. Palmot. Naoki chuckled, shouldering his backpack. Let's get moving then. Coraiden, having shifted back into its mount form, glanced back at the cave one last time. Its eyes darted between the cave and Naoki, its expression puzzled. Realizing Naoki and Palmot were already several steps ahead, Karaden huffed softly before, bounding forward to catch up. Some time passed after they left. From the narrow mountain path, the green figure cautiously crept back toward the cave. Its starry eyes darted around nervously, scanning the area for signs of danger. The Pokémon stepped inside, its small frame tense as it inspected the cave's interior. Upon spotting its mask still resting on the stone bed, it breathed a visible sigh of relief. It hurried over, cradling the mask gently in its arms as though it were the most precious thing in the world. But then, something else caught its attention. It turned its gaze toward the stone table and froze, its wide eyes fixated on the pile of berries. Stacked like a miniature mountain, confusion flickered across its face. As they ventured further along the narrow mountain path, Naoki noticed signs of other Pokémon ahead. A group of Pokémon resembling small boulders with muscular arms were scattered along the trail. There are so many Geodudes. Naoki's gaze swept across the mountain road, which was dotted with numerous Geodude floating leisurely in the air. Some of them had partially buried themselves underground, blending seamlessly with the rocky terrain. Only their eyes and the tops of their heads were visible, peeking out to observe Naoki and his companions. It was an impressive sight. From what Naoki could see, there were at least 50 or 60 Geodude along the path. Karaden and Palmot also noticed the Geodude. Palmot, fascinated by the floating Pokémon, pointed excitedly at one of them and turned to Naoki, seemingly asking how it managed to stay aloft. Naoki thought for a moment, realizing Palmot's question fell outside his expertise. Logically speaking, Geodude shouldn't have the ability to float, he said, scratching his head. But somehow they do. It's amazing. After a bit of consideration, he offered a guess. Maybe it has something to do with gravity? Palmot tilted its head, utterly confused by the concept of gravity. As Naoki prepared to explain further, he noticed Karaden was about to step on a Geodude partially hidden underground. Wait! Naoki quickly reached out, stopping Karaden just in time. Aga! Karaden looked down, noticing the Geodude beneath its foot, and quickly backed away. Careful not to step on them, Naoki warned. He remembered the Pokédex entry that described Geodude as having tough and irritable temperaments. Stepping on one could easily provoke its wrath. And with so many Geodude around, a riot would be nothing short of chaos. Choosing the safer route, Naoki led Palmot and Karaden around the group of Geodude, carefully avoiding any unnecessary conflict. About 30 minutes later, they finally reached the halfway point of the mountain. Naoki paused, sniffing the air. A faint sulfuric smell lingered, and the surrounding temperature had noticeably risen. All of this says we've reached Hell Valley. The realization reignited Naoki's excitement, and Palmot mirrored his energy, eagerly bouncing forward. As they continued deeper into the area, the heat became more intense, and clouds of milky, white steam periodically hissed from the ground. Both Naoki and Palmot were soon drenched in sweat. Karaden, however, seemed unfazed. Its rugged build handled the harsh environment with ease. This heat, Naoki muttered, wiping his forehead. No wonder trainers use this place for endurance training. It's perfect for toughening up. Looking around, he began to notice the presence of fire-type Pokémon. Not far ahead, a group of Houndoom watched them warily. Some let out low, eerie howls, alerting their companions to the intruder's presence. Naoki immediately understood the situation. This must be Houndoom territory, he said. Suddenly, the sound of a battle echoed from deeper within the valley. The Houndoom group turned in unison, their attention drawn to the commotion. Without hesitation, they sprinted toward the source of the noise. Naoki and his companions continued cautiously in the same direction, navigating a rocky trail until they reached an open area. The scene before them was captivating. A young trainer stood confidently, commanding a powerful Infernape in battle against a wild Houndoom. Infernape moved with astonishing speed and precision, its flames blazing brightly as it delivered a series of well-executed attacks. Despite Houndoom's ferocity, the wild Pokémon couldn't keep up. Infernape overpowered it in just a few moves. As Houndoom collapsed, weakened, and unable to fight further, the trainer retrieved a Pokeball from his belt and threw it. The ball struck Houndoom, opened, and drew the wild Pokémon inside with a flash of red light. The surrounding Houndoom, who had gathered to observe the fight, dispersed swiftly upon seeing Houndoom captured. The young trainer didn't seem overly concerned as he pocketed Houndoom's Pokeball and turned to leave. But then his gaze met Naoki's. The boy's eyes immediately locked onto Koraidon, the scarlet-colored, muscular Pokémon standing proudly nearby. His attention quickly shifted to Palmot, with its fluffy pink fur, red cape fluttering behind it, and the small silver hammer it carried confidently in its paw. The boy's expression lit up with interest, and his Infernape, sensing its trainer's excitement, flared up with a surge of fiery energy. The flames on its body burned even brighter. Naoki, trying to remain polite, waved and greeted him. "Hi there, how's it going?" The boy's voice brimmed with enthusiasm. "You're a trainer too, right? Here to train in Hell Valley? Since we've met, how about a Pokemon battle?" Naoki sighed internally. Of course, the age-old rule of trainers meeting eyes, a battle was inevitable, but the heat was relentless and Naoki had little patience for it. He only wanted to find the Slugmoss and leave the valley as quickly as possible. "No, I'm not here to train," Naoki replied, shaking his head. "I'm just looking for a specific Pokemon." He turned to walk away, but the boy dashed after him. "Looking for a Pokemon? What kind? Maybe I can help." Naoki glanced over his shoulder, skeptical. The boy quickly added, "I've been training here for a month. I know all the Pokemon that live in this area. I can help you find it, if you agree to a Pokemon battle first." Naoki sighed deeply. "Aren't trainers a bit too obsessed with battles?" he muttered to himself. Still, the sooner he found the Slugmoss, the sooner he could leave this sweltering place. Reluctantly, he turned back. "All right, do you know where I can find Slugmoss?" The boy brightened instantly. "Slugmoss? Of course, I know where to find them." "Great," Naoki said with a sigh of resignation. "Let's battle then." The boy blinked, momentarily thrown by Naoki's sudden change in tone. But his surprise was short-lived. His fighting spirit reignited, and his eyes gleamed with determination. "All right, let's go, Infernape." The flame Pokemon nodded fiercely and stepped forward, its fiery mane roaring with intensity. Naoki gestured to Koraidon. In the wild, Pokemon battles were free-form, without the formal restrictions of league rules. As the trainers prepared, the battle began without further ado. The boy's gaze didn't waver as he called out his first move. Infernape used Flame Wheel. At his command, Infernape's flames surged to new heights, enveloping its body in a fiery vortex. The Pokemon charged toward Koraidon at full speed, spinning rapidly like a living wheel of fire. Naoki, unfazed, wiped the sweat from his brow and called out calmly, "Koraidon collision." "Course." "Aga." Koraidon roared in acknowledgement. Scarlet energy coursed through its body as it leapt forward with staggering speed. The air around it seemed to warp as it radiated an ancient primal power. In a matter of seconds, the two Pokemon collided with a resounding impact. The resulting explosion was deafening. A shockwave rippled through the valley, and smoke billowed into the air. When the dust settled, Infernape lay sprawled on the ground, unconscious. Its flames had fizzled out entirely. Koraidon stood tall, its crimson form unscathed, exuding an air of triumph. The boy stood frozen in disbelief, his jaw slightly agape. "So strong," he whispered, too stunned to move. What kind of Pokemon was that? How could it take down his Infernape with a single move? Hellion stared in disbelief. After all, he wasn't just any trainer. He had participated in the prestigious Lily of the Valley Conference and made it to the top 8. But now, his Infernape had been defeated in an instant. Hellion's mind raced, piecing together the only plausible explanation. Could this person be Champion-level trainer? Naoki, sensing the boy's bewilderment, coughed lightly to break the awkward silence. Well, the battle's over. Still stunned, Hellion finally snapped out of it. He stepped forward, pulled a potion from his bag, and carefully treated Infernape before returning it to its Pokeball for some well-deserved rest. If I've lost, I'll honor my word, Hellion said with a determined nod. I'll take you to where the Slugmoss lied. Thank you, Naoki said sincerely, relieved that this would save him time. You're not from Kitakami, are you? Hellion asked, his curiosity piqued. By the way, my name's Hellion. What's yours? I'm Naoki, he replied. I'm visiting from the Paldea region. Hellion's jaw dropped. Paldea? That's on the other side of the world. You traveled all that way. Naoki nodded. I'm here on a work trip. Hellion's eyes widened further. No wonder. It all made sense now. It didn't recognize the scarlet Pokémon or the pink one because they must be native to Paldea. Pulling out his Pokédex, Hellion scanned Koraidon and Palmot, hoping to learn more about them. However, the device returned the same frustrating message. No data available. This Pokémon has not been discovered yet. Hellion's curiosity grew. Your Pokémon are incredible. What are their names? Naoki smiled and gestured toward his companions. This is Koraidon, and this one here is Palmot. They're both from the Paldea region. Are you from Sinnoh? Hellion's eyes widened in surprise. How'd you guess that? Naoki chuckled softly because Infernape evolves from Chimchar, one of the 3 starter Pokémon given to new trainers by the Sinnoh League. Hellion scratched his head sheepishly. Oh right, I nearly forgot. He then looked at Naoki with a mix of admiration and awe. Your Pokémon are incredibly strong. You must be a champion-level trainer. Naoki waved the comment off. I don't know about that, he admitted. Hellion tilted his head, puzzled. What do you mean? Naoki explained honestly. I've never participated in any champion assessments. My main job is being a rancher. I'm in Kitakami Township for an agricultural exchange with the local farmers. Hellion blinked, completely floored. A rancher? He exclaimed internally. How is this guy a rancher? He's nothing like any rancher I've ever seen. After a moment of silence, Hellion said earnestly, with your skills, I'm sure you'd dominate the Lily of the Valley Conference back in Sinnoh. I bet you'd walk away as the champion. Naoki raised an eyebrow, intrigued. The name Lily of the Valley Conference triggered a faint memory. He recalled it being a major event in the Sinnoh region, prominently featured in the anime. That's the grandest tournament we have in Sinnoh, Hellion said enthusiastically. Only trainers who've collected all 8 gym badges are allowed to compete. If you win the tournament, not only will you gain fame and a large sum of money, but you'll also earn the chance to battle against the regional champion, Miss Cynthia. Hellion exclaimed excitedly. Cynthia, the image of a tall, composed blonde woman with piercing eyes and an air of mystery flashed through Naoki's mind. Smiling to himself, he shook his head and replied, Everyone has their own ambitions. Instead of becoming a champion, I'd rather enjoy a peaceful life with the Pokémon I love. Hellion nodded in understanding. Fair enough. The heat around them became increasingly oppressive. The intense temperature made Hellion, dressed in a lightweight short-sleeved shirt, visibly uncomfortable. He flushed red as he dramatically shed his shirt, fanning himself with his hands. It's scorching. I can't take this anymore. Naoki, drenched in sweat, exhaled deeply, trying to calm himself. The air around them shimmered with heat, and he silently prayed for some relief, though he doubted any was forthcoming. Hellion scanned the surroundings, his gaze sharp as if searching for something specific. Suddenly, he bolted toward a nearby hillside. After a brief moment of observation, he turned back, shouting with enthusiasm. Naoki, over here. The Slugmoss are here. Naoki rushed to join him, eager to see what lay ahead. On a sun-bleached hillside scattered with jagged rocks, a vibrant gathering of Slugmoss basked. In the searing heat, volcanic gases hissed and curled into the air from fissures among the rubble. creating a scene both dynamic and fiery. The red slug moss crawled lazily, their movements reflecting the sluggish but lively ambience of the area. At last, Naoki's eyes lit up with excitement as he spotted the Pokémon they had been searching for. But his excitement quickly turned to curiosity as his eyes fell upon one particular slugma. It stood out from the rest, its body radiating a crystalline glow, refracting light into a spectrum of colors. On its head rested a peculiar red candlestick-like structure that pulsed faintly. "Is that terrestrialization?" Naoki muttered, stunned. Hellion looked equally confused. "I have no idea what that is. But this isn't the first time I've seen Pokémon with strange appearances like that around here. Over the past month, I've come across several Pokémon that looked unusual. After battling them, they'd return to normal." Naoki turned to Hellion, his expression thoughtful. "That's terrestrialization." "Terrestrialization," Hellion repeated, puzzled. "It's a phenomenon unique to the Paldea region," Naoki explained. "When Pokémon undergo terrestrialization, a crystalline energy envelopes their bodies, temporarily changing their types and enhancing their abilities. It's a lot like—" He paused for a moment, recalling the broader Pokémon mechanics. Originally, he was about to compare it to Mega Evolution, but at this time, Mega Evolution might not have been released yet, so he changed his words midway. "It's similar to Dynamaxing in the Galar region." "What's Dynamax?" Hellion asked, looking even more confused. "Naoki," he couldn't help but ask, "don't you keep up with news from other regions?" Hellion scratched his head awkwardly. "Well, those places are so far away, and I'm usually traveling, so I don't really get a chance to watch the news." "Fair enough." Naoki sighed, thinking back to how Hellion had used his Pokédex earlier. It must have been the regional Pokédex for Sinnoh, which lacked entries for Pokémon from other regions. Considering the limited communication technologies and underdeveloped internet of this era, it made sense that many trainers had no way of learning about the happenings in distant regions. "If you get the chance," Naoki said, "you should visit the Galar region and the Paldea region to see for yourself." Hellion nodded with determination. "I will." Turning his attention to the group of slugmoss, Naoki smiled at Palmot. "Palmot, I'll leave this to you." "Palmot," Palmot replied, brimming with enthusiasm. The little Pokémon was practically vibrating with excitement at the sight of so many slugmoss. Holding a fruit in its paw, it flew toward the group, its voice carrying a nervous yet hopeful tone. "Palmot, Palmot. Hi there. I'm Palmot, and I'd really like to be friends with you." The slugmoss turned their glowing yellow eyes toward Palmot, blinking curiously. But after a moment, most of them seemed indifferent. They turned away, uninterested, and resumed their slow, crawling movements across the sunlit rocks. Palmot's hopeful expression fell. "Palmot." It drooped, disappointment evident in its posture. Almost all the slugmoss had ignored its greeting and wandered off. However, just as it was about to give up, one small slugma slowly crawled closer, its movements deliberate. Palmot immediately perked up, turning toward the approaching slugma with renewed energy. The slugma stopped in front of Palmot, its yellow eyes fixated on the fruit in the little Pokémon's paw. Palmot looked at the fruit, then back at the slugma, its face lighting up with a wide, hopeful grin. With a happy chirp, it extended its paw, offering the fruit. "Palmot." The slugma hesitated for a moment before leaning forward and taking the fruit in its mouth. It chewed slowly, savoring the snack as its crystalline body shimmered faintly in the sunlight. Seeing the slugma accept its offering, Palmot's eyes sparkled with joy. It extended a friendly paw toward the Pokémon. "Palmot, would you like to be my friend?" The slugma finished the berry, licked its lips, and looked up at the eager little Pokémon. It blinked once, then twice, its expression difficult to read. "Go," it responded, tilting its head in a mix of curiosity and confusion. Palmot chirped enthusiastically. "Palmot, good friends are the best. I'll share lots of berries with you. We'll play together every day. And if any Pokémon tries to bully you, I'll teach them a lesson." The slugma blinked, tilting its head as it processed Palmot's words. The thought of having a friend who would protect it and bring berries every day seemed almost too good to be true. As it imagined this, white steam began to rise from its crystalline body, and a rhythmic popping sound dash bang, bang bang, echoed across the cliff. Palmot paused for a moment, surprised by the reaction. Then, remembering the animated film, it realized what this meant. The slugma was overjoyed. Palmot's eyes sparkled with delight. It leaned closer and asked with even more enthusiasm, "Palmot, will you come with me and be my friend?" The slugma glanced at Palmot, steam rising from its body once more as it thumped happily against the ground. Seeing this, Palmot spun around and eagerly flew back to Naoki, gesturing for something. Naoki smiled, reached into his bag, and handed over a pokeball. With an encouraging nod, he watched as Palmot darted back toward the slugma. Holding the pokeball in its tiny paws, Palmot extended the invitation again, offering the pokeball to the slugma. The small Pokemon looked at Palmot, then at the pokeball, and finally thumped the ground one last time with excitement before tapping the pokeball. In a flash of red light, the slugma entered the ball, which clicked shut without any resistance. "Palmot!" Palmot chirped, twirling happily in the air. It had made a new friend. Holding the pokeball triumphantly, it flew back to Naoki and placed the ball in his hand. Naoki smiled, giving Palmot a gentle pat. "Great job, Palmot." Meanwhile, Hellion stood frozen, his jaw practically on the ground. "What? This? Is it even possible to capture a Pokemon like that?" No, wait. That wasn't the strangest part. This Palmot had actually managed to befriend and capture a slugma on its own. Hellion's thoughts raced as he tried to process what he had just witnessed. Finally, a new concern popped into his mind. Would a slugma befriended by Palmot even listen to Naoki's commands? Naoki placed the slugma's pokeball into his bag, planning to interact with it again after descending the mountain. As he turned around, he noticed Hellion staring at him with an expression of shock and disbelief. Naoki tilted his head, puzzled. "What's wrong?" Hellion couldn't help but blurt out, "Is this how trainers from the Paldea region capture Pokemon? But if that's the case, will the captured Pokemon even listen to your commands?" Naoki paused, considering the question, then replied, "Not exactly. I don't really rely on Pokemon for battles. I captured the slugma because I like it. I want to take it home, care for it, and build a bond over time." Hellion furrowed his brow, trying to process this concept. A collector-type trainer? He had met trainers like this before, those who focused more on befriending Pokemon than battling them. However, the method Naoki used was still unconventional. Letting a Pokemon capture another Pokemon? That was unheard of. Seeing Hellion's baffled look, Naoki chuckled and said, "You should try it sometime. Most Pokemon are kind-hearted and simple. If you show them care and offer food, there's a good chance they'll choose to be your partner." He paused before adding, "Of course, this works best with smaller, more docile Pokemon like Slugma or Eevee. For stronger or more aggressive Pokemon like Tyranitar, you'll need to prove your strength in battle to earn their respect." Hellion listened intently, his eyes lighting up as if something had clicked in his mind. "I see. That's actually really interesting." Naoki smiled and turned to leave, satisfied that he had shared something useful. Hellion, who had been training in Hell Valley for a month, decided to accompany Naoki down the mountain, planning to stock up on supplies in Mosway Town. As they exited the Hell Valley area, the temperature immediately dropped, and Naoki sighed in relief. He pulled a water bottle from his backpack and took a long sip while Hellion put his shirt back on. When they passed the area where Naoki had first seen the timid green Pokemon, curiosity got the better of him. "Hellion," Naoki began, "have you seen any Pokemon unique to Kitakami around here?" Hellion scratched his head. Nothing else comes to mind. But there are plenty of Pokemon here that we don't have in Sinnoh. I've seen Mimikyu, Hatenna, and Carbink around these parts. Did you spot something unusual?" Naoki nodded. "In the area just ahead, I saw a Pokemon I'd never encountered before." Hellion's eyes widened as he followed Naoki's gesture, but the realization seemed to spark concern instead of intrigue. "Wait, You went in there? Naoki frowned. What's wrong with that? That area is known as Onifong Cave, Hellion explained. The jagged cliffs and narrow paths make it incredibly dangerous. Locals call it that because the sharp rock formations resemble Oni fangs. People are warned to stay away because it's easy to fall. Hellion's tone grew more serious. There's another reason people avoid it. They believe the Oni that killed the 3 loyal Pokémon resides somewhere in Onifong Cave. If anyone encounters it, their life is said to be at risk. A shiver ran through Hellion as he muttered, An Oni with a mask. How terrifying. I hate folklore like this. It's too creepy. Naoki stood silent for a moment. A ghost wearing a mask. The image of the green Pokémon holding the mask flashed in his mind. Could that timid Pokémon really be the so-called Oni from the legends? The idea seemed absurd. The creature had been so scared it ran away at the sight of him. Unless the Oni was someone or something else entirely. Just then, a chilling wind howled from the direction of Oni Tooth Cave. As it swept through the valley, it produced an eerie, wailing sound reminiscent of the cries of restless spirits. Hellion shuddered, feeling the hairs on his neck stand on end. A cold sweat trickled down his back as he stammered. Oh, let's get out of here. Naoki sighed, bemused by Hellion's fear, but decided not to press further. He led Koraidon and Palmot back down the mountain, eventually returning to Mosway Town. By the time they reached the community center, it was already 4 in the afternoon. Naoki bid farewell to Hellion before heading inside to rest. The next day, he was scheduled to visit Apple Hill with the village chief to explore the renowned apple orchards. After dinner, Naoki retired to his room to prepare for the day ahead. Curious to learn more about his new companion, he released the Slugma from its pokeball. Together with Palmot, Naoki observed the Slugma and offered it an assortment of fruits and snacks. To his surprise, the Slugma showed no fear of him. It seemed cheerful and content as it slowly devoured the fruits, savoring each bite. Naoki mused with a smile, watching the little Pokémon eat. What caught his attention even more was the Slugma's natural heat. Shortly after being released, the temperature in the room began to rise, creating a cozy warmth. Fascinating, Naoki murmured as he watched the Slugma interact with Palmot. An idea sparked in his mind. With this Slugma, I wouldn't need firewood to heat my fireplace anymore. We could even design a network of heating pipes running through the house, just for it, he mused. It could crawl through the pipes, moving freely between rooms and keeping the entire house warm in winter. The thought of such an ingenious heating system excited Naoki. He imagined the Slugma becoming a cherished companion in the colder months, ensuring everyone stayed comfortable. Lost in thought, Naoki leaned back in his chair, his eyes fixed on Palmot and the Slugma, who were playing together happily. Once the Slugma worm had eaten its fill, it seemed even more cheerful. It appeared grateful for Palmot's warmth and friendliness and was eager to return the gesture. Suddenly, the Slugma's joy bubbled over, and puffs of white smoke burst from its glowing red body. Bang! 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 Thick plumes of smoke filled the room, causing Naoki to cough and scramble to open the window. As fresh air swept in, he turned back to the Slugma, which now looked flustered and apologetic. Naoki chuckled softly. Why do I get the feeling this Slugma might not be the brightest, he wondered aloud, shaking his head. Palmot, ever empathetic, immediately stepped in to console the Slugma. Paymo, Paymo, it chirped, patting its new friend on the back. The Slugma blinked in confusion before its expression brightened. Biko. Naoki's curiosity deepened. Yes, I'd like to see Ming visibly happy. Again. Then, the familiar bang 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 sounds filled the room as bursts of smoke puffed from its body. Naoki. Not the smartest, clearly, but perhaps, Naoki mused, it was precisely this simple and somewhat silly nature that made the Slugma willing to befriend Palmot. Just like children who have just started kindergarten, innocent and eager to connect. The next morning, Naoki joined the village chief on a visit to the local apple orchard. Standing at the base of the orchard hill, Naoki took in the sight of countless apple trees stretching out in neat rows. The sunlight reflected off the apples hanging from the branches, creating a picturesque scene. "This is the Apple Hill," the village chief said with pride. The hill's open landscape allows the sunlight to reach every tree, ensuring our apples grow large, round, and full of flavor. Naoki looked closer at the apples hanging on the branches. Each one was perfectly round, with a vibrant red hue and a shiny skin that made them look irresistible. The village chief plucked a few apples from a nearby tree and handed them to Naoki. "Here, try one. These are Kitakami's pride and joy." Naoki accepted an apple and glanced at it. Instantly, information about the apple surfaced in his mind. Kitakami apples, renowned for their high quality. These apples are a world-famous specialty of Kitakami Township. He handed one of the apples to Karaden, who eagerly accepted it and took a bite of his own. As soon as he bit into the apple, sweet, crisp juice exploded in his mouth, filling his senses with flavor. Naoki nodded in approval, savoring the taste. "They're incredible," he admitted. The village chief beamed with pride. "Of course, we put our hearts into growing them." Naoki turned his gaze to the apple orchard stretching out before him. The vibrant greenery, coupled with the care that clearly went into nurturing the orchard, filled him with admiration. "This truly is fertile land," he thought. As with the rice fields he had seen earlier, Pokémon were actively involved in the orchard's upkeep. Naoki spotted Mytina prowling between the trees, seeds scampering through the grass, Bellsprout tending to saplings with their vines, and Scatterbug resting on the branches. Kitakami Township had clearly mastered the integration of Pokémon into agricultural development. The village chief followed Naoki's gaze and chuckled. "Those are some of the Pokémon who help us maintain the orchard. Mytina protect the orchard, scaring off wild Pokémon who might damage the trees. Seed patrols the area, warning Mytina if something's amiss. Scatterbug keeps pests away from the trees, ensuring they grow unharmed. And Bellsprouto, they're particularly useful. They use their grass-type abilities to nurture the trees and even help us harvest apples with their vine whip." Naoki nodded thoughtfully, impressed by the efficient system. "Do farms in the Paldea region involve Pokémon in agriculture this much?" the village chief asked. Naoki thought back to the few farms he had visited. Some, like Mr. Leaf's cherry orchard, did rely on Pokémon, but that was largely because Mr. Leaf had taken in wild Pokémon out of kindness. It wasn't the same structured approach as in Kitakami Township. "I think this is something I'll suggest to Mayor Thomas when I return," Naoki replied. "I can share what I've seen here." He smiled, adding, "On my ranch, Dragonite uses rain dance to water the fields, Diglett helps till the soil, Gagoat supports crop growth with its grass-type energy, and Psyduck helps harvest fruits." "That's excellent," the village chief exclaimed. He nodded enthusiastically, his admiration clear. Pokémon truly are magical creatures. Their contributions have made life so much better for us humans. Naoki smiled in agreement. "They really are." The group wandered leisurely across Apple Hill, taking in the picturesque landscape. Along the way, Naoki noticed several vans parked along the road. Farmers and Pokémon worked side by side, carefully loading freshly harvested apples into boxes and stacking them neatly onto trucks. The village chief smiled warmly as he gestured toward the scene. "These apples will soon be shipped all over the world to regions like Kanto, Sinnoh, Paldea, Unova, and Kalos so people everywhere can enjoy the flavors of Kitakami." "That's incredible," Naoki exclaimed, genuinely impressed. In an era when the internet wasn't yet widespread and commercial promotion relied heavily on newspapers and word of mouth, the fact that Kitakami apples had achieved global renown spoke volumes about their exceptional quality. The village chief continued with a nostalgic smile. "There are many delightful things about our town, but it's a shame you didn't visit during the summer. If you had, you could have joined us for our mask festival." Naoki tilted his head slightly. "Mask festival?" The chief nodded enthusiastically. "Yes, It's an annual celebration honoring the bravery of the three companion Pokémon. People from all over the town and even trainers from other regions come to participate. He chuckled as he continued. Everyone wears masks and gathers at the shrine in the heart of Kitakami to celebrate. It's a lively event. Naoki's thoughts lingered on the mention of masks. It seemed like so many aspects of Kitakami's culture, from festivals to its legends, were tied to masks. The image of the green Pokémon he had encountered the day before and the mask it held flashed through his mind. Feeling a tug of curiosity, he asked, "By the way, Chief, are there any Pokémon unique to Kitakami?" The question seemed to catch the village chief off guard, but he nodded. Of course. The most famous ones are the three companion Pokémon who gave their lives to protect the village. Naoki listened intently as the chief listed their names: Okidoji, Munkidori, and Pheasantipity. However, the green Pokémon Naoki had seen bore no resemblance to a dog, monkey, or bird. After some thought, he asked hesitantly, "Are there any others besides the three companions? I saw a Pokémon wearing a mask in the mountains. Is it also from Kitakami?" The moment Naoki finished speaking, the chief's expression darkened, his demeanor shifting dramatically. A Pokémon wearing a mask, wandering in the mountains. Did you encounter the Oni? Naoki froze, taken aback. Oni, the village chief's voice lowered, trembling with fear. The vicious Oni from our legends, the one said to have killed the three companion Pokémon. Naoki's mind reeled. The timid Pokémon he had seen yesterday, cowering in fear, was supposed to be the same Oni from the stories? It didn't add up. He vividly recalled how it trembled when he approached, bolted away in panic, and left its mask behind. How could such a scared creature be a violent Oni? Something about the legend didn't sit right with him. Still, the chief's fear was palpable. That ghost is brutal and dangerous, he warned. I strongly advise you to stay far away from Oni Mountain. If you provoke it, your life will be in grave danger. Naoki couldn't bring himself to believe the chief's words. He trusted his own observations. Over the tales of the townspeople, the Pokémon he saw couldn't possibly be the ruthless ghost of the legend. Beside him, Koraidon let out an indignant growl. Rayo! The village chief flinched, startled by Koraidon's sudden outburst. Instinctively, he took a few steps back, his face pale. What's wrong with your Pokémon? Why is it angry? Naoki placed a calming hand on Koraidon's side, gently soothing the Pokémon's agitation. Easy now, he murmured. The ancient Pokémon seemed to sense that something about the chief's story didn't sit well. Koraidon snorted but relented, shifting back into a more neutral stance. The village chief exhaled heavily, relieved. He turned his gaze up the hill and gestured forward. Just ahead is Loyal 3 Memorial Shrine, he said, his voice steadier now. That's where the remains of the three companions were laid to rest. Would you like to visit it? We've arrived. This is where the three loyal Pokémon rest, the mayor announced. Naoki and the mayor followed the path along Apple Hill until they reached a flat, open area. The space was circular, bordered by a wooden fence, with quaint park benches arranged along its edges. A few townsfolk sat there with their children and Pokémon, enjoying a moment of rest. At the heart of the square stood a small shrine, with statues of three distinct Pokémon enshrined within. Naoki observed the figures intently. It was clear these were the companion Pokémon the mayor had spoken about. Thanks to them, our town was saved from the Oni. Everyone owes their lives to their sacrifice, the mayor said, his voice filled with gratitude. Naoki leaned closer, intrigued. Are their remains buried here? The mayor nodded solemnly. As he stepped closer to the shrine, he noticed a smudge on its surface and immediately began cleaning it with care. At that moment, a villager came running from behind, shouting, "Mayor, something terrible has happened. The truck transporting apples has fallen into a ditch." What? The mayor's face lit with concern. Turning to Naoki, he said, "I'm afraid we'll have to cut this visit short. Feel free to explore the area, but I need to attend to this. Do you need any help?" Naoki offered earnestly. The mayor smiled but shook his head. "Thank you. but our town has staff specifically trained for these situations. I wouldn't want to trouble you." Naoki watched as the mayor hurried off. Left alone, his attention returned to the shrine before him. Within it were 3 small statues. Their weathered forms made it impossible to discern the exact appearances of the Pokémon they depicted. As he pondered, a familiar voice called out from behind. "Naoki, you're visiting the shrine of the 3 loyal Pokémon too." Startled, Naoki turned to see Hellion approaching, his face alight with enthusiasm. "Hellion? I thought you'd already left Kitakami," Naoki exclaimed. "Not yet. My training is over for now, so I decided to linger a bit and take in the peaceful scenery of this region," Hellion replied with a grin. Naoki nodded, and together they turned their gazes to the shrine. To the right of the shrine stood a stone tablet etched with an account of the Pokémon's heroism. Hellion began to read aloud. "The brave Pokémon statue. Long ago, these heroic Pokémon defended the town against a fierce onslaught of Oni. Though their bravery saved the village, they ultimately fell in battle. Their remains now rest beneath this monument, where they are eternally honored." Naoki listened in silence, his thoughts swirling. Could the green Pokémon he encountered the day before really be a Oni? The idea seemed implausible. The timid creature he'd seen hardly fit the image of a destructive specter responsible for such devastation. Doubts clouded his mind, and he resolved to seek answers. After a moment's contemplation, Naoki turned to Hellion. "I need to go check something out," he said, excusing himself. Hellion nodded in understanding as Naoki called for Koraidon. The Pokémon stepped forward, letting out a sharp "Rayo" before lowering itself to allow Naoki to climb on. As soon as Naoki was seated, Koraidon unfurled the wing-like structures on its head and leaped into the air. With powerful strokes, it flew toward the eerie mountain cloaked in mystery. In just 10 minutes, they arrived at the entrance to Onifong Cave. The path ahead as narrow and precarious, suspended along the mountainside. Beyond it lay the cave where Naoki had encountered the enigmatic Pokémon the previous day. Yesterday's encounter replayed vividly in Naoki's mind. He reasoned that the mysterious Pokémon had likely bolted from the cave out of specifically fear of Koraidon. After all, Koraidon, summoned from ancient times, bore a fearsome and primal appearance. To a modern Pokémon, its presence was as jarring as a dinosaur from the Jurassic era appearing before a flock of modern-day animals. "Wait here for me," Naoki instructed gently, guiding Koraidon to a large thicket. "I'll go in and check on things by myself." Koraidon obeyed with a soft growl of agreement and crouched behind a bush. Its head peeked over the foliage, gazing at Naoki with a forlorn, almost pitiful expression. After ensuring Koraidon was well hidden, Naoki approached the cave. As he drew nearer, the silhouette of the Pokémon he'd encountered the previous day came into view. Hearing the faint sounds outside, the Pokémon's ears twitched. It turned its head abruptly, its movements stiff with nervousness. Their eyes met, locking across the space. Naoki immediately softened his expression, doing his best to appear non-threatening. "Hello," he said gently. "Do you remember me? I came here yesterday." But as soon as Naoki spoke, the Pokémon froze, its wide, panicked eyes darting to its surroundings. With hurried, fumbling movements, it pulled a green grass mass from under its coat and slipped it onto its face. The transformation was striking. As soon as the mask was in place, the Pokémon's unease seemed to vanish, replaced by an air of composure. All its emotions were hidden behind the mask's carved features. Naoki was stunned, observing the creature intently. The mask seemed to fit it perfectly, almost as if it were a part of the Pokémon itself. Drawing on his knowledge, Naoki thought of items like Dialga's adamant orb and Palkia's lustrous orb. Could this mask be a similar artifact, an item uniquely tied to this Pokémon? Despite his curiosity, Naoki was careful not to make any sudden movements. He was relieved to see the Pokémon hadn't bolted this time. That only reinforced his earlier suspicion. The Pokémon had run away not because of him, but because of Koraidon. "It's okay," Naoki said softly. I won't hurt you. I mean no harm. Keeping his voice low and soothing, Naoki shifted his attention to the mask. It was old and worn, with several cracks and scuffs across its surface, hinting at its long history. Whatever this Pokémon had been through, the mask had clearly endured alongside it. While Naoki studied the Pokémon was also observing him, its face inscrutable behind the mask. Its cautious gaze followed Naoki's every move. Naoki's eyes drifted to the stone table in the cave. He noticed the pile of fruit was noticeably smaller, proof that the Pokémon had eaten some of it. When the Pokémon noticed his gaze, it grew visibly uneasy, its small hands fidgeting nervously. Naoki chuckled softly and shook his head. Don't worry. Those fruits were a gift from Palmot and me. He paused, his tone lightening. You remember Palmot, don't you? The pink Pokémon from yesterday. The Pokémon hesitated, then gave a small nod. That's good, Naoki said with a smile, though his thoughts remained a swirl of questions. Could this Pokémon truly be the masked Oni from the town's legends? It didn't fit. This creature was timid and hesitant, not a fearsome specter of destruction. The atmosphere grew quiet. Neither Naoki nor the Pokémon spoke, the air between them filled with an unspoken understanding. Naoki's gaze shifted to the stone bed and table in the cave. A thought struck him, and he asked gently, Have you always lived here alone? The moment the question left his lips, a wave of sorrow seemed to radiate from the Pokémon. Though its face remained hidden, the sadness in its posture was unmistakable. Naoki froze, his heart sinking. Did this Pokémon once share its home with someone or something? Had it lost a companion? The thought weighed on him, but he decided not to press further. It was clear the topic caused the Pokémon pain. Naoki felt he had learned enough for now. He stood, his movements slow and deliberate. Immediately, the Pokémon tensed, its masked face turning toward him. Naoki was momentarily stunned, but quickly reassured the masked Pokémon. Don't worry, I'm just leaving now. I won't bother you anymore. He slung his backpack off his shoulder, retrieving a bottle of fresh moo milk from the ranch and a few pieces of homemade puffins. He placed them gently on the stone table. These are for you, a small gift. Goodbye. With that, Naoki turned and left the hidden cave. Outside, he found Koraiden crouched behind the bushes, its head still peeking out. He gave it a reassuring pat. Let's go, he said softly. Koraiden cast one last glance toward the cave, but then obediently carried Naoki out of Oni, Fong Cave, and back toward the village. By the time they arrived, the sun was already high in the sky, signaling noon. Despite the warm midday light, Naoki's thoughts remained tangled. Something about the legend surrounding the masked Oni didn't add up. Yet no matter how he turned it over in his mind, he couldn't piece together the missing details. Sighing, he decided to set the mystery aside for now and focus on lunch. The meal at the village's community center was nothing short of delightful. The spread of farm-to-table dishes and the rustic, cozy atmosphere felt like a countryside holiday. Every bite reminded Naoki of the deep connection between the villagers and the land they tended so lovingly. After lunch, Naoki decided it was time for a break. He returned to his room, released his Pokémon from their Pokeballs, and fed them some fresh puffins. Just as he was settling in for a short nap, a knock at the door interrupted him. He opened it to find an elderly woman standing there, her white hair glowing softly in the light. Her expression was a mix of concern and curiosity. Grandma Hideko? Naoki asked, surprised. The woman, Hideko, gave a small nod before speaking directly. You went into Oni Fong Cave yesterday, didn't you? Did you see a Oni? Naoki blinked, caught off guard. How did you know about that? It's all over town, Hideko replied, her tone a mixture of amazement and scolding. You're quite brave, or reckless to go into that place. Naoki sighed. Living in a small town had its downsides, nothing stayed a secret for long. He braced himself, expecting Hideko to mirror the village chief's warnings to steer clear of the cave. But what she said next completely surprised him. Her expression turned serious. Did you see it? The Oni? What was it like? Naoki hesitated, sensing there was more to this conversation. I saw something, but it didn't seem like the Oni described in the legend. Hideko let out a heavy sigh. So it's true. She paused before continuing, her tone resolute. Come with me. My husband has something to tell you. Confused but intrigued, Naoki didn't hesitate. Let me grab my things, he said, recalling Koraden and gathering his Pokémon before following Hideko out of the community center. She led him to a small house on the outskirts of the village. Beneath the eaves, an old man stood waiting. His back was hunched, his face lined with age, and his thin hair was neatly parted down the middle. Come inside, the old man said, his voice low but steady. Naoki nodded, stepping into the house with Koraden and his Pokémon trailing behind. The group settled on the sofa. The old man studied Naoki and Koraden for a long moment before speaking. Did you see a Oni in the cave? Naoki hesitated, then replied, if that green Pokémon wearing a mask is what you call a Oni, then yes. As I thought, the old man's eyes widened in understanding. I can't believe it actually revealed itself to you. It seems the time has come. Naoki blinked, unsure how to respond. In truth, the masked Pokémon hadn't willingly revealed itself. If Koraden hadn't been so vigilant, he doubted he would have even noticed it. Have you heard the Oni legend that circulates in this village? The old man asked. Naoki nodded. I have. The old man leaned forward slightly. And what do you think of it? Caught off guard, Naoki paused to gather his thoughts. I'm not sure. The Pokémon I encountered doesn't feel like a Oni to me, he admitted. If anything, it seemed timid and afraid. It's hard to imagine it being the same creature from the stories, ferocious, ruthless, and terrifying. Or perhaps, Naoki considered silently, it had two personalities, one meek and fearful, the other violent and deadly. But the old man shook his head firmly. No, is the Oni. That event truly happened in history. But the stories told in the village are all wrong. The real history is the complete opposite of what you've heard. The opposite? What does that mean? Naoki asked, intrigued. The old man's expression grew solemn. Since you've encountered the Oni, no, we should. Call it by its true name. Odrapan will share with you the truth. This is the history my family has passed down for generations. But you must swear not to tell anyone in the village about this. Naoki saw the gravity in the old man's face and nodded without hesitation. I promise. Koraden, sitting nearby, let out a soft growl of acknowledgement, and Palmot nodded energetically in agreement, its small paws clasped in determination. Sunlight streamed through the window, casting shifting shadows on the wooden floor. Dust motes danced in the golden beams, adding an almost ethereal quality to the room. The old man's voice, deep and deliberate, carried the weight of a story that felt as ancient as the light itself. A long time ago, the old man began. A traveler and his Pokémon, a creature unlike anything seen in these lands, wandered into Kitakami Township. Their appearance was foreign, their ways unfamiliar, and the villagers feared them. They were turned away and forbidden from approaching the village. The traveler and his Pokémon were heartbroken. They had sought refuge and companionship, but found only rejection. Still, they found solace in each other's company. Together, they retreated to the mountains, where they carved out a quiet, humble existence. In a cave, the village's masked craftsman was the only one who took pity on the traveler and his Pokémon. The old man began. Moved by their plight, he decided to help. He crafted several masks for them, each adorned with gemstones brought from their homeland. These masks were dazzling, intricate, and utterly unique. The masks allowed the traveler and the Pokémon to hide their faces and mingle with the villagers without fear. For the first time, they felt a sense of belonging. Grateful for the craftsman's kindness, they cherished the masks and began to secretly attend village celebrations, blending in with the festivities. But the masks were so exquisitely made that word of their beauty spread far and wide, even reaching distant lands. This drew the attention of greedy Pokémon who sought to steal these treasures for themselves. One day, A group of these Pokémon crept into the cave where the traveler and his Pokémon lived. They attacked, attempting to steal the masks. The traveler fought bravely, managing to protect one mask, but the others were taken. Tragically, he was gravely injured in the struggle and succumbed to his wounds. The old man's voice grew heavier, his words slow and deliberate. When the Pokémon returned to the cave hours later, it found the traveler lifeless and the stolen masks gone. Overcome with grief and fury, it donned the remaining green mask and descended upon the village. It wasn't long before it found the Pokémon parading their stolen masks in the village, reveling in their theft. Enraged, it attacked, defeating the thieves and retrieving the masks. But the scene terrified the villagers, who misunderstood what was happening. All they saw was an angry, masked Pokémon attacking others. They assumed the 3 Pokémon who had stolen the masks were heroes who had saved the village from a rampaging Oni. To honor them, the villagers buried them as revered protectors, calling them the 3 loyal Pokémon. The masked Pokémon, wounded and filled with sorrow, returned to its cave in the mountains, where it has lived in solitude ever since. The old man sighed deeply. Our ancestor, the masked craftsman, tried to tell the truth of what happened, but no one believed him. Instead, he was branded a heretic and ostracized for defending the so-called Oni. Naoki sat in stunned silence, struggling to process the story. How could things have gone so wrong? He murmured, his voice barely audible. Nearby, Koraidon lowered its head, its usual pride dimmed by the weight of the tail. Palma gripped its small hammer tightly, anger flashing in its eyes. The old man observed their reactions and nodded solemnly. If Ogerpon revealed itself to you, it means it sees something in you. I believe it trusts you. That's why I have a favor to ask. Naoki met the old man's gaze, listening intently. Take Ogerpon away from this place, the old man said. Away from Kitakami Township, where it has endured nothing but rejection and hate. Let live somewhere. The story came to a close, and an uneasy silence settled in the room. No one spoke, the weight of the tale hanging heavily in the air. Naoki's thoughts drifted to the cave he had explored earlier. He could still picture the stone bed, table, and bench, each carefully polished to a smooth surface. It wasn't hard to imagine the life that once existed there. The traveler, an outsider, had arrived at the cave with Ogerpon, hoping to build a home. Together, they hauled large, uneven rocks from the mountains, smoothing them with care and anticipation of a peaceful future. A bed for sleeping, a table for meals, a stool for resting was a simple life, but it was theirs. Then, those 3 greedy Pokémon shattered that peace. The man lost his life, leaving Ogerpon alone in a cave now filled with memories of loss. Naoki's chest tightened as he remembered Ogerpon's sadness when he had asked if it always lived there alone. Now he understood why. Alas, the old man said with a heavy sigh, the true history is the exact opposite of what the village believes. If they knew the 3 loyal Pokémon they honor were actually the villains, I can't imagine the chaos it would cause. Naoki nodded solemnly, understanding the gravity of the situation. If the truth came out, the family of the masked craftsman might be persecuted all over again. Just as the old man opened his mouth to say more, the door slammed open with a loud bang. A boy around 4 or 5 and a slightly older girl stormed in, their faces flushed with anger. This is so unfair, the girl cried. How could the villagers treat Ogerpon like this? The old man and Hideko looked horrified. They rushed to the door, checking outside to ensure no one overheard, then quickly pulled the children inside and shut the door firmly. Hideko clamped a hand over the girl's mouth. Quiet. You mustn't let anyone hear you, she hissed. But, the girl protested, her muffled words furious. The boy, meanwhile, stood silently, his fists clenched, his face a storm of emotions. The old man frowned. It's not right to eavesdrop on grown-up conversations, he scolded. The 2 children lowered their heads in guilt. The old man sighed again. I was going to tell you both when you were older, but since you've overheard, listen carefully. This is a truth you must carry in your hearts, and never speak of to anyone else. Hideko gestured toward Naoki. These two are my grandchildren Carmine and Kieran, she explained apologetically. Naoki nodded in greeting, acknowledging the siblings with a small smile. After calming the children, the old man turned back to Naoki. You seem like a capable trainer, he said, his tone serious. If that's the case, then I ask you to approach Ogerpon as a trainer would. Gain its trust and take it away from here. Naoki hesitated. If Ogerpon were a wild Pokémon, I'd agree. But from everything I've seen, it's clearly not. This place holds so many memories for it. I can't guarantee it will want to leave. Do your best, the old man urged. If Ogerpon does choose to leave, then at least the villagers' debt to it will be partially repaid. Naoki nodded, standing up. I'll try, he said, bowing slightly before turning to leave. Before he could reach the door, Carmine and Kieran chased after him. Uncle, Carmine called. Naoki froze. Uncle. His face darkened. Did he really look that old? Carmine huffed in frustration and nudged her brother forward. Kieran, stop being a coward. Say what you want to say. Kieran shuffled his feet before stepping forward hesitantly. Are you really a trainer? Naoki nodded. I suppose you could say that. Kieran's expression softened with relief. I've always liked Ogerpon. After hearing Grandpa's story, I really hope it can live a better life. If it decides to leave with you, please take good care of it. Naoki smiled gently. I will. With that, he bid the siblings farewell and mounted Karaden, heading back to Oni Mountain. Arriving at the cave, he was surprised to find it empty. Naoki searched the area, but there was no sign of Ogerpon. It seemed the masked Pokémon had gone out. With no other options, Naoki returned to Mosue Village. Late at night, Oni Mountain. Ogerpon sat alone on the stone bench, its familiar mask held tightly in its small hands. Tonight, unlike usual, a pile of freshly picked berries sat neatly on the stone table. Ogerpon's mind wandered through the events of the past 2 days. That first day, it had encountered a strange human on Oni Mountain. No one had dared come to this place in a long time. When Ogerpon spotted the intruder, it quickly hid, observing the human cautiously from the shadows. To its surprise, the human spotted it almost immediately and followed it back to its cave. Panic overtook Ogerpon. It feared the human might try to attack or drive it away. Instead, the human greeted it warmly, offering food with no signs of hostility. Ogerpon hadn't known how to react. It was too scared, too confused by the human's kindness. It had bolted from the cave and stayed away until the human left. When it returned, it found a small mountain of berries left on the stone table. It had assumed the human would never return. But the next day, he came back, kind as ever, speaking softly and leaving behind more food. Ogerpon glanced at the overflowing pile of berries on the table. It couldn't possibly eat them all. Would the human come back again tomorrow? A flicker of anticipation rose in its chest. As it stared at the food, memories from a long time ago surfaced. When it was still small, a tall human had brought it to this very cave. He had cared for it like his own child, tending to it with warmth and kindness. He, too, would bring berries from the village and leave them on the table. To Ogerpon, that man had been like a father. But then, he was gone. That day, enraged by his loss, Ogerpon had gone to the village. It had hunted down the 4 Pokémon responsible and taken its revenge. But even so, its father never returned. A single tear fell from Ogerpon's eye, landing on the worn green mask in its hands. Then another. The longing it carried was endless. Ogerpon buried its face into the mask, muffling its sobs as heavy rain began to pour outside the cave. Early the next morning, a torrential downpour blanketed Mosue Village, forcing the suspension of the agricultural exchange meeting. Naoki remained indoors at the community center, listening to the steady rhythm of rain against the roof. His Pokémon were sprawled across the room, looking bored and listless. After W. Heil, Naoki stood, recalling them into their Pokeballs. He donned a raincoat, mounted Karaden, and flew through the rain toward Oni Mountain. When Naoki finally reached the cave and spotted Ogerpon clutching its mask, He let out a relieved sigh. He dismounted and approached cautiously. Koraden followed, its large frame moving carefully through the narrow entrance. After hearing Ogerpon's story the day before, Naoki felt a heavy weight in his chest every time he thought about the Pokémon situation. Misunderstood and hated by the villagers, it had no choice but to live in this cave filled with bittersweet memories, clutching its mask as though it were the last piece of its past. Sympathy welled up within him. Adjusting the straps on his backpack, Naoki stepped into the cave. Naoki wasn't sure how to comfort Ogerpon. All he could think to do was pour the food he had brought onto the stone table, completely disregarding the fact that yesterday's fruits were still untouched. Ogerpon stared blankly at the human bustling about in front of it. It hadn't expected the human to return today. "Here," Naoki said with a cheerful grin, pulling out a bottle of milk he'd heated at the community center. To keep it warm, he had tucked it into his jacket pocket and kept it covered. "It's cold and rainy today. Drinking something warm will help." He gently pressed the bottle into Ogerpon's hands. Then, without waiting for a response, he pulled a towel from his backpack and began drying the rain off Koraden to keep it from catching a chill. Seeing Ogerpon watching from the corner of its eye, Naoki said reassuringly, "Don't be afraid of it. This is Koraden. It might look fierce, but it's really very gentle." "Rayo!" Koraden shook itself off, sending droplets of water splashing all over Naoki. Naoki chuckled and continued drying Koraden's scales. Once he finished, he reached back into his bag and took out a blanket that the village siblings had packed for him. He spread it neatly over the stone bed in the corner of the cave. To further warm the chilly space, he released his trusty Slugma from its poke ball. The small, lava-bodied Pokémon crawled out, its glowing magma shell radiating heat. Warmth quickly began to fill the cave. The biting cold gave way to a pleasant heat, and the dim gray walls of the cave turned a soft orange, illuminated by Slugma's fiery glow. In just minutes, the atmosphere transformed completely. The once dreary cave became cozy and inviting, so quickly that Ogerpon seemed stunned by the change. Naoki didn't stop there. He pulled a frying pan from his backpack, placed it carefully on Slugma's warm surface, and began preparing breakfast. "Thank you, Slugma," he said, feeding the Pokémon a few berries. Slugma's glow brightened as it happily consumed the treats, raising its temperature further. The oil in the pan heated quickly, crackling as Naoki broke eggs into it. He added sliced cherry berries and a sprinkle of herbs before flipping the sizzling mixture. Finally, he toasted slices of bread over Slugma's heat, filling the cave with the aroma of freshly baked bread. In a few minutes, Naoki had assembled a hot sandwich, layering the fried eggs and berries between the slices of bread. He turned to Ogerpon and held it out. "Here, try this," he said warmly. Ogerpon looked bewildered, its mask tilting slightly as it blinked at him in confusion. Realizing his actions might have come across as abrupt, Naoki softened his tone. "Don't worry," he said, gently placing the sandwich on the table. "I just want to help." Ogerpon tilted its head, its glowing eyes flickering with curiosity. Naoki crouched down to meet Ogerpon's gaze. "You don't have to be scared," he said softly. Ogerpon. At the sound of its name, Ogerpon froze. Its wide eyes betrayed its surprise. "Pon," it murmured quietly, its voice trembling with emotion. Naoki smiled and nodded. "A villager told me about you, about everything you've been through. Pon, that villager is the descendant of the craftsman who made your mask. He's deeply sorry for all the pain you've endured. Pon, I'm very sad about what you've been through," Naoki said gently. "But from the moment I saw you, I knew you weren't the cruel Oni everyone says you are." Hearing this, Ogerpon looked up, its eyes glimmering like bright stars. Naoki grinned. "So, believe me, we mean you no harm. We don't hate you, and we never will because you've done nothing wrong." Ogerpon stared at Naoki for a moment, then its expression softened into a faint, happy smile. "Pon, Oge, here, eat up," Naoki said, motioning toward the sandwich he'd prepared. Ogerpon finally took a small bite of the sandwich, but as it ate, tears began streaming down its face. Large droplets fell one after another, splashing onto the stone table. Years of loneliness, the pain of exclusion, the heartbreak of losing its mask, and the sorrow of its caretaker's death, all the emotions it had bottled up for so long, came rushing out in waves. Ogerpon sobbed, unable to hold back. Naoki froze, unsure what to do. Why is it crying all of a sudden? He muttered to himself, panicking slightly. He stood abruptly, and in doing so, accidentally knocked a few Poke Balls from his pocket. The balls hit the ground and popped open, releasing two Pokémon in bursts of white light, Fluttermane and Cyclizer. Cyclizer blinked in confusion at the sight of the crying Pokémon. Meanwhile, Fluttermane turned its sharp, spectral gaze toward Ogerpon. As a ghost type, Fluttermane could sense the deep sorrow and lingering attachment surrounding Ogerpon. Within that aura, it saw the faint silhouette of a tall, imposing figure standing beside the masked Pokémon. The figure seemed to realize it had been noticed. Slowly, it turned its head toward Fluttermane, its gaze meeting the spectral Pokémon's. As Ogerpon's sobs subsided, Naoki crouched down and gently wiped away its tears. "Do you want to come with us?" he asked softly. Ogerpon froze, its eyes widening in surprise. "I'm a rancher," Naoki explained. "I came here from far away, and in a few days, I'll be leaving this place. I want to take you with me somewhere you'll be safe, somewhere no one will fear or shun you." He paused before continuing, his tone warm and inviting. "At my home there are lots of other Pokémon. You can make so many new friends and live in peace. Would you like that?" Naoki extended his hand toward Ogerpon, offering it a choice. Ogerpon hesitated. It looked down at the mask in its hands, then at the human's outstretched hand. The thought of being left behind, alone in the cold, empty cave again filled it with dread. Gathering its courage, Ogerpon slowly reached out and placed its small hand into Naoki's. Naoki smiled, relief washing over him. He gently clasped Ogerpon's slightly cold hand. "Then come home with me," he said softly. "Pon." Ogerpon chirped, its voice bright. At some point, the rain outside had stopped. As Naoki and his Pokémon stepped out of the cave, they were greeted by a clear, blue sky stretching endlessly. Above, Naoki paused, turning back to look at the cave's entrance. Silently, he made a promise to himself. "Don't worry, I'll take good care of Ogerpon. I'll never let it go through this kind of pain again." At the same time, Fluttermane glanced back toward the cave. It saw the ghostly figure standing at the entrance, gazing out at them with a calm expression. Slowly, the figure raised a hand in a gesture of farewell before fading away, its lingering attachment finally dissolving. "Fluttermane," Naoki's voice broke the moment. Fluttermane turned to see Naoki holding up its Pokeball. "It's time to go home," he said with a smile. "Mreem," Fluttermane replied softly. It gave one last glance at the cave before diving into the Pokeball in a swirl of light. Naoki and Ogerpon rode Koraidon down the mountain. As they neared Mosway town, Ogerpon's expression suddenly changed, a look of fear flickering across its face. "Ogepon," Ogerpon murmured anxiously. "Rayo." Koraidon tilted its head back to look at Ogerpon, then landed just outside the town. Naoki turned to face the frightened Pokémon. "What's wrong?" Naoki asked, confused. Then it struck him Ogerpon might be scared of entering the town because of the rejection it had faced in the past. "You don't want to go in, do you?" Naoki asked gently. "Pon." Ogerpon nodded, its gaze dropping to the mask in its hands. At that moment, a villager carrying a hoe walked by. Startled, Ogerpon hurriedly put on its mask and hid behind Naoki. The villager, recognizing Naoki as a visitor from the agricultural exchange, smiled and waved. "Good afternoon. Have you had lunch yet?" "Not yet," Naoki replied politely. "I just went for a look around outside and am heading back now." The villager nodded warmly and continued on his way, whistling a tune as he went. Koraidon let out a low rumble of concern. "Rayo," Naoki turned back to Ogerpon. Don't be afraid, he said softly. After a moment of thought, he added, it was the descendant of the masked craftsman who told me about you. His ancestor tried to tell the truth to the villagers but was persecuted for it. He even lost his life. Ogerpon hesitated, its small hands clutching its mask. Memories of the kind human who had made those masks surfaced in its mind. The craftsman's descendant has always been worried about you, Naoki continued. He feels terrible about everything that's happened. Would you like to meet him? Afraid of frightening Ogerpon further, Naoki quickly added, don't worry, no one will hurt you this time. I'll be with you, and so will Koraidon. Rayo! Koraidon rumbled in agreement. Ogerpon looked up at them, its glowing eyes filled with emotion. It hesitated for a moment before nodding slightly. Naoki smiled and patted Ogerpon's head. But as he looked toward the town, he realized there was still some distance to the Yakido household. They would likely encounter more villagers along the way, which might frighten Ogerpon even more. After thinking for a moment, Naoki pulled out an empty Pokeball. If you're nervous, you can stay in here for now, he suggested. Without hesitation, Ogerpon touched the ball and disappeared inside. The ball wobbled gently twice before clicking, signifying a successful capture. Unlike the times Naoki had captured other Pokémon, there was no sense of triumph or excitement. Instead, he felt a deep sadness for the lonely Pokémon now resting in the Pokeball. Ogerpon is so pitiful, Naoki thought. Once we're back at the ranch, I'll make sure Alchemy and the others take good care of it. Sighing quietly, Naoki tucked the Pokeball away and rode Koraidon into town. Along the way, several villagers greeted him warmly, and Naoki responded politely to each of them. Before long, they arrived at the Yakido household. Outside, Yakido, the elderly craftsman's descendant, was feeding a Timpole by the Magikarp fountain. Spotting Naoki, he stood up quickly. Did you find Ogerpon? Yakido asked anxiously. Naoki nodded and pulled out the Pokeball. Releasing Ogerpon, he watched as the masked Pokémon materialized in front of them. Yakido's eyes widened in shock. Without a word, he quickly shut the gate and ushered Naoki and the Pokémon inside the house. Hideko, who was preparing lunch in the kitchen, turned toward the commotion. When she saw Ogerpon, the iron basin in her hands clattered to the floor. Carmine and Kieran, who were sitting on the sofa watching TV, leapt to their feet. Carmine covered her mouth in astonishment, while Kieran stared at Ogerpon, his expression a mix of awe and disbelief. Carmine stammered. That's Ogerpon. Naoki glanced at the masked Pokémon, which had instinctively moved to hide behind him. Yes, he said calmly. This is Ogerpon. Kieran's excitement was palpable. He had admired the Pokémon since he was a child, not only because of its legendary strength, but also because it had single-handedly defeated the 3 Pokémon revered as heroes. After learning the truth about Ogerpon's past from Yakido, his admiration had only grown. Meanwhile, Yakido, after ensuring the doors and windows were securely closed, turned back to Ogerpon with tears welling in his eyes. His voice trembled as he murmured, You're here. You're really here. Okay. Ogerpon murmured timidly, its glowing eyes darting nervously between the unfamiliar humans in front of it. Naoki offered a reassuring smile and said, This is Yakido, the descendant of the craftsman who made your mask. And these two are his grandchildren, Carmine and Kieran. Turning back to Yakido, Naoki continued, Ogerpon has agreed to leave with me. After the exchange meeting ends in 2 days, I'll take it back to my hometown. Yakido's face lit up with relief. That's wonderful. I'll leave everything to you, he said, his voice trembling slightly as though a heavy burden had been lifted. He sank into the sofa, letting out a deep breath, only to spring back up again moments later as if propelled by an unseen force. Oh, that reminds me, there's one more thing, Yakido exclaimed. Naoki blinked in surprise. What is it? Yakido, the masks. He leaned in for a closer look. My ancestor made 4 masks for Ogerpon, but it seems only this one remains. Wait a second. His brow furrowed. This mask is damaged, isn't it? Hearing this, Ogerpon hesitated before slowly removing the mask, its expression forlorn as it gazed at the worn A. And they got caught in the broken edges of the teal mask. Naoki, noticing the Pokemon's distress, quickly changed the topic. Can it be repaired? The mask clearly held deep sentimental value for Ogerpon. It was more than just a tool, it was a link to its cherished memories. Yakido examined the mask carefully, his fingers running along its edges. Although my skills aren't as refined as my ancestors, don't worry. I can repair it. Naoki breathed a sigh of relief. That's good to hear. Yakido nodded. I have most of the materials needed for the repair, but there's one crucial ingredient I don't have. I'll need your help to obtain it. What do you need? Naoki asked. Crystal shards from the bottom of the luminous pool, Yakido explained. The pool is located at the peak of Oni Mountain, but the path is treacherous, filled with strong wild Pokémon. Ogerpon, standing nearby, grew visibly anxious at the mention of the danger. Naoki, however, was undeterred. He knew Koraidon and his other Pokémon could handle any challenges along the way. The top of Oni Mountain? I know the way. I'll head there right now. Without hesitation, Naoki retrieved Ogerpon's Pokeball, returning it for safekeeping. He then turned on his heel, mounted Koraidon, and set off toward the mountain. Halfway to the summit, Ogerpon unexpectedly emerged from its Pokeball, its expression filled with worry. Pon, it murmured, tugging gently at Naoki's sleeve. Naoki immediately understood. He reached out, gently patting Ogerpon's head. It's okay. Don't worry, he reassured it. Despite Naoki's calming words, Ogerpon still seemed uneasy. After a brief moment of hesitation, it made up its mind to stay outside the Pokeball. While it wasn't confident in battle, it wanted to be nearby to help if needed. With Ogerpon at his side, Naoki urged Koraidon onward, the three of them heading toward the luminous pool at the peak of Oni Mountain. Meanwhile, back at Yukido's home, the craftsman examined the teal mask closely under the warm light of the room. Turning to his curious grandchildren, Carmine and Kieran, he began to speak. There are 4 masks in total, Yakido explained. In addition to this teal mask, there are 3 others, the Hearthflame mask, the Wellspring mask, and the Cornerstone mask. Yakido sighed deeply. The other 3 masks are currently kept in the shrine at the center of Kitakami. The villagers consider them relics of the 3 loyal Pokémon. That's outrageous, Carmine exclaimed, her fists trembling with anger. Kieran stayed silent, but his clenched fists betrayed his frustration. Yakido shook his head. What's important now is to repair Ogerpon's teal mask, he said, setting aside his meal and turning his full attention to the broken mask on the workbench. After lunch, Carmine and Kieran grew increasingly agitated. As they strolled through the town, Carmine finally exploded, her voice quivering with fury. It's infuriating. Those masks belong to Ogerpon, not the so-called loyal Pokémon. Kieran glanced toward the northern part of the town where the shrine stood. After a moment, he tugged on his sister's sleeve. Carmine, he said quietly, why don't we take the masks back? They should be returned to Ogerpon. Carmine's eyes lit up with realization. You're right. That's a brilliant idea, Kieran, she exclaimed. Looking around to ensure no one was watching, Carmine added, everyone's busy having lunch right now, so the shrine should be empty. Let's go grab those masks and give them back. To Ogerpon, the siblings quickly hatched a plan. With a shared look of determination, they slipped away, heading toward the shrine halfway up the mountain. At the summit of Oni Mountain, Naoki and Koraidon descended gracefully, sparing him the arduous climb. When the breathtaking view of the summit came into focus, Naoki was momentarily stunned. Before him lay a serene, crystalline pool, its surface shimmering under the sunlight. Beneath the still water, luminous crystals glowed brilliantly, their radiance casting prismatic patterns. In every direction, these were no ordinary crystals. Naoki recognized them immediately. They resembled the crystals found in Area 0, the heart of the Paldea region. Sada once mentioned these crystals were imbued with immense terrestrial energy, Naoki thought. As the connection formed in his mind, Naoki suddenly understood why Slugma had appeared overly crystallized during his earlier encounters. But why would such crystals unique to Paldea be present here in Kitakami, far across the world? Ogerpon, oblivious to Naoki's musings, stared at the glowing crystals with childlike delight. Pawn, pawn, it chirped, hopping excitedly. Naoki smiled, assuming Ogerpon was simply enchanted by the beauty of the pool. Koraiden landed nearby, and Naoki dismounted. Have you been here before? He asked. Ogerpon, pawn. Ogerpon shook its head and trotted eagerly to the edge of the lake. Its bright eyes sparkled as it gazed at the crystals beneath the water. The tranquility of the summit seemed to put Ogerpon at ease. For once, its timid demeanor faded, replaced by curiosity and wonder. Naoki and Koraiden followed, their footsteps crunching softly on the volcanic debris scattered around the pool. Naoki crouched by the lake, assessing the situation. The crystals were embedded deep beneath the water surface. His gaze shifted to the surrounding terrain. The ground was a pale white, scattered with volcanic rubble. This must have been a volcano, Naoki murmured, his mind piecing together the areas. History. He imagined a powerful eruption in the distant past, creating the crater that now held the shimmering pool. Over time, volcanic ash enriched the soil, attracting settlers who founded the village below. But the mystery of the crystals lingered. Could the terrestrial energy have seeped up from underground? Naoki wondered. Pawn. Ogerpon gazed at the glowing crystals resting beneath the surface of the lake, its expression troubled. The shards were submerged, and it had no idea how to retrieve them. Noticing this, Naoki grinned and began rolling up his sleeves. Leave it to me, he declared. Under the sunlight, Naoki leapt nimbly into the lake with a splash, diving beneath the surface. The cold water prickled his skin, but he swam confidently to the bottom, collecting several crystal shards. Moments later, he resurfaced, holding the glowing fragments triumphantly. I've got them, he called out, his voice ringing with excitement. Pawn, pawn. Ogerpon cheered, its mask tilting slightly as it bounced on its toes. Naoki climbed back onto the shore, drying himself off quickly and slipping back into his clothes. Let's head back to town and get your mask repaired, he said, smiling warmly at Ogerpon. He mounted Koraiden, extending a hand to help Ogerpon up. Together, they soared down the mountain, the cool wind whipping past them. As they neared Mosue town, however, Ogerpon grew visibly uneasy. Without a word, it retreated into its pokeball. Naoki sighed, his expression softening with understanding. It really doesn't feel comfortable here, he muttered to himself. Maybe we should wrap things up quickly and head back to Paldea. Koraiden landed gracefully in Yukido's yard, and Naoki handed over the shimmering crystal fragments. Yukido's eyes widened in astonishment. Already? That was fast, he exclaimed. Naoki chuckled, patting Koraiden's head. That's what happens when you've got a great flying Pokémon to help, he said. Rayo. Koraiden rumbled proudly, puffing out its chest. Yukido took a deep breath, holding the shards carefully. Well, now it's time for the final step, he said, his voice steady with determination. He placed the crystal fragments onto the mask and began working meticulously with his tools. Sparks flew as he chiseled and smoothed the pieces, his focus unbroken. Meanwhile, Naoki glanced around the house. Carmine and Kieran were nowhere to be seen. He frowned. Where did those two run off to? Before he could dwell on the thought, Yukido's voice broke through. It's done, he announced joyfully. Naoki rushed over to see the completed mask. The teal mask now gleamed with a brilliant crystal inlaid at its center, emitting a soft, radiant light. A strange energy pulsed through it, faint yet undeniable. At just a glance, Naoki could tell this mask was special, akin to legendary artifacts like Dialga's adamant orb. This was undoubtedly Ogerpon's exclusive treasure. Let's try it on Ogerpon, Yukido said, his voice tinged with anticipation. Naoki nodded, releasing Ogerpon from its Pokeball in a flash of white light. The masked Pokemon appeared, looking up curiously. Naoki knelt down, holding the newly restored mask out to it. Ogerpon froze, staring at the teal mask with wide eyes. For a moment, it seemed as though time had rewound. Memories of the past surged forward, of the original mask craftsman handing over a mask with the same gentle care. Tears welled up in Ogerpon's eyes, glistening like stars. It looked at Naoki with gratitude before wiping its tears and carefully placing the mask on its face. As soon as the mask settled into place, a powerful aura rippled outward. At the shrine atop Apple Hill, a pillar of ominous purple light erupted into the sky. From within the shrine, 3 shadowy figures began to materialize. The 3 Pokémon stepped forward, their bodies emanating a dark, foreboding energy. Their expressions twisted into cruel smirks as they surveyed the world before them. They moved with confidence, crossing their arms and stepping forward with an air of domination. Back at Yukido's house, Naoki was asking Ogerpon how it felt with the repaired mask when the peaceful moment was shattered by frantic footsteps. A young girl burst into the room, her face pale with worry. "Grandpa Yakido, something terrible happened," she cried. Kieran and Carmine went to the shrine at the North Square. Naoki and Yakido arrived to find Kieran and Carmine standing defiantly in front of the town administrator and several village guards. The siblings' faces burned with anger, but they held their ground. The administrator's expression was grim, his frown deepening. In a quiet, close-knit town like this, theft was no trivial matter. "Kieran, Carmine, why did you steal these masks? They are sacred relics, left behind by the 3 Pokémon who once protected the village." Carmine held the masks tightly against her chest, her eyes blazing with fury. Kieran stood just behind her, clutching her sleeve for support but too afraid to speak. Finally, Carmine snapped, her voice trembling with emotion. "These masks don't belong to those 3. They were stolen from Ogerpon. It was the 3 Pokémon who took them in the first place. They were the bad ones." The administrator's eyes widened in shock before his expression darkened further. "That's nonsense. Who told you such lies? Everyone knows the 3 Pokémon were heroes who saved the village from Ogerpon." Carmine stomped her foot, her frustration bubbling over. Around them, more villagers gathered, their murmurs and curious whispers adding to the tense atmosphere. She turned to face the crowd, but the sheer number of onlookers only made her feel cornered. At that moment, Naoki and Yakido pushed their way through the crowd, stepping between the siblings and the guards. Yakido immediately took the frightened children into his arms, casting them a stern look. "This was reckless," Yakido whispered harshly, his tone a mix of worry and regret. The administrator's gaze shifted to Yakido. "Yakido, what's going on here?" he demanded, his patience wearing thin. With a heavy sigh, Yakido addressed the crowd. "It's time the truth came out. Administrator, the legend of Ogerpon and the 3 loyal Pokémon isn't what you've been told, it's the opposite." Gasps rippled through the onlookers as Yakido continued. "The 3 Pokémon killed Ogerpon's caretaker to steal its masks. Ogerpon only retaliated to avenge its loved one. It never harmed anyone in the village." The murmurs of the villagers grew louder, confusion and disbelief etched across their faces. Ogerpon, who had been hiding behind Naoki, shrank further into the shadows, trembling with fear at the growing crowd. Sensing its unease, Naoki knelt down and whispered gently, "It's okay. I'm here. Don't be afraid." Ogerpon murmured softly, its body still quivering. The administrator, however, looked increasingly agitated. "This is absurd. Everyone saw what happened back then. The 3 Pokémon were killed by Ogerpon. It's a dangerous creature. Yakido, you're stirring up trouble with these lies." He paused, his tone growing cold and authoritative. "Besides, it doesn't matter now. The truth is irrelevant. The 3 loyal Pokémon are a symbol of Kitakami, and they've brought prosperity to the town. This discussion ends here. No one is to speak of this again." The administrator's harsh glare swept over the crowd, silencing many of the murmurs. But before the tension could settle, a commotion broke out in the distance. Shrill screams pierced the air, drawing everyone's attention. The villagers turned toward the sound, and what they saw left them frozen in shock. 3 Pokémon approached rapidly, each exuding an ominous aura. One was a hulking, canine-like Pokémon with a menacing gait. Another, a simian figure, darted forward with a sly, malevolent grin. The third, an avian Pokémon with fiery plumage, flapped its vibrant wings as it soared through the air. The villagers recoiled in fear. "Is that the 3 loyal Pokémon?" someone whispered. "But they're supposed to be dead. How are they here? Why do they look so terrifying?" Ogerpon peeked out from behind Naoki. As its gaze landed on the approaching Pokémon, its entire body stiffened. Recognition dawned in its eyes, followed by a wave of suppressed fury. "Okay, Pawn," it growled, its voice trembling with anger. Naoki's sharp eyes studied the 3 Pokémon as they closed the distance. Though he didn't fully understand how they had come back to life, he quickly pieced together the situation. He leaned down and asked Ogerpon softly, "Are those the ones?" Ogerpon's glowing eyes narrowed, and it nodded with a fierce determination. "Okay." Ogerpon clenched its tiny fists, and in a surge of fury, vibrant green energy began swirling around its hands. The energy quickly coalesced, forming an enormous thorn club that pulsed with raw power. Naoki blinked in astonishment. Is this Ogerpon's ability? Despite his surprise, he gently reached out, placing a hand on Ogerpon's shoulder to calm it. Ogerpon turned to Naoki, its expression confused, as if asking why he stopped it. Before Naoki could explain, Kureiden stepped forward, letting out a sharp, commanding cry. "Rayo!" Naoki smiled and nodded. "Let's do this together." "Yo, you're not alone this time." Ogerpon hesitated for a moment, then nodded resolutely, its determination returning. "Pon." Meanwhile, the administrator stared wide-eyed at the sight of the 3 reanimated Pokémon. "Those are the 3 loyal Pokémon," he exclaimed. But before he could say more, Kureiden roared and leapt into action. Its crimson body glowed as it released a surge of primal energy. The sunlight above intensified, bathing the field in a golden hue. With a burst of speed, Kureiden charged at Okadoji, its energy-infused strike sending the foe flying across the square. The defeated Pokémon landed with a heavy thud, motionless. Gasps erupted from the crowd. Kieran and Carmine exchanged excited looks, clenching their fists. "Great job, Kureiden!" Carmine cheered. The administrator, however, was outraged. "What are you doing?" he demanded. Naoki crossed his arms, his tone calm yet firm. "Helping my Pokémon release some of its anger." "Anger?" The administrator blinked in confusion, his gaze shifting to Ogerpon. For the first time, he took a closer look at the masked creature standing beside Naoki. His expression shifted as realization dawned. "It's the Oni," he muttered, his voice trembling. The villagers murmured uneasily, many stepping back instinctively. The figure they had mistaken for a human in a mask was revealed to be something entirely different. Their earlier confidence in the legend began to waver as Yukido's words echoed in their minds. Naoki, however, remained focused. He glanced at the battlefield where Kureiden had already dispatched the second Pokémon, Munkidori, leaving only the Fezandipiti still standing. Fezandipiti, however, was smarter than its companions. Realizing the battle was lost, it screeched and turned tail, flapping its wings furiously as it took to the air. "It's running away," Carmine shouted, pointing at the fleeing Pokémon. Naoki immediately mounted Kureiden, motioning for Ogerpon to follow. "Let's go," he called, chasing after the escaping foe. Kieran and Carmine followed closely behind, their determination spurring them on. "We can't let it get away," Kieran yelled, his voice carrying above the commotion. Fezandipiti's flight path led straight toward Mosway town. The villagers left behind stood frozen, unsure of what to do. The administrator's voice broke through the confusion. "The 3 loyal Pokémon are key to our town's tourism and identity. We can't let them die. Like this. Someone, go fetch Nurse Joy for help immediately. Yes, sir, a guard replied, hurrying off toward the Pokémon Center. The fleeing Pheasantipede didn't travel far. It landed in Mosway Town, just outside the Momozawa store, attracting the bewildered stares of passers-by. When Naoki arrived with Koraidon and Ogerpon, Pheasantipede was already on the ground, clutching a dusty, purple doll in its talons. It shook the doll frantically, as though pleading or praying to it. Rayo. Koraidon tilted its head, clearly puzzled by the peculiar behavior. What's it doing? Carmine asked breathlessly as she caught up. I have no idea, Naoki replied. At that moment, the strange purple doll held by the Pheasantipede began to move unnaturally. Suddenly, the doll split in half, revealing a bizarre, eerie creature hidden inside. Pheasantipede's expression shifted to one of apparent surprise, as though even it hadn't expected this outcome. Naoki's eyes widened slightly. Is that another Pokémon? He wondered. Pon. Ogerpon growled, its voice low and filled with anger as it pointed at the newly revealed Pokémon. Naoki quickly understood. This creature must have wronged Ogerpon in the past. Koraidon, strike it, Naoki ordered without hesitation. Rayo, Koraidon roared, leaping forward, its powerful legs propelling it toward the target. But before Koraidon could reach it, a shimmering purple light enveloped the mysterious Pokémon. In a flash, the creature darted behind a shopkeeper standing nearby, using her as a shield. Koraidon skidded to a halt, its claws scraping the ground as it stopped just short of hitting the shopkeeper. Move out of the way, Carmine shouted, her voice frantic. But the elderly shopkeeper stood motionless, her posture stiff and unnatural. Naoki's eyes narrowed. Something was off. Then, to his shock, she opened her mouth, her voice slow and monotone as she uttered a single, chilling word, Pesh. Meanwhile, at the North Shrine, the administrator and several villagers tending to the fallen Pokémon froze in place. The villagers watched in confusion as the administrator and his group slowly straightened, their eyes dull and vacant, their movements stiff. Village chief, are you okay? One villager asked hesitantly. The administrator did not respond. Instead, he began muttering the same word over and over. Pesh, Pesh. As if in a trance, he and the others began descending the mountain in unison, their steps mechanical and eerie. All across Kitakami, similar scenes unfolded. Villagers in Mosway Town abandoned whatever they were doing, some leaving their meals half-eaten, others walking out of bathrooms or beds. With blank expressions and stiff movements, they converged toward the Momozawa store, forming a growing circle around Naoki and his group. Back at the store, the crowd thickened, their lifeless eyes trained on Naoki and the others. The shopkeeper, still under the creature's control, stood motionless as more villagers joined her. What's happening to everyone? Carmine asked, panic creeping into her voice. Naoki's expression darkened. That Pokémon, it's controlling them. The realization hit like a bolt of lightning. The creature wasn't just hiding behind the villagers. It was using them as human shields to protect itself. More villagers closed in. Some reached for Kieran's legs, grabbing him with surprising strength and attempting to pull him down. Sister, Kieran cried out in fear, struggling against the grasping hands. Hold on, Carmine shouted, diving in to free him. She grabbed his arms, pulling with all her might to break him loose. Naoki's frown deepened. He reached into his belt and pulled out 2 Pokeballs. Dragonite, Fluttermane, come out, he called. With twin flashes of white light, the Pokémon materialized. Dragonite stretched its wings, quickly scanning the chaotic scene. Understanding immediately, it let out a determined cry. Oh, you! Dragonite surged forward, knocking back the encroaching crowd with a powerful sweep of its tail. It grabbed Kieran and Carmine with its claws, lifting them safely into the air. Nice work, Dragonite, Naoki called. He then turned to Ogerpon and Koraidon. Let's follow them. Koraidon gave a fierce roar, Crouching low, Naoki helped Ogerpon climb onto its back before mounting himself. In an instant, Koraidon leaped into the air, its powerful legs propelling them skyward. From above, Naoki spotted Pheasantipity. It had not fled far and was now flying erratically toward Mosway town, as though trying to escape the chaos. Suddenly, it screeched and veered sharply, turning to charge at Koraidon midair. Its sharp beak glinted as it dived with surprising speed and precision. "Watch out!" Carmine shouted from above. Koraidon growled, its body tensing. In its current form, dealing with the airborne attacker was tricky. Just as the Pheasantipity was about to collide with them, Flutter Mane sprang into action. Its spectral wings shimmered with ghostly energy as it launched a surprise attack, intercepting the oncoming foe with precise and swift movements. A powerful force materialized instantly, crashing into the Pheasantipity like a tidal wave. Its attack was halted mid-charge as it was sent spiraling backward. "Power Gem!" Naoki commanded, his voice firm. Fluttermane responded without a sound. It vanished in an instant, reappearing behind the Pheasantipity in a spectral blur. A dazzling beam of prismatic light shot forth, striking the Pheasantipity directly and enveloping it in a radiant explosion. From a distance, Dragonite unleashed a dragon rage, its fierce energy roaring through the air and hitting the Pheasantipity squarely. Pheasantipity let out a shrill cry before plummeting to the ground, its body limp like a kite with a broken string. It hit the earth with a thud, unmoving. Naoki scanned the area below, his eyes narrowing as he noticed that the strange purple Pokémon had vanished entirely. His expression darkened. "Another Pokémon I've never seen before," he thought. "It's unsettling, not knowing anything about it." Dragonite and Fluttermane returned to Naoki's side, their expressions alert. Below, Kieran and Carmine looked nervously at the crowd of villagers, who continued to stretch out their arms and stumble forward like mindless puppets. "What's happening to everyone?" Kieran asked, his voice trembling. "Why are they acting like this?" "Grandpa and Grandma are still at the North Shrine," Carmine added, panic creeping into her tone. "I don't know if they're okay." The siblings turned to Naoki, their eyes pleading for guidance. Naoki considered the situation for a moment before asking, "Did either of you see that purple Pokémon earlier?" Kieran and Carmine shook their heads. "No," Kieran admitted. Naoki turned to Ogerpon. "What about you? Did you recognize it?" "Pon." Ogerpon's voice was filled with rage, its small fists clenched tightly at its sides. Naoki frowned, but quickly pieced together the situation. "Is it connected to those 3 Pokémon companions?" he asked. "Pon." Ogerpon nodded vigorously. Though its face was obscured by its mask, its anger radiated clearly. Naoki cast a glance at the villagers below, their arms clawing at the air as they tried to reach him and his companions. The sight was eerily reminiscent of a scene from The Walking Dead, and the realization sent a chill down his spine. Suddenly, a new wave of controlled villagers appeared, shuffling into view. Among them, Naoki spotted Yakido, Hideko, and the village chief, their movements just as stiff and lifeless as the others. "Grandpa!" Kieran shouted, his voice breaking. "What do we do?" Kieran turned to Carmine, his face pale. Even Carmine, usually bold and brash, seemed at a loss for words. She looked to Naoki, silently begging for a plan. Naoki's gaze hardened. "We need to find that purple Pokémon," he said decisively. "I think it's using some kind of ability to control the people in town. But for now, retreat was their only option. The sheer number of controlled villagers made it impossible to confront the problem head-on. "Let's get out of here," Naoki said. He directed Koraidon to circle around Mosway town, searching for a safe place to regroup. Eventually, they landed on the rooftop of the Civic Center, high above the chaos. The sun dipped below the horizon, and the sky darkened, casting long shadows over the town. A strange purple fog began to spread across Mosway town, blanketing the streets in an eerie haze. Villagers under the Pokémon's control wandered aimlessly like zombies, low growls escaping their throats. The sight was unsettling, to say the least. Naoki observed the scene with an incredulous expression. Seriously, when did this turn from the Pokémon world into a horror movie? The atmosphere was unnervingly intense, and it made him shudder. Yeah, this town is definitely not fun. Naoki resolved right then and there. Once he left, he wouldn't be coming back. But not all was bleak, thankfully. Not everyone in town seemed to be under the Pokémon's control. Here and there, he spotted a few villagers darting through the fog, carefully avoiding the possessed and slipping into their homes to bolt the doors and windows. So the Pokémon's control isn't absolute. There must be specific conditions needed for it to take over, Naoki reasoned. At that moment, Kieran and Carmine suddenly remembered the masks they were holding. They quickly placed the 3 recovered masks on the ground in front of Ogerpon. Oh, right, the masks, Carmine exclaimed. Ogerpon, we brought these back for you. Ogerpon stared at the masks and the 2 siblings in confusion. Pon, take them, Carmine urged. Now that all the masks are back, you can finally leave this place with Uncle Naoki without any worries. Naoki. Ogerpon looked at the children thoughtfully, remembering how they had defended it earlier. In the day, its heart swelled with gratitude. Kieran grinned. Don't be scared. We're your friends now. Ogerpon's expression softened, and it chirped happily. Pon, these past few days have been the happiest time for Ogerpon in years. Meeting Naoki, as well as Kieran and Carmine, 2 people willing to fight for it, was something it would treasure forever. By the way, Uncle Naoki, Kieran began hesitantly. Naoki raised an eyebrow. What's up? When I grow up, Kieran faltered, but then gathered his courage. Can I visit your ranch and see Ogerpon? Naoki blinked in surprise before offering a kind smile. Of course. When I leave, I'll tell you exactly where I live. You're welcome to visit any time. Pon, Ogerpon chimed in, its small face lighting up with a smile. The brief moment of joy didn't last long, though. Carmine's expression grew anxious again. Uncle Naoki, she said, her tone laced with frustration. What do we do now? That purple Pokémon is awful. It's using the townspeople as shields to protect itself. Naoki sighed, rubbing his temples. First off, stop calling me uncle. I'm only like 14 years older than you. I'm not that old. Carmine looked annoyed but held back a retort, while Kieran couldn't help but be impressed. As expected of an adult, he thought. He's so calm, even in a situation like this. Naoki crossed his arms, thinking over his options. As for what to do, Option 1. He could rely on Fluttermane. The ancient ghost type was a natural predator, adept at tracking and stealth. Using Phantom Force, it could remain undetected while searching for the purple Pokémon. Option 2. He could summon Sister NDD from the ranch and have it use Lunar Dance to try purifying the villagers affected by the Pokémon's control. Option 3. He could go all out and summon Calyrex. With Calyrex's immense power, they could perform a large-scale purification of Mosway Town. Not only would this solve the immediate problem, but Calyrex's presence could also potentially inspire faith and awe among the townspeople. Naoki shifted gears abruptly, beginning a tale seemingly unrelated to the crisis at hand. Have you heard the legend of the King of Bountiful Harvests? He asked, his tone taking on a storyteller's gravitas. Kieran and Carmine blinked in surprise at the sudden change of topic. The King of Bountiful Harvests? Carmine echoed. Naoki nodded solemnly, his expression serious. Its name is Calyrex, and it is a Pokémon once loved and revered by the people in the Galar region. Let me tell you its story. Naoki wove the legend, how Calyrex wandered the land on its loyal steed, bringing abundance to those in need. It was worshipped as a benevolent ruler, but as the centuries passed, its legend faded, and humans began to forget. Left to wander the snowfields in loneliness, its power diminished until it was rediscovered 1,000 years later. In gratitude for saving their land, humans built a shrine on a mountain to honor Calyrex, ensuring its legacy endured. Carmine gasped, her eyes wide with wonder. That's incredible. It sounds way stronger than those 3 companions. She spat the word with disdain. No, those 3 villains can't even compare. Kieran's eyes gleamed with fascination. The idea of a Pokémon that had once been a king and ruled a kingdom captured his imagination. But the siblings soon realized the story didn't seem to address their current predicament. Carmine furrowed her brow. Naoki, isn't this a little off topic? Don't we need to figure out how to help everyone in the village? Naoki smiled. It's not off topic at all. You see, I happen to be a friend of Calyrex. I can ask it to help. The siblings' jaws dropped. Wait, what? Kieran exclaimed. You actually know a Pokémon like that? Carmine stared at Naoki as though seeing him in a new light. Uncle, you're amazing. Naoki, forget it. Let this little girl scream whatever she wants. Deciding to act quickly, Naoki glanced toward the fog-shrouded streets below. Is there a Pokémon Center in town? He asked. Yes, Carmine replied eagerly. It's on the street behind the Momozawa store. Naoki nodded and instructed Dragonite to carry Kieran and Carmine to the center, while he and Ogerpon rode Karaden, carefully weaving through the purple fog and the wandering villagers. Rayo. The Pokémon Center was dim, its usual cheerful atmosphere replaced with tension. As they approached, they heard faint footsteps from inside, followed by the sound of curtains being pulled back slightly. The door creaked open, and Nurse Joy peeked out. Spotting Naoki and the children, she quickly ushered them inside. Hurry, she whispered urgently. Once everyone was safely inside, Nurse Joy closed the curtains and leaned against the door, her expression worried. Everyone in town has started acting so strangely. I've never seen anything like this. She looked at the children and offered a gentle smile. Don't worry. I've contacted the Sinnoh League, and they're sending help as soon as possible. Kieran and Carmine, however, were not frightened. They exchanged glances, their excitement mounting. Naoki's going to call Calyrex. Carmine whispered to her brother. Nurse Joy tilted her head in confusion. Calyrex? What's that? Naoki scanned the Pokémon Center until his eyes landed on a row of video phones in the corner. Turning to Nurse Joy, he asked, May I use the video phone? Though puzzled, Nurse Joy nodded. Of course. Feel free. Naoki strode over, punching in the number for his ranch. The screen flickered to life, and soon the face of NDD appeared on the screen. As if hearing Naoki's voice, Alchemy and Glacian quickly gathered in front of the screen. The group of Pokémon pressed their faces eagerly against the camera, their expressions cheerful and curious. Naoki chuckled, greeting his Pokémon warmly. Then, turning to NDD, he said, I need to speak with Calyrex. Something urgent has come up. Hearing this, NDD immediately turned and called toward the living room behind it. AIE, Calyrex, who was quietly watching a show, floated into view upon hearing its name. When the Pokémon appeared on screen, it inclined its head regally. CLA, Emochi Dash, it asked telepathically. Naoki sighed, realizing the telepathy wouldn't transmit over the video call. Thinking quickly, he explained the situation aloud. Calyrex, there's a strange Pokémon in this town using its power to control the villagers. I can't pinpoint its location, and things are getting out of hand. Calyrex's expression hardened as it grasped the gravity of the situation. It gave a firm nod, signaling its willingness to help. Naoki turned back to NDD. Please escort Calyrex to the Pokémon Center in town and send it through the Pokeball transporter as quickly as possible. NDD saluted smartly. AIE, it swiftly moved to make the arrangements. After the call ended, the Pokémon on the ranch sprang into action. Back at the Pokémon Center, Kieran and Carmine were still buzzing with excitement. They had watched the entire interaction from behind Naoki and couldn't contain their awe. That's Calyrex? Carmine asked, eyes wide. Its head is so big. Naoki sighed, pinching the bridge of his nose. Be respectful. That's not how you talk about someone as noble as Calyrex. Carmine quickly clamped her hands over her mouth. Sorry, Kieran, more cautious, whispered, Will Calyrex be mad? Naoki shook his head with a small smile. Calyrex has a kind heart, but that's no excuse to be impolite, okay? The siblings nodded solemnly. promising to be more respectful. Nurse Joy, who had been observing the exchange, still looked confused. Naoki didn't bother to explain further, instead walking over to the transporter as it lit up. Moments later, a Pokeball materialized in the machine with a soft hum. Naoki retrieved the Pokeball, and with a flash of light, Calyrex appeared in its rider form atop Spectrier, exuding a commanding presence that silenced the room. Whoa! Kieran and Carmine gasped in unison, their amazement evident. Even Nurse Joy, who had seen her fair share of legendary Pokémon, was rendered speechless by the regal aura Calyrex carried. Calyrex's gaze swept the room before focusing on Naoki. Telepathically, it asked, "Where is the threat?" Naoki stepped forward and recounted the events that had unfolded in the village. He explained the strange fog, the zombified villagers, and the mysterious Pokemon's actions. When he mentioned the 3 villainous Pokemon stealing Ogerpon's masks and causing the death of its caretaker, a storm of fury flickered in Calyrex's usually calm eyes. Calyrex turned its attention to Ogerpon, its gaze softening with a rare display of warmth and compassion. There was a deep understanding in its eyes, as if it could sense the pain and loss Ogerpon had endured. "I never imagined such wicked Pokemon could exist in this world," Calyrex said, its voice regal yet tinged with sorrow. "They must be brought to justice." Kieran and Carmine, overwhelmed by the majestic presence of Calyrex, stood rooted in awe. "That's right. Those bad Pokemon deserve to be punished," Carmine exclaimed, clenching her fists in anger. "Calyrex, please save everyone in this town," Kieran added, worry evident in his voice as he thought of his grandparents. Calyrex inclined its head slightly in acknowledgement, then guided Spectrier out of the Pokemon Center with a fluid, commanding stride. The townsfolk wandering the streets, still under the strange Pokemon's control, turned at the sound of Spectrier's hooves. Slowly, they began to surround the Pokemon Center, their vacant eyes devoid of any emotion. Calyrex surveyed the crowd calmly, its gaze steady and unyielding. Without a word, it summoned its immense psychic power. Like a tidal wave, the energy surged outward, sweeping through the entire town in an instant. A radiant light burst forth, illuminating the dark streets as if it were midday. The villagers froze in place, their movements stilled by the overwhelming force. Slowly, their clouded minds began to clear under the influence of Calyrex's powerful psychic aura. As consciousness returned, confusion flickered across their faces. Some were startled, others embarrassed as they realized their actions and the events that had transpired. Their attention was soon drawn to the regal Pokemon before them, mounted on its ethereal steed. "What is that?" a villager murmured. "What just happened?" another whispered. Meanwhile, Kieran and Carmine spotted their grandparents in the crowd. Overjoyed, they rushed forward, throwing themselves into the arms of Yakido and Hideko. "Grandpa! Grandma!" Kieran cried, his voice trembling with relief. Yakido and Hideko embraced their grandchildren tightly, their faces still filled with shock as they looked toward Calyrex. "That Pokemon, where did it come from?" Yakido muttered. Sensing their apprehension, Kieran quickly explained. "Don't worry, that Pokemon is called Calyrex, and Uncle Naoki brought it here to help us." While the villagers murmured amongst themselves, Calyrex closed its eyes, extending its psychic powers further. Its aura spread like a fine web, searching the town for the source of the disturbance. Moments later, its eyes snapped open. "I have found it," Calyrex announced telepathically. Without hesitation, it unleashed another surge of psychic energy. The mischievous purple Pokemon, hiding deep within the shadows, was suddenly enveloped in a blinding white light. Before it could comprehend what was happening, it was teleported to a clearing in front of the Pokemon Center. The creature blinked, disoriented, as it found itself exposed. Panic set in as it realized the villagers were no longer under its control and that a powerful presence loomed before it. The Pokemon turned, attempting to flee. Ogerpon, watching from the sidelines, let out an angry cry, its voice trembling with emotion. Before Ogerpon could act, countless tiny spirits appeared around Calyrex. These glowing entities shimmered gently in the air, like stars scattered across a midnight sky. Then, in an instant, the stars shattered. The glowing purple spirits swirled through the air and surged toward the mischievous Pokémon, swarming it. A strange, resonating hum filled the air. Buzz! Pecarunt, still scrambling to flee, was engulfed by the storm of spirits. With a final, deafening crash, the Pokémon collapsed to the ground. Its vibrant purple form dimmed as it lost consciousness, rendered completely powerless. The villagers gathered nearby, stared in stunned silence. Finally, the village chief broke the quiet, his voice trembling with awe. "What kind of Pokémon is that?" Carmine and Kieran, seeing the one responsible for the chaos defeated, couldn't contain their excitement. "Calyrex is amazing. That was incredible." Carmine cheered. "Yeah, it taught that bad Pokémon a lesson." Kieran added, his fists pumping in celebration. "Calyrex." The village chief's expression froze. Something about that name felt deeply familiar. His eyes flickered toward Naoki, standing amidst the crowd, and a memory surfaced. Naoki's story about the king of bountiful harvests, shared during his visit to the rice fields just days ago. If Calyrex truly existed, could that legend also be real? The realization left the village chief visibly shaken. Calyrex, however, remained composed. It paid no attention to the villagers' chatter, focusing instead on the unconscious Pokémon before it. Mounted on Spectrier, Calyrex leaned closer, its psychic powers gently probing the Pokémon's past and future. After a long pause, Calyrex straightened and spoke, its voice filled with both authority and regret. "You were loved, yet you failed to recognize it. You used your powers to control and harm those who cared for you, consumed by greed. In doing so, you turned love into pain and created this tragedy." Calyrex paused, its gaze heavy with sorrow. "I cannot take your life, nor can I offer forgiveness on behalf of those you've wronged." Initially, Calyrex considered sealing Pecarunt within the bounds of this village until it understood the true meaning of love. But after another moment of reflection, it dismissed the thought. "I do not hold the authority to decide your fate," it concluded, turning away from the fallen Pokémon. Ogerpon stood silently nearby, its masked face tilted downward. The sight of the Pokémon, responsible for stealing its masks and the loss of its loved ones, reignited a deep fury within it. The villagers remained, watching in tense silence. Their eyes shifted between Pecarunt and the Oni they had feared for so long, unsure of what would come next. Ogerpon's fists trembled as it struggled to contain its emotions, its tiny frame quivering with unresolved rage. Naoki, observing the conflict in Ogerpon's eyes, sighed deeply. He stepped forward, standing beside the masked Pokémon. Ogerpon glanced up at him, startled. Naoki looked down at it, his expression calm but firm. "Do what your heart tells you to do," he said softly. "No matter what happens next, I'll take responsibility for it." Whether the villagers continued to misunderstand Ogerpon, or whether the world judged it as a cruel Oni, none of that mattered to Naoki. Because from now on, Ogerpon would no longer belong to Kitakami. It would leave with Naoki, journeying to the distant Paldea region to begin a new chapter in its life. There it would no longer be shunned as a Oni. Instead, Ogerpon would roam freely, play with other Pokémon, and join celebrations with joy. During the festivals in the town, it can take off its mask and revel alongside everyone. At this moment, not only Naoki, but also Yakido, Hideko, Carmine, and Kieran were all focused on Ogerpon. A deep silence settled over the group. No one spoke. Everyone seemed to be waiting for Ogerpon to make its decision. "Okay." Ogerpon looked at Naoki, its wide eyes reflecting his gentle expression and the reassuring touch of his hand on its head. Slowly, tears welled up in its eyes. Then, in a decisive gesture, Ogerpon removed the verdant mask from its face, revealing its true visage. In its hands, a surge of potent grass-type energy gathered, coalescing into a massive thorny club. Gripping the weapon tightly, Ogerpon began walking toward the fallen Pekarunt, who lay motionless, breathing faintly. Step by step, it moved forward. The sound of its quiet footsteps echoed in the still air. It was just like that fateful day when Ogerpon had charged down the mountain in anger to avenge the one it had lost. The onlookers, the townspeople who had once feared Ogerpon, watched in stunned silence. As Ogerpon reached Pekarunt, it raised the thorn club high above its head. And then, with all its strength, it brought the club crashing down. Boom! The ground shook as the club struck not Pekarunt, but the floor beside it, leaving a deep crater. Before Naoki's departure, the village elder, with tears in his eyes, thrust a sealed purple doll, imbued with Calyrex's power, into Naoki's hands. Please, Mr. Naoki, take this Pokémon with you. It has brought nothing but trouble to our village, he pleaded. Word of the events had spread quickly. Everyone now knew the truth. The malicious Pokémon had been the one controlling the townsfolk and leading the loyal three to steal Ogerpon's masks. Fearful of the Pokémon's influence and worried that the seal might someday weaken, the elder desperately wanted it removed from the village. Naoki sighed. While Ogerpon hadn't harmed Pekarunt in the end, merely leaving a gaping hole in the ground nearby, the memories associated with the Pokémon were still too painful. Keeping it nearby would only serve as a constant reminder of the past. Naoki shook his head, pushing the doll back toward the elder. Calyrex's power is strong. As long as Pekarunt remains sealed, it won't pose a threat. If you're still worried, just bury on Apple Hill. There's no need to send it with me. The elder trembled, tears welling in his eyes, but Naoki's firm tone left no room for debate. My work here is done, Naoki declared. The exchange meeting has ended, and it's time for me to return home. Not only had he gained Ogerpon's trust, but Calyrex had also strengthened its connection with the villagers, harvesting newfound faith from the people of Kitakami. Naoki turned to leave, ready to return to his ranch in Paldea. But just as he was about to step away, the elder called out to him once more, his voice desperate. Wait, Mr. Naoki, what's wrong? Naoki paused and turned back to ask. The village elder hesitated, his words faltering before he finally stammered out. Could you please not tell anyone the truth about the legend circulating in Kitakami Township? Please. It was a plea, tinged with desperation. The village relied on the legend of the Loyal Three to draw tourists, develop the area, and ensure its prosperity. Naoki blinked, momentarily speechless. Aside from Ikito's family, it seemed the townspeople and the four Pokémon shared a similar outlook in one peculiar way. Pekarunt and the Loyal Three had sought to steal Ogerpon's mask for their own gain, and the villagers wanted to exploit the fame of the Loyal Three to boost tourism. Neither seemed particularly concerned with the actual integrity of their companions. The phrase came to Naoki's mind, no matter if the cat is black or white, as long as it brings wealth, it's a good cat. It felt oddly fitting for the mindset here. Naoki sighed. If that's the case, why don't you promote Ogerpon instead? It's a legendary Pokémon too, isn't it? There's really not much difference. The village elder looked flustered, scratching his head awkwardly. His words trailed off. Naoki shook his head, no longer willing to entertain the conversation. Let's go. Without waiting for a response, Naoki turned, climbed onto Karaden, and took off into the sky. Kitakami gradually receded into the distance, the sprawling green fields and winding roads growing smaller and smaller until they vanished entirely. When the town was finally out of sight, Naoki reached for Ogerpon's Pokeball on his belt. He held in his hand and said softly, Ogerpon, please take care of me from now on. The Pokeball trembled gently in response, as if the Pokémon within was answering him. Naoki smiled, his grip on the ball tightening briefly before tucking it away again. The wind swept through his hair as Karaden soared higher, the endless blue sky stretching. Above, with a contented sigh, Naoki patted Karaden and said, "All right." On March 8th, year 199 of the Alliance calendar, Naoki successfully returned to the Paldea region. Not long after arriving home, Mayor Thomas paid a visit to Naoki's ranch. Before Naoki could greet the Pokémon on the ranch, he hurried to welcome the mayor into the living room. The elderly man, leaning on a cane, sat on the sofa with a kind expression and asked warmly, "Did the exchange meeting go well? I hear the tourism in Kitakami is thriving and attracts many visitors each year." Hearing this, Naoki sighed deeply, too exhausted to complain. "Kosagi town is still the best," he replied with a tired smile. "Oh," Mayor Thomas raised an eyebrow in surprise. "Did something happen there?" Naoki nodded and began to recount his experiences in Kitakami. He detailed the story of Odrapon, the 3 companion Pokémon, and the chief of Kitakami Township's efforts to use the legend of the companions to boost tourism. When Naoki finished, Mayor Thomas sat in stunned silence. "I can't believe it. How could something like this happen?" he murmured, visibly troubled. Naoki, however, offered a more optimistic note. "At least I brought Odrapon back. It doesn't have to endure that anymore." He then reached for Odrapon's Pokeball. A flash of white light illuminated the room, and Odrapon appeared. Seeing the unfamiliar environment and new faces, Odrapon panicked slightly, quickly covering its face with its hands. "Don't be afraid," Naoki reassured. "This is Mayor Thomas. He's very kind and won't harm you." Odrapon hesitantly peeked through its fingers at the elderly man. Mayor Thomas offered a warm smile. "Relax, little one. You're safe here. No one will hurt you. You're welcome to visit the town anytime. I'm sure everyone will love you." Odrapon blinked, startled by the welcome. Such words were entirely new to it. Was this kindness real? Naoki nodded encouragingly. "Of course. Just like in Kitakami, Kosagi Town has lively celebrations. You can join in and enjoy yourself without any fear." Odrapon's eyes sparkled with hope. Watching this interaction, Mayor Thomas sighed deeply. "What a poor child," he said softly. Naoki held up the 4 masks Odrapon had brought with it. "Odrapon, do you want to keep wearing these masks?" he asked gently. He understood why Odrapon had worn them in Kitakami to hide its face and blend in with the villagers. But in Kosagi Town, everyone loved Pokémon and Odrapon's natural charm would surely win hearts. Perhaps it no longer needed to hide. Explaining his thoughts, Naoki awaited Odrapon's decision. The Pokémon looked down at the masks, then at Mayor Thomas, and finally nodded with joyful leaps. "All right," Naoki said with a smile. "I'll take good care of these for you." Odrapon chirped happily. With pressing matters to attend to, Mayor Thomas soon left the ranch, satisfied that Odrapon would be safe. Naoki seized the opportunity to release all his Pokémon from their Pokeballs. Alchemy and Glacian were already hiding behind the sofa, eavesdropping on the earlier conversation. Seeing Odrapon now, Alchemy's eyes welled with tears, and Glacian radiated protective anger. Odrapon looked at its new companions with wide eyes and murmured softly. Naoki chuckled, patting Alchemy and Glacian on their heads. "I'm counting on you two to take care of Odrapon. I have some errands in town." Alchemy nodded eagerly and led Odrapon on a tour of the ranch, with Glacian following closely behind. As the Pokémon left, Calyrex appeared in the living room, elegantly resuming its spot on the sofa to continue watching TV. Meanwhile, Dragonite darted off to water the crops, grumbling about how other Dragonites might have neglected their duties in its absence. When it thought of this, Dragonite felt very proud. It was the most reliable and capable Dragonite, and Naoki's favorite Dragonite. Fluttermane floated away silently, its destination a mystery as always. In the living room, Naoki crouched by the fireplace, holding a fruit to attract the slugma crawling slowly across the floor. "Come on, little one," he coaxed. The slugma gazed at the fruit and slowly crept into the fireplace. Naoki fed it the fruit, smiling as the small Pokémon looked dazed but content. "You can rest here for now. he said softly. I'll find someone in town to help build you a proper nest. Paimo, Paimo, Palmot chirped excitedly, squatting by the fireplace to watch its new companion with delight. In this way, the slugma would soon have a warm, cozy home. Play with the slugma for a while. I'm heading out for a bit, Naoki said to Palmot. Paimo, Palmot replied enthusiastically, its eyes never leaving the slugma. It began chatting away in its own language. Paimo, Paimo. No one could quite decipher what it was saying, but it seemed engrossed in its conversation. Naoki didn't pay much attention. After ensuring everything was in order, he left the ranch, riding on Koraidon to Kelly's forest cabin. At the cabin, Kelly was busy sawing wood outside. She looked up in surprise as Naoki approached. Well, look who it is. You don't visit often. Naoki sighed inwardly, but got straight to the point. Do you have materials or designs for a heating system suitable for Pokémon? Kelly paused her work, intrigued. Heating pipes, huh? For a slugma, she guessed. Naoki nodded. Exactly. Kelly set down her saw and removed her gloves, heading inside the cabin. I still have the blueprints for your ranch. Are you looking to install the system just in the living room or throughout the house? The whole house, Naoki declared without hesitation. He wanted the slugma to have plenty of room to move around freely. Kelly glanced over the blueprint thoughtfully. Well, adding heating pipes throughout the house will require some structural changes, and it'll cost more. Oh, and you only have a fireplace in the living room, right? That's correct, Naoki said. He wasn't too concerned about the cost. The ranch's income was stable, with goat milk, eggs, and other products fetching excellent prices in the market. Then it's doable, Kelly said, making a few adjustments to the blueprints. She added, I'm helping out with a wine cellar at Cherry Orchard today, so I won't be able to start until tomorrow. That's fine. No rush, Naoki replied. Kelly smiled warmly. Great. I'll head to your ranch tomorrow and get started. After saying their goodbyes, Naoki made a quick stop at the market. He purchased a batch of fresh ingredients before heading back to the ranch. When he returned, however, a surprising scene greeted him. A group of Pokémon had gathered around a large, unfamiliar Pokémon so tall it seemed as if it could touch the treetops. Naoki paused in surprise. Hearing his approach, the Pokémon turned to look at him. The towering Pokémon, draped in a leafy green coat and with a brown skirt-like lower body, raised its head. Its collar of dense green leaves obscured its neck, but its familiar eyes caught Naoki's attention immediately. Dolive? Naoki murmured in disbelief. Then he corrected himself. No, wait. Arboliva. He put down the groceries and walked forward, gazing up at the tall, elegant Pokémon. Arboliva, a formerly Dolive, looked at him with a gentle expression. The evolution had completely transformed it. The playful immaturity of Dolive was gone, replaced by a serene and dependable aura. Naoki couldn't help but smile. His Pokémon had grown into something extraordinary. Naoki took a deep breath, his face lighting up with a warm smile. That's amazing, Arboliva. Congratulations. At that moment, Alchemy gazed up at the towering figure of Arboliva, now standing tall and majestic. As one of the first Pokémon to arrive on the ranch together, Alchemy was genuinely happy for Arboliva's evolution, but a small tinge of envy flickered in her heart. Alchemy, she murmured softly, wishing she could evolve further. Sensing Alchemy's mood, Arboliva extended a leafy arm and gently lifted her onto its broad shoulders. Alchemy cried out in surprise, but the playful gesture brought a smile to her face. Watching this heartwarming interaction, Naoki felt a wave of nostalgia wash over him. He vividly remembered Arboliva when it first arrived at the ranch. Back then, it was still a shy, tiny Smoliv that preferred to stay in a small flower pot on the windowsill, basking in the sun. When it evolved into Dolive, its personality didn't change much. It remained reserved and timid. But occasionally, it would join in Glacian's games or rest near the lush pastures where the Gagoat roamed and the world tree stood tall. Now, with its evolution into Arboliva, it had grown significantly, towering at nearly 4 meters like a mighty tree. This was far larger than the average Arboliva, which typically stood at around 1.5 meters. Naoki cast a thoughtful glance at the world tree and the fertile pastures. Could it be the natural energy around the world tree? He wondered aloud. The world tree's energy was known to be rich and abundant, often attracting Pokémon like Gagote and Dolive to bask in its presence. This energy, in large quantities, could have contributed to Arboliva's extraordinary growth. If the amount is large enough, it can even cause a fight between Groudon, the god of the earth, and Kyogre, the god of the sea. He turned his gaze to Ogerpon, who was happily observing the Pokémon around it. The sight made Naoki smile. It seems Ogerpon is settling in well, he thought. Naoki's mind drifted to the other Pokémon on the ranch. Most had evolved Pomot, Arboliva, Butterfree, Dugtrio, but the Knacklestack still remained unevolved. Turning his attention to the group of Knacklestack gathered near Arboliva, Naoki frowned slightly. Despite all his efforts feeding them nutritious meals, ensuring regular training, and creating the ideal environment, they had yet to evolve into Garganacl. Why haven't they evolved? Naoki muttered. He reflected on the possible reasons. There are three main causes for a Pokémon not evolving. The Pokémon hadn't met the conditions for evolution. The Pokémon resisted evolution, choosing to remain in its current form. The Pokémon was wearing an Everstone. Naoki sighed. I'll have to figure this out after lunch, he decided, to celebrate Ogerpon and Slugma joining the ranch. Naoki prepared an elaborate feast with the help of NDD. The meal included hearty meat dishes, vibrant vegetable plates, and a variety of desserts and sandwiches to suit every Pokémon's tastes. As he stepped outside to call the Pokémon for lunch, a sudden shadow passed overhead. Looking up, Naoki saw a Zapdos descending gracefully from the sky, a small satchel hanging from its neck. Naoki blinked. Of course, Zapdos has officially become the delivery service for those two. From the satchel, Naoki retrieved a photograph and a Pokeball sent by his adventurous Pokémon Teddiursa and Mew. They've made another new friend, Naoki muttered with a smile, examining the photo. Before he could inspect the Pokeball, an excited voice called out from nearby. Is that a Zapdos? Naoki turned to see a young girl with blue and pink hair, her Magnemite-shaped hair accessory glinting in the sun. She clutched a red shoulder bag and stared at the Zapdos with wide, sparkling eyes. It's just like a legendary tale, she exclaimed. So majestic. You must be someone incredible to be recognized by Zapdos. After the initial surprise, Naoki quickly regained his composure. After all, Gita had mentioned before that gym leaders who had the time could visit the ranch to challenge trials and hone their combat skills, aiming to improve their strength. Naoki had initially thought that Larry would be the first to arrive. Unexpectedly, it was Iono, a gym leader from the Levincia gym far across the Paldea region, who made an effort to come first. He couldn't help but note the sheer determination and enthusiasm this gym leader must have had to travel such a distance. In Naoki's mind, Iono had just earned the label of being an action taker. At that moment, Iono finally shifted her focus away from Zapdos and waved enthusiastically. Hey there. Hello. I'm Iono from the Levincia gym. The chairwoman told me about the trials here, so I rushed over to challenge them, she said, her voice lively and full of energy. Naoki nodded and replied with a polite smile. Hello. The chairwoman did inform me in advance. There are several trials on the ranch, but we're just about to have lunch, and the Pokémon haven't eaten yet, so we'll need to start the trials afterward. I understand, Iono said, nodding, but the sound of a loud rumble from her stomach betrayed her. She had flown early that morning from Levincia to Kosagi Town and rushed straight to the ranch upon landing, skipping breakfast and lunch. Iono's cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she awkwardly tried to cover her stomach. Naoki glanced at her and pieced together the situation. He had thought gym leaders visiting the ranch would likely treat it like other trainers had, helping Pokémon improve their battle skills while occasionally purchasing local specialties like Gagote milk. It seems you haven't had lunch yet. If you don't mind, feel free to join us for lunch, Naoki offered kindly. Really? Is that okay? Iono's eyes lit up. This way, She wouldn't need to delay her schedule further. Naoki nodded in confirmation, and Iono immediately bowed gratefully. Thank you so much. Hearing the conversation, several Pokémon gathered around curiously, watching Iono with wide eyes, intrigued by the newcomer. Naoki turned back to Zapdos, still standing nearby. Would you like to stay and have lunch with us? He asked. Chewy. Zapdos let out a sharp cry, shaking its head proudly. It had to return quickly, as Teddiursa and Mew were waiting for its return. All right, I'll pack something for you to take back, Naoki said, noting the state of the satchel. From his earlier touch, he could tell its supplies were nearly depleted. Naoki walked back into the house, rummaged through his supplies, and packed food and medicine for Zapdos. By the time he finished, the satchel was full to bursting. There we go, Naoki said, gently patting the satchel before reaching up to stroke the soft, fine feathers along Zapdos' neck. Say hi to them for me. Chiyu. Zapdos let out a cry, flapping its powerful wings. With a single leap, it launched into the air and disappeared into the sky. Naoki stood for a moment, watching the majestic Pokémon vanish into the distance. Iono approached quietly, her eyes wide with astonishment as she looked around. Mr. Naoki, Zapdos is part of your ranch too? She asked, her voice tinged with awe. Naoki nodded, slightly surprised by her recognition. Have you seen any other Zapdos before? Iono shook her head, her excitement unmistakable. No, but that's the legendary electric-type Pokémon. It's the kind of Pokémon every electric-type specialist dreams of encountering. Naoki, I almost forgot that Iono is an electric-type gym leader. It's nothing special, Naoki replied modestly. After all, this Zapdos wasn't really his, it was simply a friend of Mew and Teddiursa, part of their traveling group. As expected of a trainer praised by the chairwoman. Iono's admiration was evident. To her, it was incredible that Naoki had a connection with such a rare Pokémon. Even more impressive was the way Zapdos flew off so casually it was as if it were just another helper on a ranch. But Zapdos as a postman? That was next-level extravagance. Wow! Iono exclaimed, her enthusiasm uncontainable. Naoki smiled politely, but said nothing further. He didn't mention the Hero Exploration Team or Zapdos' true role. At that moment, Sister Nddd appeared in the doorway. She had already set the table for lunch and was now here to call them inside. Ai, come in. Lunch is ready, she called. Thank you for the invitation, Mr. Naoki. Iono responded, following Naoki into the house. When she entered the dining room and saw the lavish spread, her eyes widened. Wow, this looks amazing. It's a celebration, Naoki explained, placing the Pokeball and photo that Zapdos had delivered onto a cabinet. 2 new Pokémon joined the ranch today, so we're welcoming them with a feast. He then picked up a small bowl of berry snacks and walked to the fireplace, placing it gently on the floor. A slugma slowly crawled out of the hearth, its eyes lighting up at the sight of food. It eagerly began eating, drawing a soft smile for Naoki. There are so many Pokémon here. Iono marveled, her gaze sweeping the room. Her eyes darted across the space, taking in the various Pokémon lounging in the living room. There was Cyclizer, Nddd, an unfamiliar Pokémon, Koraidon, Glacian, Alchemy, Dragonite, and a lot of Dragonairs. Then her gaze landed on something truly special, a shiny Dragonair, its pink and tender hue standing out among the others. Wow, a shiny Dragonair. Iono's eyes sparkled with delight. It's so cute. At that moment, a cheerful sound came from behind. Paymo. Palmot flew into the room, looking equally excited. The sunny weather outside had given it the chance to let the hens out of the chicken coop to bask in the sun, but now the aroma of the feast had drawn it inside. It hurriedly floated toward the table, eager to join the meal. Hearing the call, Iono instinctively turned her head toward Palmot, but when she saw the Pokémon clearly, her mouth fell open in astonishment. Could that pink Pokémon with a red cape and a silver hammer in its hand really be Palmot? Palmot tilted its head, curious about the unfamiliar presence in the house. Naoki stepped forward to introduce her. This is Iono, an electric-type gym leader. She's here. to take part in the trials on the ranch. Palmot immediately caught on. It clutched the small hammer tightly in its paws and stared at Iono with a determined glint in its eyes. Palmot. Iono felt her heart melt. The Palmot's cuteness was off the charts. She couldn't resist rushing forward to hug the fluffy Pokémon. So adorable. Startled, Palmot wriggled free, pushing Iono away gently with its soft paw pads before scurrying to hide behind Naoki. Iono laughed nervously, scratching the back of her head. Hee, sorry about that. I've never seen a shiny Palmot before. It's unbelievably cute. As the words left her mouth, a realization struck Iono. Wait a minute, why can a Palmot float like that? Naoki noticed her perplexed expression and explained, Palmot is quite unique. It has incredible control over electrical energy and can use electromagnetic levitation to fly. That's incredible, Iono exclaimed in awe. Even as a gym leader specializing in electric types, I've never seen anything like this. Naoki smiled. Actually, one of the trials at the ranch is a lightning trial, where you'll battle Palmot. If you're interested, it could be a good challenge for you. That sounds amazing. I'm definitely choosing the lightning trial, Iono said eagerly. Then, with a grin, she added, It's funny, usually I'm the one being challenged, but now it's my turn to be on the other side. This is so exciting. Naoki chuckled, pulling out a chair as a few Pokémon gathered around. Iono sat across the table, her eyes gleaming at the spread of food. I'm going to eat, she declared enthusiastically. Naoki, he couldn't help but think, she's so full of energy. This was the first time he'd encountered someone so eager and expressive about a meal, and they found her enthusiasm oddly refreshing. Iono's eating style was far from refined, it was lively and spirited. As she ate, Naoki observed her quietly. Something about her demeanor seemed a little different from what he'd imagined. He had expected a gym leader to be more formal, but Iono's presence brought a lightheartedness that was infectious. However, Naoki's attention kept drifting to the two Magnemite perched on her head. The metallic spheres twitched and moved subtly, catching his eye. Huh? Mr. Naoki, are you looking at Magnemite? Iono asked, noticing his gaze. Naoki blinked, a little surprised. Are they real Magnemite? Of course. Iono grinned. They've been with me since the beginning of my journey. As if to prove her words, the two Magnemite floated slightly above her head, spinning playfully before returning to their spots. Naoki's eyebrows rose in astonishment. He had always assumed they were decorative hair accessories. To discover they were real, Magnemite left him genuinely surprised. If he recalled correctly, each Magnemite weighed about 6 kilograms. That meant she had been carrying around 12 kilograms on her head this whole time. How strong is her neck? Still, remembering the absurd feats trainers like Ash had pulled off, such as lifting Nebby, Naoki resigned himself to the extraordinary logic of this world. He shifted his attention back to his meal, silently finishing his food. Lunch ended with Iono looking extremely content. She leaned back slightly, patting her stomach, and said with a wide grin, Mr. Naoki, your cooking is amazing. Naoki smiled humbly. It just takes practice. Hee, you're being too modest. Iono laughed. As she spoke, she couldn't help but recall what she'd imagined before coming here. A few weeks earlier, the regional leader of the Paldea area had approached her and several her gym leaders, assigning them a peculiar task to train at Naoki Ranch in Kosagi Town. The announcement had sparked a flurry of curiosity among the gym leaders. None of them had heard much about the ranch, and the leader provided little explanation beyond the importance of the task. Before arriving, Iono had imagined the ranch owner to be an elderly farmer, perhaps someone with a long white beard, dressed in overalls, and carrying the aura of wisdom gained from years of ranch work. But the moment she arrived, reality shattered her assumptions. Standing before her was a tall, broad-shouldered man with a rugged appearance. His chin was dusted with dark stubble, and his presence exuded confidence rather than age. Wait a minute, Iono thought, recognition dawning. Isn't this the guy from the show Men and Dragons? She vividly remembered watching the show, where Dragonites worked as delivery Pokémon. The scenes were so memorable, they left a deep impression on her. Seeing him now in person felt surreal. Naoki wasn't wearing a farmer's hat, nor did he have the stereotypical look she had expected. He was intimidating yet approachable. Iono found Naoki surprisingly approachable after spending some time with him. He was polite, skilled in cooking, and clearly loved Pokemon, a combination that made him unexpectedly easy to get along with. "Uncle Naoki!" Iono exclaimed enthusiastically, ready for action. "I'm ready. Let's start the trial." Naoki, who had only just returned from a long journey and hadn't had time to clean up, nearly choked. His eyes widened in disbelief. "What did you just call me?" Realizing her blunder, Iono quickly corrected herself with a sheepish grin. "I mean Mr. Naoki." "Naoki." With a sigh, he handed Iono some Pokemon food and motioned toward her team. "Feed your Pokemon first." During lunch, there hadn't been enough room at the table for all the Pokemon, so Iono hadn't released hers. Naoki had noticed. "Thank you so much, Mr. Naoki," Iono said gratefully. Naoki nodded and headed inside to freshen up. Entering the bathroom, he caught his reflection in the mirror and immediately understood why people like Iono and Carmine had taken to calling him Uncle. His tan from working under the summer sun, unkempt hair, and rugged stubble gave him a much older appearance. Combined with the demanding agricultural exchange trip in Kitakami Township, he hadn't thought much about grooming. On top of that, the hearty ranch diet rich in goat milk, fresh produce, and meat had built his physique into something more akin to a seasoned outdoorsman. He looked like he could be the cousin of Bruno, the Elite Four member from the Kanto region. Naoki sighed as he picked up a razor and began tidying up. After shaving and brushing his hair, his face looked considerably younger and more refreshed. When he returned outside, Iono was kneeling on the grass, feeding her Pokemon. Naoki took a quick glance and mentally identified her team: Watrel, Belly Bolt, Luxio, Electrode, and Miss Smagius. Along with the two Magnemite perched on her head, there were 7 Pokemon in total. Hearing the sound of Naoki's footsteps, Iono turned and froze, her eyes wide with surprise. "Mr. Naoki?" Naoki gave a modest nod. "Yes." "Wow!" Iono exclaimed, her amazement apparent. "May I ask how old are you?" 21, Naoki replied. Iono gasped. "You're only 3 years older than me." Naoki chuckled lightly. "If young city folks worked on a farm for a few years, I'm sure they'd look like this too." Iono nodded in understanding, impressed by the transformation that hard work on the ranch could bring. Naoki didn't dwell on the conversation for long and transitioned to the main topic. "Are you ready to start the trial? Are you sure you want to take on a lightning trial?" Iono turned to her team, her voice full of energy. "Everyone, are you ready?" "Gummo." "What?" "Magius." Each of her Pokemon responded enthusiastically. "Hee, looks like everyone's ready." Iono turned back toward Naoki, her excitement bubbling over. "Then let's begin the trial." "Naoki." Iono paused, realizing her mistake. "Oops, I got it wrong again. I'm used to welcoming challengers at the gym. I'll get the hang of it." Naoki chuckled and reassured her before leading Palmot, who wore its signature red cape, to the other side of the battlefield. The other Pokemon Cyclizer, Fluttermane, Dragonite, Arboliva, and Glacian gathered near the sidelines to watch the match unfold. Even a normally reserved Knucklestack Pokemon clustered around, intrigued by the upcoming battle. Sister NDD walked to the center of the battlefield, a whistle in hand. She raised it to her lips and blew, signaling the start of the trial. The battlefield was set as Iono's Electrode, a playful yet formidable Pokemon with its red and white spherical body, rolled smoothly into position. Across from it stood Naoki's Palmot, proud in its red cape and clutching a small hammer, its determined gaze locked on its opponent. "Electrode, use discharge," Iono commanded energetically. Electricity surged through Electrode's body, glowing fiercely before bursting out in a dazzling radial pattern, scattering lightning across the battlefield. Naoki remained calm, silently observing. He didn't issue a command because Palmot had the volt absorbability, rendering electric-type moves ineffective while allowing it to convert the energy into health. As the electric surge enveloped Palmot, it didn't flinch. Instead, it boldly charged forward, hammer raised, as the current coursed harmlessly through its body. "Pamo!" cried Palmot. The electricity, drawn to Palmot like a magnet, surged into its body and the hammer it carried. Both began to glow with a vivid blue current, resembling the power of a storm. Palmot's eyes sparkled with the same energy, embodying a thunderous deity. Iono's jaw dropped in shock. "Is that volt absorb?" she exclaimed. But this was more than absorption. Palmot was using Electrode's power to amplify its own strength. "How can turn my attack into an advantage?" Iono thought, feeling the weight of the challenge. Electrode hovered cautiously, awaiting further instructions. Sensing the danger, Iono adjusted her strategy quickly. "Electrode, stay on guard. Dodge its attacks." Meanwhile, Naoki issued a command. "Finish charging, Palmot." Palmot's hammer crackled with growing intensity, its cape fluttering dramatically as it leapt high into the air. From above, it descended rapidly, bringing the hammer down in a crackling arc of lightning that resembled a thunderbolt striking the battlefield. Iono's eyes widened. What kind of move is that? The hammer smashed into the ground with a deafening explosion, leaving behind a smoking crater. Electrode, though injured, managed to roll out of the impact zone. It was battered but still had some fight left. Electrode backed away, putting distance between itself and the electrified Palmot. "Chase it down," Naoki ordered. "Use Thunderwave." Palmot transformed into a blur of light, moving with incredible speed. It closed the gap in an instant, slamming into Electrode and sending it tumbling across the field. Iono clenched her fists nervously. "Electrode, are you okay?" she called out. The resilient Electrode wobbled, but managed to right itself, earning nods of respect from both trainers for its determination. Naoki observed quietly. "Impressive perseverance," he admitted. Iono saw an opportunity and acted quickly. "Electrode, use Screech." Electrode trembled and emitted a piercing, high-pitched sound that filled the air. The harsh noise echoed across the field, sharp enough to make spectators wince. Palmot faltered, its sensitive ears overwhelmed by the sound. It instinctively raised its paws to cover its ears, leaving itself exposed. "Don't show any weaknesses," Naoki warned. "Hammer attack." Palmot reacted swiftly, hurling its charged hammer toward Electrode. However, the disorienting sound caused its aim to falter. Electrode dodged the incoming weapon with a nimble roll. As the screeching noise reached its peak, Palmot closed its eyes and pressed both paws firmly over its ears, floating unsteadily in midair, completely vulnerable. Iono's grin widened as she seized the moment. "All right, Mr. Naoki, I'm not holding back anymore. Electrode, use foul play." The grating noise stopped abruptly, and Electrode's body radiated with dark energy. Its spherical form launched forward. Foul play, a move that weaponized the target's strength against them, was aimed directly at Palmot in its weakened state. Just when Iono thought she and Electrode had secured victory, her eyes shifted to Naoki, standing calmly across the battlefield. There wasn't a hint of panic on his face. Instead, a small, knowing smile played at the corners of his mouth, as if he were anticipating something. Something was wrong. Iono's chest tightened with a sense of foreboding. And then, a sharp whistling sound cut through the air. Iono whipped her head around and saw Palmot's hammer flying back toward it at an incredible speed, as if drawn by an invisible force. The problem? Electrode was directly in its path. "What?" Iono's eyes widened in shock. "Dodge it!" she shouted, her voice ringing with urgency. She knew Electrode was already hanging by a thread, sustained only by sheer determination. One more hit, and it would surely faint. But it was too late. Before the words had fully left her lips, the hammer slammed into Electrode with a deafening clang, sending it crashing into the ground. The sphere-shaped Pokémon rolled to a stop, its eyes spiraling in defeat. It had fainted. A sharp whistle blew, signaling the end of the trial. Iono froze for a moment, then let out a dramatic sigh. "Mr. Naoki, you're incredible." Naoki walked over to Palmot, kneeling to rub its temples soothingly. "That Electrode wasn't your strongest Pokémon, was it?" he asked, a teasing edge in his tone. Iono grinned sheepishly, brushing her hair back. "You got me, but it looks like you're holding back, too. I can tell there's a lot of talent here." Her spirits didn't waver despite the loss. Instead, her eyes sparkled with renewed determination. "Oh, I can't stand losing, but now I know why the chairwoman sent us here." Naoki raised an eyebrow. "Do you want to continue? There are plenty of other trials at the ranch besides the lightning trial." Iono waved her hands in mock surrender. "No way. I need a break first. I've got a feeling you'd knock out all my Pokémon without breaking a sweat." Naoki simply smiled, not denying the claim. At that moment, Sister NDD walked onto the battlefield, holding a cup of gagote milk. She offered it to Electrode, who quickly recovered after drinking it. In an instant, the fainted Pokémon was back to its energetic self, bouncing lightly on the ground. Iono blinked in astonishment. What kind of medicine is that? It works so fast." Naoki chuckled. "It's not medicine. This is gagote milk, a specialty of our ranch. It's great for helping Pokémon recover their energy." Iono's eyes lit up with curiosity. She glanced at the herd of Dragonite lounging on the grass nearby. Do the Dragonite deliver this to town every day? She seemed to be struck with sudden inspiration. Wait, could people in Lavinia order things like this from your ranch? Naoki shook his head apologetically. Not yet. We don't offer cross-city delivery services. Oh, what a shame. Iono pouted, looking genuinely disappointed. Seeing her expression, Naoki seemed to consider something. By the way, have you heard of the Rotom phone? Rotom phone. Iono tilted her head, intrigued. Is it like the Rotom fridge or Rotom washing machine? Something like that. Naoki replied with a nod. Rotom Tech is supposedly developing it. Right now, Rotom Tech was a company renowned for creating innovative gadgets powered by Rotom, such as refrigerators and washing machines. Iono frowned thoughtfully. I've never heard of it. Naoki didn't press further. He realized that, given the current stage of technology, Iono probably hadn't been exposed.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.